So, dear friends, good morning, good morning. Hello to everyone watching us from other countries, and I do think that we have these people because we have this wonderful event today. So, I'm really happy to see you this conference, Modernization 2021, Role of Institutions and State and Public Administration. So, this is VoxUkraine, independent analytical platform. The aim is simple for us: how to modernize Ukraine, the whole country. So our focus today is economies, public administration, social processes and reforms. Maxim Skobenko is with you, the representative of VoxUkraine. It's me. So this is the 30th anniversary of independence of Ukraine. VoxUkraine wants you to have this critical look at how the public administration is what the mechanism of public administration is Ukraine. This is a comprehensive system that actually stipulates interaction of many stakeholders at the market. So public administration is about institution. They create rules, they enforce these rules, and this is the process of policies, formulation, and also connection with different parts of the state and between the citizens and the government. So the design and functioning of this complex system stipulate the quality of public administration, of the governance, and everyone feels that, how that actually is working. So today we'll concentrate on the problems of public administration reform, how effectively the budget is used, factors of sustainability and power of state institutions, and how people are involved actually in regional, local, and state governance. So we have a very enriched day, 2 speeches, 5 focused topics, and 29 speakers we have today. So dozens of interesting questions. Please don't hesitate to comment. The most interesting questions will be given to our speakers, and the authors of the very best questions will get some presents from VoxUkraine. So congratulations! We're really glad to see all of you listening and watching to our streams from different countries, not only from Ukraine again. So this event again is supported. This event is supported by the German government with the support of GIZ. The media partner of our today's event is the Liganet. So it's quite an important moment right now because these introductions, nobody cares about these intros usually, but to open our conference, to launch the conference Modernization 2021, Role of Institutions and Public Administration. So the Executive Director of VoxUkraine, Ilona Solohub, the floor is yours. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you so much. Dear friends, so we're so glad to see you all here at the conference Modernization 2021, Role of Institutions and Public Administration. So why modernization? Because we really want our country to move forward. We want our country finally to stop being a country where it's really interesting but it's not so easy to live. We want this country to become an ordinary European state where you do not need to put all their efforts to enjoy and exercise your constitutional rights, where government trusts the citizens and vice versa. So today we'll talk about this public administration, about the governance. So this is a very broad topic. So today's conference is just the start of the discussion, how to create an effective state. So the state where courts will protect the law, but not the violators, not the perpetrators, where we will have this total equality for citizens, the country that actually provides high-quality services to people and effectively spends the money of taxpayers, because taxpayers, they do care how their money is spent. So the country where really the best graduates from the best universities want to work in, and people that left Ukraine want to return. They want to return to this country. We'll talk about these interesting topics: how to use the public money, how to use the public budget. In one day we cannot cover everything, so that's why the discussion on public administration will be continued at VoxUkraine pages and within the following event. So please join the discussion. We're so grateful to German government for supporting this conference, and I do want you all to have a very productive discussion, wonderful ideas. So Thomas Meyer, Director of the Financial Governance Program from GIZ, please.
Yeah, dear participants, dear experts, dear members of the international donor community, I'm really happy to have the opportunity to make some welcome words here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Thomas Meyer. I'm head of the good governance sector in Ukraine. This doesn't mean that I'm head of the good governance sector for Ukraine, but for the German implementation agency GIZ. And we do cooperate with the Ministry of Finance in the field of good financial governance now already, I think, for 10 years. And I think one of the main elements of our actual phase is the cooperation with the civil society. And when I see that this is a conference and we have the 13th years of independence of Ukraine, I think one of the lessons learned in nowadays, after some time, maybe after the 80s or something like this, is the role of good governance of the civil society for good governance. A government which do not include the civil society will do bad because the governance will be a bad one. And this inclusion of civil society doesn't mean to occupy civil society, but to let civil society speak and research and making service and things like that. And this is in particular important also in these days, which is very much characterized by, let's call that uncontrolled communication and hate speech and Facebook, things like that. Their civil society is one of the guarantors for quality in the communication with the governance and between the citizens and the governance. From that, I'm very happy to participate here and to discuss with you issues of the good financial governance as well, because it's very well known in the whole theory of public finance management that civil society is next to the state audit institutions one of the main external factors to control the government in their budget behavior, that they do spending the budget for the good of the citizens, of the country, and of the development within the European community. And this is by purpose that I do not speak European Union, because Ukraine is already member of the European community, and is by the association agreement more or less strengthen this cooperation with the European Union, but not for the sake of the European Union, but for the sake of the Ukraine, to increase all the good governance in the Ukraine. I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I hope that all participants will think after the conference is over that it was worthwhile to take part, that everybody learned something, that everybody was able to speak what has to be spoken, and that everybody contribute by that to the further development of the independence of the Ukraine. Thanks a lot.
Well, today it's a very important moment. It's a crucial moment. Today we'll get the first key speeches, the heritage of the past and vision of future for Ukraine. So for this key speech, I want the director of the Ukrainian Institute in London, Olesya Khromenchuk. And please, friends, you may ask your questions during Olesya's speech, and she will definitely provide her answers after the speech. After her presentation, Olesya, the floor is yours. So, good afternoon. My name is Olesya Khromenchuk, and I'm a historian, and I've been leading this Ukrainian Institute in London, independent organization, and it tells more about Ukraine to people in Britain and the world. When organizers offered me to present this speech at today's conference, I read the title of the conference for a couple of times: Modernization 2021, Role of Institutions and Public Administration. Okay, so this is very important, of course. I thought, but okay, what do I have to do with that? So I am not an employee of the state institution in Ukraine. I'm not I'm a researcher. This is not a topic of my research, and I spent so many years beyond Ukraine, and I'm just observing these reforms in this remote manner. But I do recognize that you know from inside how it works in your country, the reforming process, how it's happening. So today it will be possible for me to provide some observations from Ukrainian history, and it may actually help us to get a broader picture, especially taking into consideration our topic, the reforms, the reforming processes, so modernization. So it's about the courage to be the first one. It's leaving your comfort zone. It's about leaving your comfort zone. It's about investing in future, but not investing for your own benefit, but for the greater good, for the public good. Modernization is also about recognition that these processes that we had before, these don't work, and we need systemic changes, innovative ideas on how to implement it. But first of all, this is the wish to live another reality and the readiness to create this reality. And this romantic urge to create, this romantic stimulus to create new reality. So I've been observing the Maidan protests, the Revolution of Dignity. I saw it there. I saw how it was. During the first years of independence, the level of dissatisfaction of the citizens with the status quo, so the abuse of power, the corruption that we had, the inefficiency of the state, it fully complied with the readiness. At least part of the people, they wanted to take an active part in this. They wanted to change the status quo. They wanted to implement the reforms. And we had it actually in different areas like culture and so on. And this fire, this internal fire, this urge, it reminded me of some other events that we had in Ukrainian history, the Ukrainian revolution that we had a century ago. Between 1917 and 1920, the fall of empire gave an opportunity to Ukrainian lands. There was a chance to unite and finally create an independent state. For the last couple of hours, we've been celebrating this anniversary, the anniversary of those events, but it again was a little bit romanticized. I just want to draw attention to some of the aspects that I think of when I observe the current situation, when I start thinking about some similar characteristics. But again, I will take the romantic features away. More than 100 years ago, Ukraine finally emerged at the mental map of the community, European community. So nobody could actually ignore this nation anymore. So the national rebirth, the national so the nation was reborn. And when we talked about this difficult life in the Russian Empire or Austrian-Hungarian Empire, so there was a wish to change something, but still there was no single national idea. So from the socialist Ukraine to the monarchy, and someone wanted to have the dictatorship and authoritarian and also democratic Russia and so on. There were so many ideas. It was the time when people with different political ideas had to work together due to circumstances for one big purpose, joint purpose. But their different visions also stimulated them to fight for the territory, for the control, for the power. And this was the time when people of culture, so they had so much weight, they were as important as the politicians. They joined different institutions. They became the part of institutions. The fall of the empire and the vacuum of power created this a lot of opportunities. For the Ukrainian People's Republic, it was an opportunity to create new institutions like a central council and reform the society. The opportunity to expand the regional activity of the educational associations, cultural clubs, cooperatives, and also active publishing of Ukrainian books. For the Western Ukrainian People's Republic, these organizations were actually transformed into state institutions like Ukrainian Halitska Army. So at this moment, we had so many institutions, and still we have these institutions today, like the Academy of Sciences. It was born a century ago. The Gallery of Arts, historical museums, theaters, many of these cultural institutions. Despite the enthusiasm, so many officials and teachers, they wanted to support the project. Despite that, hundreds of military officers, they supported Central Council. Unfortunately, we had no powerful army and we had no powerful state institutions. All those mottos that were attractive for people, they started losing its attractiveness because there were no actions supporting it. And another important observation, frequent changes of, frequent rotations of government during the revolution in Kiev, it meant full collapse of state institutions. It meant that peasants got weapons, they had the experience, they knew how to fight for their land finally, and they lost their loyalty to the state power. And this gave an opportunity the local leaders, to actually accumulate peasants to support their interests. This was a time of horrible turbulence. Different militarized formations were attacking people. And we need to know this difference between the practice and intention. So the UPR, this was the first state, and they even supported the establishment of the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. They were very tolerant, but they mostly were also responsible for this turbulence. Even when the leadership was against these campaigns, they simply could not control the situation when the state institutions collapsed. A weak army is the army which actually feeds this turbulence, social turbulence. Historical examples of the collapse of state institutions, and we have the collapse of the rule of law. We can see it. It was happening not only during the time of Ukrainian Revolution. We can observe these processes in the case, for example, during the World War II. In Volyn, what we had, these massacres in Volyn and Holocaust. Partially, it all happened because the state institutions were destroyed for a couple of times by each occupational power, and the vacuum of power was filled by brutalized people with experience of organized violence and which had their own political interests. And of course, for so many times, Timothy Snyder even mentioned that the crisis of state authority that we have during the political violence period, it actually destroys all the institutions, but the war, local or national, it creates new opportunities. The opportunities to face the problems which during the peaceful time are usually ignored, to hear the voice of the groups which are the most marginalized. And the war stimulates you to reform the institutions, and without these institutions you cannot actually win the war, but without them you can lose your identity, national identity. So in my papers, in my publications, I try to study the war. I paid a lot of attention to the World War II and the Donbas War today. And I focus on an issue on involvement of women to the armed forces. And I'd like to mention briefly the reforms in the armed forces that we have when you talk about the involvement of women. In both cases, the reforms were situational. The army required the human resources, the human capital. It could involve, so it could not discriminate the 50% of population as we have it in the peaceful time, as we usually do have it. So, and they started enrolling women. So quite often women actually wanted, they had their wish to join the army, and it was instrumentalized. So the female military officers were responsible, and they had certain duties, but not the rights as their male colleagues. So in case of World War II and the Red Army, we can see that this situational reform in the army, it completed when the war was over. And this institution of the armed forces, these were not advertised after the war. So the discriminatory practices, we still had them. In case of Donbas war, the public pressure, advocacy campaigns, various advocacy campaigns, sociological surveys, the media awareness, it actually urged the defense management to activate the involvement of women, but at least to partially or start reforming the institution of the armed forces itself by opening so many positions to women, by giving them access to enter the army. And this reform is a systemic, it looks systemic, and I don't think it will be over after the Donbas war, but it definitely will give us some new traditions. We really want to expect that. So, from this example, we can see how war can become an impetus for the reforms. which are considered to be, let's say, the reforms which are not considered to be that urgent. But it takes a lot of efforts, public efforts, for these reforms to be implemented, and not just to become a dream that didn't come true and over-bureaucratized dream, but actually to demonstrate the structural changes in the institutions. So I do recognize, of course, that it's really hard to implement these reforms, especially when we have the 7th year of war, when we lost already thousands of lives. And every day, the national identity and the sovereignty itself is under doubt. But, you know, the sustainability, the strength of institutions, and certain modernization of these institutions was a crucial thing for the country to withstand within these 7 years, comparing it with our experience that we had a century ago. But it's important for this window of opportunities not to become the window of lost opportunities or the closed door of opportunities. The 30th anniversary of Ukraine actually makes us think about the heritage. So we need to think about heritage. So all the versions of the national identity, all these revolutions we had during the vacuum of power, emerged after the fall of empire. In the process of revolution, we had so many new institutions born, and even Bolsheviks could not destroy that identity. So today we have this experience of 30 years of independence and really difficult years of reforming and living within the context of constant reform. And this experience stimulates us to think of what the vision should be for the country, in what country we want to live, not just us, but our children and grandchildren. So we need to think, we do not need to think just about the last 30 or 100 years, but about the heritage that we have, that today's reforms will leave within the next 30 or 100 years. So we need to think about the future. So I'm so grateful for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and I would really like to get some of your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alessia. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do hope that you to hear us. Thank you, Ms. Alessia. It was really interesting. We have 2 questions. The first question that actually is important for each Ukrainian. So you've lived in Great Britain for quite a long time. When you talk to someone there in Britain about Ukraine, so what associations do people have with Ukraine? The very first thought, the very first emotion, the very first impression when you ask something about Ukraine. So what is it? It's a very interesting question. It's a very interesting question because I've been in Britain for more than 20 years. These associations changed. These are shifted radically. I think we can consider this to be a success in some way for Ukraine, for those Ukrainians who tell us about Ukraine abroad, raise the awareness abroad, for the state institutions that do so much to create certain image of Ukraine, to shape it, the image of Ukraine abroad. When I only came to Britain, I had to talk a lot. It was 2000, and I had to tell where Ukraine was actually located on the map. You know, I had to remind that this is not Russia, to draw the line between them, and of course there was a lot of frustration all the time. Yes, I admit, but average, you know, these ordinary conversations, they all came finally to these associations with Chernobyl. Shevchenko, but not Taras Shevchenko. Somehow the Andrei Shevchenko, the football player. In the worst case, yes, about Donbass. Oh, you all talk, you all speak Russian there in Ukraine. But this is absolutely another situation today. Unfortunately, I do think that the war in Ukraine, it turned Ukraine to the map. Unfortunately, due to the war, we brought ourselves back to this international map, geopolitical map. This is not a very good reason. This is not a very good push for us to go back to this map. But people finally are interested in Ukraine a little bit more. They want to know what the country is and how does it like. I can see how students in Ukraine, how students become more and more interested in Ukraine. So many students are there studying Russia or Eastern Europe, and they also take these courses like on Ukrainian language and Ukrainian history. So you do not need to explain all these basic ideas and concepts. What do we miss? What do we lack in this? Well, the understanding, the recognition that Soviet heritage is not Russian heritage. So, I mean the Great Britain, not just for the Britain, but for the whole world. It's important to understand. They finally do understand that the same Russian avant-garde that many people do know about here, this is not just Russian avant-garde. So we have Ukrainian avant-garde as well. So Russian does not mean Soviet. This is not equal. And we have the participation of Ukraine, the contribution of Ukraine to World War II. And quite often Soviet is replaced by Russian, you know, the replacement of concepts. For me, it's what I really like is recognition of the Ukrainian role in the region. We do lack recognition and how to find more, how to get more information about the Central Eastern European region via Ukraine. We can take Ukraine as a case study for it. How Ukraine can become a laboratory for to study the broader region. And I do think that it would be really good to work in this specific direction in this area. And then we would not have these problems with lack of Ukrainian voice in discussions. We'll definitely have Ukrainian voice present in all the conversation. Within the last 7 years, this for me was the most problematic issue when I was observing the discussions on Ukraine, firstly about Maidan and then the Eastern War and the Russian aggression. I never heard Ukrainian voice. I couldn't find it. I couldn't just detect the Ukrainian voice in the discussion. So it's changing step by step. Gradually it's changing, it's improving, and we can get Ukrainian voice a little bit more. And the Ukrainian experts, I mean, but again, we need to have it from Ukraine. We need to have this movement coming from Ukraine. For this voice to come from Ukraine to raise the awareness. Thank you, Ms. Alisa. Thank you. Another question I have, partially you already touched the question on reforms during the war. And the world practice, the global practice tells us that reforms during the war are very important. We need to implement it. But the situation is complicated. Society is not ready. Okay, so 20, 30 years, we had no reforms for decades, but quite often these reforms are painful and people are simply not ready for it. And today, Ukrainian war is more just an excuse to actually avoid the reforms. So, from the standpoint of historian, or maybe from your personal experience, your own opinion, give me a recipe, 3 items in a recipe, how to make these reforms move finally, how to implement it for the society and for the state authorities. Thank you for this question. I will not give you any recipes. Well, I'm not Jamie Oliver anyway, so if I had a recipe, I would definitely have another profession then. But I think that, well, I want to ask you, why do you think that the people are not ready for it, for the reforms? What is the evidence? We speak about the society, the lack of readiness of the society, or the state institutions are not ready, the bureaucrats are not ready for it, and the delays in bureaucracy. So the society shows that, yes, we are fully ready for the reforms, and it all started with Maidan. So this process that I mentioned within my speech, that was something that confirmed the readiness of people for it. Are the institutions ready? Are the institutions ready for it? Can they actually be reformed and be modernized after these individuals are ready to put so many efforts to reform the institutions, will leave the institution? Because we have burnout. People simply leave their positions, people dismiss, people go to other sectors, and we cannot expect the institution to evolve only due to these individuals. Of course, we need to have this enthusiasm and readiness of leaders, of managers, of the core groups. But these individuals, we cannot simply rely on these individuals, purely on them. We cannot. An example, not a historical example, but an example which is really close to me, which means a lot to me because I saw it in practice, how it works in a very complicated situation. So, how the institutions are being reformed during the war. In 2017, my brother died unfortunately in the line of duty, and my family in eastern regions, and my family went to Ukraine for the burial process and for the burial ceremony, and it was really a painful thing for me. And it added an extra layer of complexity. And then I realized that the bureaucratic machine, the bureaucratic structure in Ukraine, is really complicated. It's still of a Soviet type. It's not effective. And a death of a soldier, of course, it's a trauma for the family. It's pain. It's huge pain. But it's also quite a bureaucratic challenge, unfortunately. And at that moment, at that very moment, I saw the worst and the best of the institutional reforms during the war. What was the worst? This inefficient bureaucratic system. It was basically devouring all these papers, paper pushing from one office to another for weeks and weeks. Just imagine people in such a condition when you are in grief. And this is really complicated, when you just need to run through these Dante circles all the time. But what I saw, the people, that was the best. The people, despite the institutional efficiency, complete one, they were doing something. They were making it possible. People who actually joined the system after Maidan, joined the institutions, but not only from Maidan, but people who have been working there since Soviet times, in the military institutions as well. And I'm so grateful to those who supported us, and I'm grateful for your efforts. You made it easier for our family, but these were attempts. These were attempts to push some changes and reform something despite the inefficiency of institutions. Change it despite this bureaucratic machine. So when we talk about the recipes, I do think that it's really important to capitalize the enthusiasm of people in some way. We still have this enthusiasm. It's still there. And invest their efforts in future for the stability of institutions, not to have this Soviet-type stability, not to actually have the stagnation and corruption at its very core, not to depend on these interconnections, individual interconnections, but build stability on this constant, perpetual mobilization, on this wish to listen to people's needs, people who are the clients of institutions, and actually take these needs into account. Finally, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. We really need to let you go. It's quite an interesting conversation, so it's really hard. And I'd like to expand. Maybe, yes, people are pushing me out already from this discussion. Lisa, so you mentioned about this minority, that actually this critical mass that is ready, even despite the incapacity of state institutions to work. But we have this quite a popular idea that this minority right now is not capable as well. It's just an opinion that this minority is losing its power, its enthusiasm. They have no support of this of the society, because the society finally loses interest in it. They start ignoring. So I'm not asking for recipes, I understand that, but do you have any opinions on how to mobilize this majority? How to explain to people with very plain words that public administration, that state governance, this is something that shapes the life of each of you. This is your life. For the people to start supporting it. Okay. Okay, this is a very interesting question indeed. And I still think that it's always the minority. People pushing the reforms, this is always the critical mass, the minority. And I do think that this contribution that these people already made, it's there, it's visible, it's on the surface. And I brought you an example of certain reforms in the defense sector, and taking into account the research that carried out on the female involvement and participation in the armed forces, it's just a first step. It's just a first step, and I don't want to disperse any illusions that Ukrainian army is perfect. It's finally is restructured, fully reformed, and I do not want to create these illusions. But the first step is there, the very first step, and from this first step, we finally can move forward. So we cannot reverse it. We finally have this irreversible movement, a very strong push, and people already know that other standards may be there, other principles, other concepts. People understand, people recognize that we have the veterans movement formed when we take the armed forces, and we finally have structures even those people which actually pushed this veterans movement, or who pushed the advocacy campaigns, even if they leave, if they take a step back because of the burnout, we all know what that is. When state institution is not supporting you, when the machine is not supporting you, your enthusiasm is just dying slowly. It's inevitable. But if these people take a step back, new traditions are already infecting our blood. They become viral. We have it. We have precedents. We have cases. We have something others may use. And in certain way, we still do communicate with state institutions every day. And when we know that we can act not via some corrupted vicious circles, but with absolute transparent, fair way, what we see within these 7 years, this is just a huge change. I believe in gradual changes. I believe in gradual modernization. I have no illusions that we will just, in a blink of an eye, will do it. No. In an overnight. Absolutely not. But the changes that we already, the changes that we have today, we cannot make it irreversible. We cannot make it reversible. So we'll not go back. Thank you, Alessia. People force me. Okay, another last question about the historical perspective. Of course, you can say, you can say, I will not give an answer to this question. This is a possible thing you can do. But let's look deep, go back deep into the past. Mikhailo Hrushevsky, the key mistakes. The key mistakes that we can use as a lesson learned. Okay. I think this would be really a huge mistake. I cannot allow myself to discuss Hrushevsky's mistakes. I'm not an authorized person. I'm not the right person. Quite often when we think about the past, we want to find our own recipes, find something similar, draw these parallels. So that's why I brought a couple of parallels for you today in my speech. But the history does not repeat itself at all. So we just can we can take the history, can take the past, and we can see what was done in a better way or done in a worse way. But we need to take the modern context anyway. And the modern context, Hrushevsky did not have this modern context. Still, 70 years of Soviet heritage we have. We need to consider that, of course. And the level of corruption that we have. At that time, we did not have the same level. And when we talk about the period of Ukrainian revolution, we talk about the failure and the national identity. We just had we didn't have enough strength. We couldn't just keep it. Was it a name? But was it a purpose? We need to understand what happened at that time. The recognition of a country as a nation, as a potential state at least, not a failed state, but potential state. Recognition by Ukrainians themselves, who we can be, and understanding that the western part of Ukraine and what we have in Ukraine's People's Republic, that they can and they must cooperate, and they want to cooperate. A lot of achievements we had, a lot, and this heritage we still have today. What is also important, when we need to consider, when visions of various leaders, when these don't coincide, when these are not in harmony. So when we speak about Petlura, Vanetchenko, Skoropadsky and others, we know that their visions were absolutely radically different. The recognition that, yes, we may have one enemy, joint enemy, which unites people, makes them allies. But at the same time, there was a problem. There, for example, that for the Western Republic, the key problem was the Poland, but not the Russian Empire. But still, Poland was a potential partner for the Ukrainian People's Republic. So we need to take this into account, how different visions can be merged. Is it worth merging? And of course, the recognition of the fact that geopolitics always affects internal processes, always. And the vision of Ukraine as a buffer zone, I think we still have it. We still have it in the world. It's something. It's floating in the air. You know, this vision. At that time, it was a huge factor why Ukraine did not was not transformed into a sovereign state as the leaders of the time as they wanted it to happen. We need to remember about it if we think about some parallels or mistakes, or if you think about the achievements. So thank you for this wonderful complex answer. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for this marathon. Thank you for your speech. So dear friends, I will summarize, as I understand Alessia's words, the reforms. The reforms are implemented by the minority. The minority is burning out, but still the minority is ready to mobilize and continue this work. So today's event, the Modernization 2021, role of institutions and governance, I think this is a really good instrument for us to activate the dialogue, to actually activate the process and this minority. So I'd like right now, as my colleagues tell me, that in our studio already we have the guests. We have the guests of our first panel right now, offline and online, but all of them are with us. So I'd like to pass the floor to the moderator, Yulia Mincheva, head and leader of VoxUkraine projects, please.
So good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you. Thank you very much, Max, for the very interesting intro for our today's conference. I'm really grateful to Olesa for her answer and for the long perspective that she has given to us overall. Today, our panel will be titled Very Ambitious, the Future of the Public Administration of Ukraine and State Service of Ukraine. We'll have the three online speakers. They're going to get connected to us. We have Alexander Kornienko, the member of Ukrainian Parliament, already here with us. We're waiting Alyona Shkrum, who's also the member of the Parliament of Ukraine, Anna Bilouz, the PhD in Development Studies, represents Cambridge University from the UK, and she's also the researcher, and I would like to also invite you to read her articles on the Vox site. And I have Oksana Syroid, the Vice President from the Public Policies and Governance from Kiev School of Economy, and I'm pleased to welcome you as well. So, basically the first law on the state service, the first tryouts to reform the state service and public service was in 1993, the year that I was born. So basically, the state service and public administration has been reformed just as soon as I exist in this world. So starting from 1993 and then in 2014, but those mostly were the institutional character change. In 2014, after the Revolution of Dignity, there has been a strong demand for the update of the public service and being supported by the European partners. The strategies have been updated. The strategy for the public service and the public administration has been developed, then providing more opportunities and capacities for the ministries to build up the policies, to develop it. We had this depoliticization process for the public service. It has been, whether it has been successful, there's a lot of opinions. What was good was no. For the next hour, we're going to be discussing that, how the strategy is going to be updated till 2025. We currently have the process of discussion of these strategies. We're going to think about that, and we'll try to reflect critically of what we've managed to do good, what not. What can we say about the state service in this 6 years? What are the things that still work? But what are the things that have to be taken down, and what we have to consider why those things do not work out as they should have worked? And we're going to be talking about a very interesting conflict, the internal conflict, but we do believe that we have to consider that as well. We consider the conflict between the politicians and the technocrats. I'm really happy that we have all of our speakers. So I think we'll start with Alexander. Alexander, can you please tell us, how do you see the reform of the public administration and public service overall, especially understanding that, for example, 2 years ago, when your political party has been elected to the parliament, you have been criticizing the reforms that has been introduced before. You have been criticizing it strongly. They had tried to take a look of what has to be done then, but I do believe you have a vision now what should be done with the public administration overall. So please share your opinion about what has already happened. Maybe just do a brief about that. And please share your opinions about what is going to be done next with the Ukrainian public administration. So please, Alexander, are you here with us? Can you hear us? Yes, good morning. Good morning. We're really happy that, you're going to do it out of your office, because I thought that is going to be doing it slightly from the offices of the Parliament of Ukraine. Yes, but we currently, the legislative process is currently blocked for us. So that does mean that we can allow ourselves to participate in this kind of meetings and the kind of events during the assembly, but it might not be for the best for my MPs' payouts, because it says that if you do not vote for 70% of time, that for in a month, that it means that you are not going to receive the parliamentary payments. But it's okay, we'll just live it through. Speaking on the reform of the public administration, well, first of all, I would like to start with talking about not the state service, as has been said in Ukrainian, but the public service. So we have checked out it in 2 years of our mandate. We have understood that the public service is the main fundamental part of the service, but it's not all of the public service. So we have the political positions in the public services as well. And this is all of the ministries, all of the deputies ministers, all of the head of the state administration, the deputies head of administration. This is something what should not be like that. So there is a very different type of the state service. For example, their work in the courts or the work in the National Bank or the work in the customs that also wanted to consider themselves a different structure. There has been a lot of discussions about that. There has been a lot of the whole layer of the people working in the local governance. So from the decentralization reform that is currently being held, we understand that most of the people who are called the public officers, that's going to be working in the local self-governance. There are other phenomena, like, for example, the military and civil administration, when people are both the officers, so there are like military men, but there is like a separate regulations for that. So if you will combine all of the things together, and if you will try to understand it, if you will try to make an overall picture of it, then you will understand that the whole of it is basically the multi-layered and multi-dimensional system that creates the public administration. It also includes the president, and it also includes the head of the village. So there is a huge amount of people that work for the state, but they are working basically to cover the main function, the main state functions and the functions for the local self-governance, because we still have the budgets, and for some countries, like, for example, we still have the teachers, the workers, and the employees of the medical establishments. And for some countries, there are even bigger groups. But we're only speaking about the public service. What is going on now with the public administration, and what have we learned of this 2 years, and where we would like to take it? First of all, we have had a tremendous in-depth analyzed what has been done in the framework of the reform that has been launched in 2016. We have had the strategy of the reform of the public service for 5 years, and this is actually the 5th year when this reform has ended. Already we're working on the development of the new strategy, and while we have been developing the new strategy, we're trying to include the experience that we have gained in these 5 years. The experience is that if it will just be very simple, so basically those spheres of the public administration that consider specific people and specific services being attributed for these people, they are being supported best of all. For example, the topics of, for example, providing the administrative services closer to the people, or building up the network of the service provision buildings. Every people like that. People want to collaborate with that. The services are becoming closer to the people. There are some certain problems. We're trying to resolve it as well, but this is the part of the reform that is being really considered by the society. And it might be strange, but as it has the methodologies of reform has taught us, something that is being nicely accepted by the people is actually done in the fastest pace, because inside of the system you have the support for that, and because everyone understands it has to be done. But those components of the reform that cover the internal kitchen of it, the reform of the state machine, the reform inside of the cabinet of ministries, supporting the new processes, updating the processes, it's much worthier there. There is the share of the reforms that is being considered in a different way by different subjects. For example, the idea is that the ministries, they have to build up the policies, and the central government has to implement it, and that is why we have to create the directorates in the ministries. We have to have the professionals for the reforms, and on the central governmental level we need to find the professionals. So this ideas only work selectively from part of the ministries and part of the spheres of the public management. So it works for some, it doesn't work for others. So there are some ministries who are following this task, that have already have these professionals on reform, and there are some ministries that are lagging behind, and ministries that consider that is something that you don't need. And we have to work with that as well. We're trying to work with that. Speaking on the public service itself, of course, there's I wouldn't call that a break. I wouldn't call that a break. I will just say that we slightly got delayed from this course that we have approved 6 years ago, which was connected to this postponement of the competitions. And right now we know that a year after, it is really hard for us to restore it in that way. Well, not speaking the process-wise, we follow in the regulations of the law, but psychologically we don't have needed attention, and I am the member of the commission on this reform, and I see that. And yes, we have to acknowledge that this situation is that there's competitions that are going to be just approving those people that have been selected manually. So there's going to be some competition, there's going to be some other people selected in the others, but mostly those people are going to be appointed by the selection. And I do believe that for the next 2 or 3 years we'll have additional opportunity. We're losing this opportunity to develop and to reform the A category of the reform. But there are the certain numbers of factors not only connected to the competition, but it's also about the salaries provided, the conditions of work, with this specifics from the people from the business, from the management, to start working in the public sphere, to start working with those requirements when your declaration is going to be seen by the whole world, or studies by the whole world. Everyone is seeing how you live, why you live, where, who you living with. And I would like to tell you, when you are coming from the different spheres and you come into the politics, it's not the very easy thing to do. And speaking on the other sides of the reform for the state service, except for the competition procedures, there are some other important directions of the reform in improving the overall work conditions. So, for example, speaking about the hygienic factors like salaries, and we're working currently with the State Agency of Governance, and we are working on the so-called grades legislation, so classifying the positions, the families of positions, and connecting it to the connecting the payment system to this classifier that is going to be more transparent, more clear, more honest, and as a result it might as well increase the payment for the public officers, was going to have the positive impact for the quality of work, and there's going to be definitely improve the competition for the positions at the mid-range, when the salaries are going to be improved significantly. As well, there is a discussion, a serious discussion about the additional premiums, incentives to be paid. We have been talking to the Ministry of Finance for 2 years already. We want to get a different premium principles that is going to be connected to the certain KPIs and certain tasks performed. So basically, if all of the world and all of the countries in the businesses is working in connection with the KPIs, so why we should just provide additional incentives for nothing. So this is one of the directions. A different direction is that one that we're coping really seriously with when we're developing the strategies, and when we are trying to adapt the strategies to the new realities, is the better liability and the better communication for the reforms of the state governance and the state service. Because right now we have analyzed that there is a lot of things that have been done, but the people are not aware of that. You know, we have a nice example of the decentralization reform that has been communicated in the best way, much better than the reform of the public governance. So that is why right now, with some certain volunteering medium society, we're currently working on trying to popularize and to communicate in the right way about the next step of the public governance reform, to make it closer to the people, to explain how it works out, so what kind of thing the public service is, that the public officers is not your enemy, it's your partner, he's your partner, and basically you'll be able to resolve your problems together. We have really good cases in the last 2 years, and like you've said, we're working on that with 2 years. The Ministry of Digital Transformation, I do believe that it's a good example that we might have motivated young people for at the state public service. I usually call this ministry the Ministry of Millennials, but this is basically the example that inspires us by showing that the next generations of Ukrainians are going to be joining the work of the state institutions and the state service, and they're going to be pushing it too. In the strategy of the public governance, we have had the 2 indicators included, and we're still discussing one of those. There's going to be the overall including more young people into public service. I do believe that it's an important story for the further on development. We've provided the opportunity for people to work up till 65 years old on the public service, and we have to discuss it as well. But you know, we can't use some specific quotas of how many young people you would like to have in your organization, but we'll try to do everything in our power to engage the people for the public service. Another direction is the gender quotas and the gender moments. Unfortunately, we cannot quote it because it's going to be the violation of the access to this public service, but we're going to be thinking about some motivating things that can be used as well, because yes, the situation is the upside down pyramid. For the V and B categories, we have more women than men in some of the spheres, but the A category, then you can't see a woman in the category A job interview. So we have to change this situation. The situation can be changed by many different ways. I do understand that right now we're going to be there's a lot of criticism that will be on transparency, the lack of transparency, the things that we have with our competitions. We have taken all of the trust or the commission on the gambling that will be recalled as well. But I would like to say that we're open to collaboration, and we really want all of the constructive people and the constructive powers to get together. There's not a lot of people who are taking care of the reform of the public administration, and so sometimes we need to get together, sometimes we need to step outside of our political visions, and we have to step out of the constructive things in our work. That's what I say to myself all the time, and we have to work for some joint future. Like, for example, yesterday, yes, I'm sorry, just I have to intervene in what you've said, and with everything good, but against everything bad. Do I understand it the right way? The strategy of the reform till 2025 is going to be showing everything that has been already worked in this format, but with some works on mistakes. So we are keeping the reform in the format that it has been created before, with these directorates, with these divisions, with these procedures in place, and so on and so forth. Well, yes, this is how we live it. It's just that I really would like to, we will just would like to engage more people to the participation in our discussion. Yes, but the reform of the public administration is not just creating directorates in the 3 ministries. That's just what I wanted to say. It's not just making a competition. It's a complex reform that's presuppose the participation of 500 people. That's what I wanted to say, because only when we concentrate on the A category of public servants, it's not effective, because it's not just like a body that we have 5 people sitting there who's choosing the head of the fiscal services. Yes, but how to write it into the legislation? How should we write it in the right way, in the right provision, so that the 500 people would have additional motivation to work? That is a much more complex story than that, and that is what we are doing actually. Of course, except for doing something or not doing something. Okay, but the public service is not created in order to hold the people in their job, to be the very good employer just for that. Why not? Well, we can discuss that as well. I would like to know that we have Alona with us, so this is not just one single story. Alona, can you hear us? Just wanted to know, we would like to see. Yes, I can see you. I can see. Unfortunately, I'm in the room, so if you can, if you yes, that's okay. We will see what you're going to be discussing in the parliament room. No, you will be able only to see that behind my back. Yes, so just please stop me if I'm going to be taking too long or if it's going to be too loud, because like sometimes we have very loud debates. Well, we can hear you more or less okay right now. And if it will be good for you, you can step outside the room, the voting room. But we would like to listen from your point of view, the update of the strategy. Yes, the voting starts, so I think it would be better if you will walk out of the room. So, but how do you believe, what are the plans for the reforms of the public administration and the public governance for the 2025? What are the lessons, mistakes that have already been outlined? Something has already been amended, but in your opinion, what else should be amended? What else should we consider? So what kind of critical moments we understand, what kind of critical moments that have to be amended that we see, or are we going to keep on going through the same mistakes? Well, yes, it's a very, very important topic. You cannot tell everything in 15 minutes. And, I don't have the aim to tell you about all of the mistakes or all of this non-transparency and how bad everything is. And I can speak a long time about that, and not just me. But I believe it would be much better to explain it to myself and to all of the other people of what has happened and why something didn't happen and how to improve it. Because basically, when you're asking the question on the strategy is good. The strategy of the public administration is good. It used to be good, but it's just that in these 5 years, we didn't make it properly. We didn't implement it properly. But if we implemented it, it was mostly about the bureaucratical implementation, but we didn't do the sense of it. Like, we know how to tick the checkpoints on stories that have been done, but it doesn't actually mean that we have got to the essence of what we wanted. We have got through many different tasks of how to divide the politics and the public administration, but in real life, it's not divided. There's no limit between those two stories. So it is much more important for me to speak about the essence of it, but not the checkpoints. But basically, we have been working on this strategy 7 years ago, and the strategy that is being prepared for the next 5 years is quite okay as a document. And by the way, we had the public discussion about that, and we've engaged all of the possible and impossible public figures to discuss it. But let us talk about why are we actually talking about the public administration reform. I don't like the word reform at all. I would like to say the transformation of the public administration to some kind of effective and modern public administration. Why are we talking about that? What is it that we want to reach? What is the task? It's basically to stop the chaos that is being done, and that to prevent some kind of positive changes. And I will explain it to you why. Because we have analyzed the task that the prime minister gives, that 70% of those, and it was Mr. Groisman at this moment of time, and there was the other prime ministers, they've never been implemented. Like, the prime minister sets out the tasks, then there's going to be some tasks from the MPs and the laws of Ukraine. They provide the certain directives to the governance and to the other administrators. 80% of those have never been implemented. But this is a total chaos, and those problems are not resolved. solved. And we see that very good right now because the pandemic has shown these problems. The president says we have to create the Ukrainian vaccine. The year has passed, it never has been done, and no one has ever tried to do that. You know, it was taken down, and it never has been in work. The president says, I think that we need to have the vaccines on the 1st of March. The minister said that we need to provide this negotiation still the 1st of March. And there's many factors why it never has been implemented, but one of the factors is the public administration doesn't work as a system. Business is make it easier. The business is an authoritative story because there's not a single business that has 300,000 employees. That is a lot of employees, and especially with the high dispatched network. It's not like you have just the Palo Alto office, but you have many offices in every village. So it's really hard to find order in this chaos. That's one of the tasks of the public administration. The other task is to find people that were able to cope with problems, and they will be able to work with KPIs. So basically they know the state structure, they know how to risk management, they know how to get prepared. And this is a terrible problem because their people do not have enough salary to do that. And unfortunately, we didn't manage to do a lot about that. We have already provided at the lowest levels of the public administration and public service, we have increased the salaries, but we couldn't get it to the average level. Those people are not interested in going to the public service. The effective people, the real effective, cool people are disappointed in public service. When I ask them why, there is one answer that they tell me that says that they have never seen this underappreciation of their work and of evaluation and evaluation of their work as they've seen in the public service. You know, the work hasn't been really interesting. The tasks have been set out, and 90% of those tasks have never been used in practice. Or some, like for example, someone told that the business prevents us to do that. Here we have a candidate from the top, when this is the preferences for some politicians. And yes, like, wait a second, we're going to have the next panel of how the state service and public service has been evaluated by the people who started working then and what is the problems with that. But what I wanted to say, both you and Alexander, you all also say that there is the problem with the politicization of the public service. But I would like to turn to Oksana Siroyed. So you have seen how the reform has been implemented. Right now you're out of the system itself, but you're dealing with this reform by teaching other people about that. Can you tell us about this conflict of the public service being too political, whether it's a political conflict, and can it be resolved in Ukrainian realities, and how we can work with that, how we should work with that in your point of view? Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this discussion, because definitely this discussion is important, and I'm really grateful to the previous speakers as well, because they are also trying to find the reasons, to think of those reasons. The colleagues, the members of parliament, they're trying to think of why all of the things that have been planned, that have been developed in a certain way, the concepts, plans, strategies, even laws, why they do not work properly. And I do believe that we have to understand the certain time period we are currently in. We have tried throughout the recent years, we have tried to copy or to duplicate, to replicate maybe the experiences. Since the time of the independence, we tried to replicate those practices and solutions that proved to be effective in the European Union or in the European Council countries, or that were the best practices that we could see. And it's very good that they have these practices in place. It's very good that we're learning from those practices, but it's very important for us to know our own experience as well, and to develop this certain pathway that we are into right now. Because I do believe that this certain philosophy of dividing the public service and, let us say, the pure politics, it took some time for those countries to acknowledge that as well. So they face some certain problems. They've understood that they need to make the public service or the state service separated from the politics. It has to be protected so that people would not rely from the political changes and political figures. So they had enough arguments to do that. Right now, for us, we do not have enough reasoning in the society. So that's why it's not accepted by the society yet. We're taking those practices, we're getting the best formulas, we're trying to start the competition, but it doesn't live in. Not just because we are bad and some people are good, but it's just that we're trying to grow to this understanding. So, we're taking our own bruises in the development of the public administration in order to understand that it is a value for us. So that is why we're lagging behind. So we have the concept, we even have the law in place about the competition, but then moments and the competitions do not work. Or we have stated in the law that this public administration that have to be protected from being fired, but right now we have the restructurization of the ministry and fired everyone because we need to fire everyone. So basically we're fooling ourselves. We're writing some certain norms in the laws in order to find some certain ways to avoid those laws and avoid those norms. So we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to find the middle. We have to find the compromise. So basically, we need to find what can we do more, not to turn all of the rules and regulations to absolute. If we have seen that they have been effective in other countries, we should not just consider it because we have to do that, but we have to have a clear understanding that it would be useful for us. So, okay, you're mostly speaking about the evolution. You think that we have to stick to the evolutionary notion. So, how we can do that? So, how can we find what can be adapted to the Ukrainian experience or replicated in the Ukrainian appearance? Or do you speak about the revolution of the public administration? No, I actually want us to be honest to ourselves. So why are we always ashamed in front of ourselves or in front of other people? We're always trying to trick other people and we're always trying to trick ourselves. So sometimes when people that are changing legislation and introducing certain norms, they're already starting to think how they're going to avoid those norms. And I have seen that when the legislation on the public service have been approved in 2015. And I have seen how the people that used to implement this law, they have been thinking of how they're going to avoid the norms of that law. And I do believe that this is the biggest problem for ourselves right now. Let us identify what is the main value for us. What is the main value of the state service? That's number one. And another thing that I wanted to mention as well, which is very important, we're not going to build high-quality public administration unless we're going to build high-quality public institutions, because the public service is the derivative from the political institutions, because the public service are the people who are responsible for the implementation of the directives of the president, premier, or the members of parliament. And if those political institutions, they are bad, they are the ugly ducklings themselves. If they cannot perform their functions in the best, thus they will product those malfunctioning public administration. Okay, the representatives of malfunctioning institutions. It's not like personally to you, but it's about the institutions itself. But if you would like to comment upon that, Alena, Alexander, please, would you like, as the representatives of these institutions, whether it is important? Well, you can provide us the amendments in the framework of your oppositional activities. I can just comment it briefly that yes, so we can hear you right now, please. So I would fully agree to what Oksana has said, that we have already discussed it in the format of values, and so we would discuss it as that, have this deep discussions of how it is interconnected, the politics and the public administration, or vice versa. I'm not sure that this order is right, because I believe that the more we will build those dependencies from the state service that has to be independent, an independent institution, independent from the political story, then we will never get out of this vicious circle. So maybe it is the way that the anti-corruptional bodies has taken to. I think that we have to study these cases as well, because basically they have been very effective. They have shown very effective on the work of the mid and the lower range for the National Anti-Corruption Agency and the SAP, the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. But basically, from the very beginning of their creation, they have been independent from the political influence through the international commissions. Yes, the public officers are working in those institutions on the lower level, but the main executives, they are completely independent from the public service. So maybe there is a way to keep on going on as well, because, like, for example, the government has changed, but the detectives of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, they still work quite effectively. And on the overall increasing of the political culture, and we're really grateful for the previous parliament for the reform of the certain reform for the political parties and the public budgeting and the public finance of the political parties. But we believe that we're going to be developing the new law on the political parties. We're going to be discussing it with our colleagues so that we would amend this political components as well. But getting back to the discussion on creating this image of the employer, so basically, Alona is also speaking about that the brand of the employer, it's a very narrow term right now, and but this is the best term for us, not just to get into the deeper discussions, to let us just call it the employment brand, the employer's brand for the state service and the public service. So I do believe it includes all of it. It includes all of it, whether it's attractive or not, because, and after this, because we can discuss why. So we can discuss these reasons why it makes attractive or no. I do believe that mostly it's because that it's not an attractive place to work based on the conditions. But I wouldn't have been that strict about the devaluation of the work, because we have some examples, the successful cases and good examples of the people who work there. For example, the Prozoro projects, or like the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the like different anti-corruption bodies. At their moments of time, they have been quite popular place to working, to have an internship, to use your skills, and it has been very good for the career development overall. And the directorates in the Cabinet of Ministries, they used to be the good working places as well, until the ministry got it into their bureaucratic control. That we should have fight in some way, but Mr. Krushko, in his discussion of the third part of the strategy that is called the reform of the governmental machine overall, he said the right thing, that until the government has to reform itself, then, the perspective of these reforms are not really good, because it's really hard to reform oneself. As that, like, Parliament cannot change its regulations, its charter in the last 30 years. So those are very complex things to happen. And I do believe that from what I have seen and what are the cases out of this situation, so maybe we will have to support the ask for our support of our partners, and we have to ask some support from both the consultation advice and some maybe technical support. And the office of the Cabinet of Ministries should be reformed by the Cabinet of Ministries itself, more than it is being done now. So right now there are certain working moments that have to be considered as well. This is just my point of view. Yes, Alona, are you here still with us? What can you comment upon the politicization of the reforms, and whether there has to be the reform of the political institution first and then the public administration? And speaking about this brand, can it be the factors of evaluation whether the reform has been successful or no? But I do believe that the same thing can be done for the overall the public administration. It is the reform of the reforms, and if the people will feel the change, then they will understand that basically the public administration is the good sphere to join. So maybe that's not a question just to the communication, but the overall general question of the image. Alona, can you hear us? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, so We do have the really good discussion. I do agree to many things that have been said, but let us get back to this overall issue. Why should we reform it all? The first thing that I've said, there was have been some chaos and we have to resolve some issues because the people, they have to understand that, the public offices that don't exist in the vacuum. They have been created for the resolution of some certain problems. So you cannot just come and say, let us fire all of the 300 or 200,000 public officers and politicians and we will live the best life of ours. I do believe that we all understand that the state machine, the public administration has to be there because we will not be able to resolve any of the crises. And the COVID has shown that the lack of the public management, the free market could never resolve these problems of the pandemic or the international relations, so on and so forth. So the state has to intervene and resolve those issues. The second issue that is basically the manual management, the manual governance of the country. When the system doesn't work, and Kornienko has said that all of the public officials have changed, so basically that is called the manual governance. So when one person changes and changes everyone, is trying to manually rule the whole region or the whole country. It doesn't work in this big country as Ukraine is. For example, when I'm talking to my colleagues with Estonia, maybe it works in Estonia, but even Estonia has got into the transformational processes. So it's chaos, we don't have enough people, the manual management, and we don't have the policy makers. This is the thing that we didn't manage to do. We didn't try to do the policy making. Again, the politics. The politics, as an example of the coronavirus, to develop the policies for the resolution of the certain problem. How UK does. So there is the coronavirus. We engaged all of the different scientific institutions, give us the risks, give us the plan A, plan B, plan C, analyze what kind of plan is the better, and with a political decision, we will implement one of those plans. How it's being done, I write the deputy's inquiry. Why did we do this first lockdown? And they said, just because we wanted. We didn't have the data, we didn't have the risk analysis, we didn't have the understanding of the risks, we didn't have the calculations of what will happen as a result of this lockdown. We just put this lockdown because we didn't know what to do. And we don't have this policy making. That's a real problem. But now getting back to your question. So yes, we have got into the parliament in 2014. The half of its law didn't work. We were not able to divide the state service and public administration. That's what Oksana has said, and the politics. I do believe that we didn't even have a chance to do that. Then we had the servants of the people, the 1st of September 2019, that they have said that we would like to get those people without competition and fire all of the all of the old ones because they're bad. And they've had these political firings. Now they have a startup country. A year after that, we got back to the competition systems and to the normal procedure of firing because you work badly, but not because the new leader has come. So they come back to this idea and they've said that the plan has been right, but the implementation has been wrong. Then the lockdowns. We have taken down all of the competitions for the public service, and they said they were going to appoint people without the public service, and then because of the lockdown, and we're going to work better. It didn't work out. The different political groups have lobbied the different positions of people, so they've had this 5 or 6 officers, the heads of different services for 6 times. So, for example, the head of the customs service has been changed 6 times this year. So it was really hard to divide the politics and the public service. And Mr. Kornienko understands that these actions, they take away the trust. And I would like to explain you why it is very important. There is some devaluation of the public officers' work. There is the hatred towards the public officers. There is the low level of salary. We are trying to get people to work to the directorate or to the public services. They get into the competition. They're coming from the academy or from the businesses, and they're getting prepared. They have the second or the third position to the competition. After that, this person will never get to this competition once again. So I slightly disagree with Oksana in this position. Yes, we need to change the political culture. Yes, we need to build up the political parties. But why are we still doing that? We're going to lose all of the resources that we have, all of the human resources, and we'll lose the desire for the people to change the country. So we need to have this minimum standards. So without the competition, without the selection, not a single person will get to the public administration. And it's not just about the category A governance, but it's also about the governors over all of the regions. We've had this head of the administration when, for example, the governor of the region doesn't speak Ukrainian. But they should not get to the second stage of the competition. They should not be the governance is going to be appointed by the president if they didn't pass the Constitution of Ukraine test or they didn't pass the Ukrainian language test. They have to get prepared, and then the president and the political parties are going to be choosing their candidates from the broader circle of people. Yes, there's definitely going to be the political appointments, but those political appointments will be better than what we have now, because right now we're just being choosing the person that has to take the certain position. If we will not switch to that, to the transparency of the people being chosen to the political position, and requiring their professional capacities to that, we'll see people going through this chaos. And there's one last thing that I wanted to say, if I may. So, I've asked myself a question whether this story, whether this competition is the right thing. So basically, we don't have those competition right now in place. Well, we had it for a couple of months during the Groisman's government, so that it was all very inspired of that. Right now, we do not have that. So I had a question for myself: should we have on the political appointments, but take away the competition? But right now, I understand the political appointments is war of everyone against everyone, and every political party, every political leader are going to cope for their political appointments, and they're killing out the competitors. It ruins the whole sphere, from the forest industry to the customs, where there has been the change of the main executive 6 times. So this is actually that really kills out the story. That there are two only moments how you get into the public administration. It's either the interview and then the political appointment. This is the story from the UK, when they only get people to the public services only if they knew their parents. Or the Chinese systems for the Ming dynasty that Ost-Ind Corporation has implemented to the Europe, when there has been the competition, the knowledge of the Chinese legislation, and very strict conditions of work. So we actually tried to get this Chinese system that it has been implemented and mixed up with this British political, aristocratic political system. But if we will not be able to guarantee when the person really likes to work in the political service, that they will get into it, that they will have a chance to work with that, then we'll have no trust to that. And people will not going to go to the public service in a year or in a 5, and wherever they're going to be invited. So there's a lot of questions and a lot of issues about that, and it's much easier to be said than done, and I understand that. But it all starts with the top. And why I would say, because it all starts with the heads. Yes, I completely agree to what Alona has said in this situation. And just to continue with this thought that everything starts from the top, then we can get even deeper. So why? What is the reason for that? Because Alona has said that the lack of the high quality public service brings up the chaos, the lack of policies. But there's always some people who are interested in that. And maybe there can be a separate discussion subject, but both the political system in Ukraine and the systems of the public administration and the state administration, the state governments in Ukraine, they are all the victims of the oligarchic system of the public management that has been built at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s in Ukraine, when through the monopoly of the government, we didn't have this division for the governments for good and bad, but after we have approved the constitutions, we just didn't have it. The President Kuchma has built the monopoly of governance for himself. Then he has built some certain space for the development of the oligarchic monopolies, those financial groups that have now turned to be the oligarchic monopolies. He given them the opportunities to monopolize the media. They have built their own political clans. Then they give them the opportunities to restore it in the Ukrainian political system. But basically, the politics is what Alona is talking about. This politics is not directed to the public interest of the Ukrainians. It is directed to the private interest of the monopolies that are controlling the political system. And just what I believe is very good, that is basically that now we have the second political cycle when we've started to talk about that, because in 2014 that was a topic that has been tabooed. And right now, when we should not do the crusades right now, but we should think on how are we going to pass this period of our history, and how are we, because we know that this is oligarchical system is not effective. It's basically And we have to think of how should we get out that and how should we work with the public interest. Thank you.
So it looks like, okay, we agree that we have politicized public administration and politicized services. We don't like it. We want to depoliticize it, but we cannot do it. We didn't know how to do it. We are in the process. So, okay, Ms. Alona mentioned for so many times the experience of Great Britain, and we have also Great Britain with us today, you know. So, Ms. Sana, please tell me, can we actually build an institution without involvement of this dependence or this conflict? Can we actually settle it in such a way for the final consumer of state services and beneficiary of all the policies to get certain benefit, but not to suffer from conflicts or from these highly bureaucratized technocratic institutions? So do you have any comments? Do you have any comments? Anna, please tell something. A little bit louder, because unfortunately the sound is very poor. A little bit more. You just need to tell something because I don't understand. Yes, so you have very interesting questions concerning the public service. Well, I cannot tell you how to build fully effective public service, but public service must always be impartial, objective, and transparent. As Alexander told us, public service is a huge instrument. It means that there are a lot of people in the structure, and we cannot we cannot state that all of them are corrupted, of course, and politicized. We speak about appointments. When we speak about the appointments in public service, we do not speak about managers and leaders. So we have different approaches here, and Ms. Alona also mentioned that. We have approaches where they simply take professional officials. The system that we have the current system that we have in Great Britain, the idea is that public service must be a backbone for politicians, a skeleton. And the politicians that are appointed, they are motivated with their aims, they are highly motivated with their promises because they were elected by people. And mostly, well, politicians are not trying to get their own benefit. So they do not need to use, politicians do not need to use the public service in such a way as a bridge to get some new competences. And this is a very effective system because we need to have the trust. There must be trust between politicians, state officials, managers of public service, and there is a certain institutional function. For example, if a politician moves in a direction which can be supported by the public service because it's politically motivated, but because according to their forecast this is a failure, there is a chance for the public service to say no and take this responsibility away, get rid of it. We have this institutionalization of these processes, responsibility of public service, and we have cases when public officials at leading positions, they bear no responsibility for the implementation of the policies. We have other systems as well. Not all the countries must be like Great Britain anyway, because the Great Britain, the experience, the British experience is has been accumulated, as we say, for centuries. So this is not something that we can just incorporate when we give bigger salaries or organize competitions. I don't know. Other countries have other systems, and these systems are operative as well. And research shows us that public service works in the most effective way, where we have stable, sustainable relationship between public service and politicians. Stability is the key. So in Ukraine, we speak about the quality of public service. Yes. When we speak about the policy development function, it was not fully institutionalized. It was not properly structured within the 90s. We have some institutional memory and how to run the public service, how to manage it, and we have a problem. Public service does not have like technical capacity or political will, and to tell the ministers or other state authorities that these policy drafts are absolutely inefficient, so analyze the risks, offer us, like we have the lockdown example. So still it's a risk for the state official and you're against the political leadership, or if a manager, if a leader is taking responsibility for offering alternatives. So maybe there is no such space, there is not enough space to consult with the public service in such a way and get high quality material from the public service as well on what are the risks, how we control the risks, and so on. The question here is that we definitely need to improve the situation for the public officials to present better quality, to perform better. So I fully agree that we need reforms. Yes, we have certain progress already. We have the competitions presented, introduced, and as Alexander mentioned, these celebrity public service leaders trying to transform the image of public service, but the balance between the political, the balance between the politicians and public service, it's quite a thin line. It's a very thin line there. Just two key reforms I'd like to mention. First one, the reform of the state secretaries in 2011, in 2001, I'm sorry. And this reform was basically aimed at strengthening the implementation. There was a political idea that we have a problem with the public service, and it's the incapacity to implement the policies. The orders are not enforced. It's really hard to coordinate the implementation of policies, and because of that, we need to establish the position of a state secretary. We know what happened. So the state secretaries were competing with ministers, and the idea was okay. It potentially could be an effective one, but we didn't have this political culture actually for someone to accompany the minister on how to implement the policy. So simply to delineate, to understand where is the will of the minister to implement the policy and where is the state secretary. So a lot of articles we do have on this topic. I do recommend you to read the article of Mr. Balabushko from the World Bank. He actually told why this reform was a failure. And he actually explained that sometimes the reform implementation is not the best way. We need to work from the inside to push the evolution. We speak about the policy implementation, not just to, okay, this is the position of the state secretary, take it, appoint people, they will implement, that will be good. And the same logic we have with the directorate reforms that was launched in 2015-2016. It was also built on the same principle, separating the strategy and implementation. So in the first option with the state secretaries, we concentrated on implementation, and we told that, yes, the problems of the public service, this is the implementation problem. But here we say that the problem of public service is the incapacity to draft the policy. And what actually happened? Okay, so we can see that actually the public service is much more complex. And if we speak with the speak to the experts of directorates, they will tell you, if you do, that it was really hard to understand where this borderline is between implementation of policies and development of policies. And this borderline is an imaginary one. And many depended on the initiative and the ability to work. In certain understanding, the reform was beneficial, of course. We were able to involve better people, more professional people with a status inside the ministry. In some cases, the average officials did not want to cooperate with them, and this was a problem because it negatively affected implementation. But, you know, this focus that we had, that truly in the public service we need to develop the function of policy making, it was a correct one. Of course, I agree. And many changes were rooted out of this reform. So I do think that we need, again, to claim that, yes, we had success stories, we had positive cases, and it's really important to understand that, yes, when we talk about the directorate reform, what is the meaning of political appointment? On the one hand, we have a ministry where the minister clearly took a team believing, having faith in his reforms, in his actions, because the minister already had a vision, a priority, and that's how he selected the team. Yes, this is a political appointment. In other cases, in other ministries, we had a competition, we had criteria, and the best candidate was appointed. So some directorates were established as offices of reforms for the specific minister. And some directorates worked as a public service and dealt with any policies they deemed feasible, like strategic documents designed for the minister, where there was a political interest of minister and other political stakeholders. And what is interesting, we cannot tell you about the balance between the political positions in public service and non-political without the change of power. When we had this power change in some ministries, like Alona mentioned, the majority of people left, or they were forced to leave due to a certain reason, because they renamed their positions or other kind of pressure. In some directorates, we had some specialists, professionals, they're still there, which worked there previously. And again, the political appointment issue is about values, individual values for each person. And I think it positively affected the reform. And we can see that 2 years after we changed the power, some of the reforms are still ongoing. We have certain progress. And again, because we had certain officials who managed to stay, who were flexible enough to leave, or they had this faith in reform, even within the previous government, it was enough for them to stay enthusiastic and continue working. We talk about separate cases, individual cases. It's not about the whole structure of the public service, which is enormous. But again, I agree with all other speakers. This is really important, how it's settled at the top, on the ministerial level, depending on who is the leader. If we can see the succession in the public service, high-quality professionals, competent professionals, if they can stay and accumulate the knowledge, the expertise, and transfer the expertise of the previous reforms, this is important. And this is already a progress and achievement at this stage, and we need to develop this reform in future, not just the directorate reform, but the transparent competition reform for the public service. Reform of policy drafting within the public service. The opportunity, the chance to refuse, to deny if political leaders' opinions or proposals are not efficient. As Alexander mentioned, on the other hand, we need to have this, at least interesting projects, simplifying the administrative services. And we have so many great examples here, like all the countries of Eastern Europe, even Central Asia. They have these one-stop shops, as we have it in Ukraine right now. So all countries around the world, they launch these procurement reforms, transparent procurement mechanisms like Prozoro. So we have reforms which are quite sexy for the consumers, for the citizens, something that is visible, something that is obvious. And we need to focus on them as well, because one thing is happening inside the ministry, what politicians, what leaders do recognize, if there are any changes that we need to have in the public service. But for citizens, still, we need to have some visible, clear changes, shifts. And we have these shifts. The e-governance progress is not just an illusion, a dream, something. It's not just the invention of Ukraine. Still, but we need to continue the reforms on simplification of services, on mitigating the bureaucratization where it's possible.
And we should as well try to mitigate the corruptional risks, but those projects are definitely going to be always supported by the population. It's going to be basically understood by the population. They will see the influence of those processes for the final services. So there's one thing that does not contradict one another. So we have to work on those projects that will generate the support of the population, and that will be clear. But we should still continue working on the systematic reform of the state service. That is going to be a very important way of that has been processed in 2015 and in other new strategies. Yeah, thank you very much for having this very optimistic point of view. And thank you very much for having this really optimistic comparisons that a lot of things have already been done, but it's always not enough. That's a good news for us. But also thank you very much for reminding that the public governance the public administration has to grow up, but because it doesn't follow the constant change, it doesn't have enough time for this political implementation, but there's still definitely going to be some new policies that are going to be implemented, the policies that we have voted for. We cannot have a separate regional public administration. But I would like to ask all of our audience to please pose your questions in the chat. But we have a question to Oksana from Oleg. Oksana, you have spoken about the society a lot. And what are the mechanisms for the social influence for the government? And what do you believe are the most effective? Beautiful question. And society is our society is the father and the mother of the authority. So in the way that the society upbrings the authority, that's the authority will be. So both the political authorities and bureaucratic authorities. So why have I spoken about the bureaucratic authority as a derivative from the political authorities? Because the politicians are going to make the decision of how the competition for the National Anti-Corruption Bureau is going to be held. So you have given us an example that the Anti-Corruption Bureau was effective, but it's just happened because at some certain moment of time the politicians got together, they have decided they would like to do that. How the politicians are being made? They're coming from people, from the society. This is the first and the most effective case of to guarantee, to influence, to control the quality on what you have in your state is the elections. Elections, we have to understand this moment that my vote in this bulletin that I throw into the voting bank is actually requires what kind of service I will receive then in the administrative center, the quality of the roads, that my treatment in my hospital. It will all depend on the vote that I provide. That is the most important connection that we have to establish. And as my grandmother used to say, I'm going to vote for this guy because he's pretty, then if we're going to be continuing voting based on that, then we should not expect that we will receive the good quality service in the end. We will not have the good MP or the good public service or the good service at all in the end. So if we will continue speaking about these issues of chicken and egg, then basically it all turns out to that the very beginning of the high-quality public service, of high-quality politics, is the desire of the society to choose the high quality professional governance. So we have to, we have to grow up together. Yes, we're turning into the therapeutical session here. So what we also should be tending to. So I have another question to Mr. Kornienko from our audience on the examples that you have provided. We like the example of Mr. Kornienko about the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, but the system has changed, but the Bureau has been working as it used to work. What do you think? What are the measures that are influencing the work of the Bureau? And please, if you'll have any feedback from what you have heard from Anna, from Oksana, from anyone on what has already been done. But try to be a little bit louder. Can you hear? Yes, please try to speak louder. This is one topic, so basically we're turning from one thing to another. Let me try to answer the question, because it's not just a political question, it's just an organizational question as well. Why the government of Mr. Goncharuk wanted to fire everyone? This is a very basic foundational question. They wanted to fire everyone because on the level of life of a person in a small town, in a district, in a region, the head of the land cadaster is a corruptioner. Without the courts, without the prosecution, the head of for example, like forest administration, he's also a corruptioner. That's for sure. The head of the services as well is a corruptioner. So I'm not saying that this is the right thing to be done, but I'm just saying how it is in reality. So the public service at the middle levels, and especially the one that are having some resource controls, It's a very attractive career that can be built. Yes, but from the side of the voters, it's not a very nice story. That's what Oksana has said as well. So we have these voters who are going to be influencing the politicians as well. So in my opinion, we've had this little bit of romanticized try out from Mr. Goncharuk government, by the way, that has been regulated by Mr. Starodubtsev, who currently works in the ACP. So what I mean by that, that if we are not going to improve that in all of those selections, if we're not going to improve the integrity of it, then it's going to be continued like that for many, many years to come. So it's going to be running in circles. We're going to be moving in circles. So we have started a very simple things in the commission of the High Court. So I'm going to give you a story of it. We had one of the members of the commission. They are providing the questions for the Integrity Commission. So we have in this declaration, and we're setting out a very specific question for the candidate. So, okay, guys, you have 3 cars, 10 apartments, and you have never been working a day except for the state service. How is it possible? And your wife has been in the state service as well. But there's like the mother of the wife has all of the money. I'm not saying that this person has a corruptional risks in that. So let the NACP working with that. But its integrity issue is not about the declaration itself, but it's also treating them public service, but as a service provision function, but not with a function to become richer for themselves. Those are the principles and those are ideas that have been included while we have been developing and designing the anti-corruptional bodies together with our partners. That is why our anti-corruptional bodies have the political integrity and have the political sustainability. They work in a better way. They don't have this impact that we've had from the Soviet law enforcement system when everyone is trying to provide the support to one another. Unfortunately, the whole service has not been projected by our international partners at the very beginning of the 90s. It doesn't exist like that. We just had the legacy of the Soviet Union then. And what we now see that everything that has been created with the help of the international community inside of the state service, the state secretary system, the directorates, is getting slightly better. And if we're going to be continuing contacting with our partner and keep on doing that overall, it will work better. We've had in our committee the hearings on the issues of the professional education for the public servants, first of all. If we have invited the colleagues from the Irish state government school and from the Latvian colleagues as well, they are the member of our board of the Ukrainian governance school. And we've had the colleagues from Zena from France on the teaching the state officials. And when we have invited them, we have listened to them, we have considered their experience, and we have understood that there's a lot of things that we have to do still, even about that. And I just wanted to say that in the recent 2 years, we have been demonizing the external management. Like there are some people who are managing us and they even call names. I'm very critical about that. And I do believe that we have to consider the international experience and use it as much as possible to avoid the mistakes that have been already used by our colleagues before, and in order to use the right principles as well. So, but answering the questions about the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the more whether you set in, where you're creating the Prozor, where you're creating the supervisory board of the public enterprise, whether this anti-corruption bureau, or whatever there is, the more tools you're setting out, the more tools for institutional capacities you set out, and independence on the other side, independence from everyone, and just not from the society that indirectly influences the overall. So they're doing this politics, but the politicians do not do this legislation in vacuum. They're doing it according to the demand from the society. So the more we will have the independence and institutional capacities, because basically we need to have it, then the institutions will be working in a better way. I can tell you what we now care about, what we are working with, and what are we going to be working afterwards. So basically, this is the reform of the decentralization, and we're switching from the state administration to the prefectures level. Now, the changes to the constitution is a long period, of course, but we are going to be providing the new legislation on the state administrations. We're going to start the different ranging for the state servants that are working in the local and the regional administrations, and we do believe that it will help us to institutionalize and to make our executive branch of authorities less dependent on the political points of view and the political processes. Unfortunately, they're still in the constitution, but we have to consider how we can avoid the political moments in this appointment. So thank you very much for this discussion. I have to go to the subcommittee on, by the way, the draft law on state service. Yes, okay, so we will let you go. We hope that it was a very interesting discussion for you as well. So give our greetings to the committee. Okay, I hope that, Alona, you're not leaving for this subcommittee. You're staying with us. Can you please comment on what do you think about what you have heard, and what do you think about whether this tolerance to mistakes and this administrating approach is important? Maybe because there's going to be the costly tolerance for all of us. Can we have Alona connected? Because I know that you wanted to comment about what you have heard as well. We can't hear you. Alona, we can't hear you, but we can hear the room in the parliament. And still can't hear you. Something is wrong. We can't hear you. And unfortunately, we're not that fluent lips reader. So, Alona, please stop for a second. We can't hear you. There's no sound. So you were not able to hear me? No, we didn't hear anything what you've said. So, okay, we are aiming for the better state governance. What is that? So it's about how we can spend less money of the Ukrainian population, because the people of Ukraine are supporting the state service with their taxes, and how to resolve those issues in a different way. How can we then allocate the money of the Ukrainians? How should we allocate it to the army, to the pensions, but not to the state body, so they would finance some kind of corruptioners? So those are the decisions that the state public officers, they have to resolve. But basically, that is something that costs us a lot, and the destinies of and the lives of people. But there is a question of what should we do, because there's nothing better than the competition for the position. But the competition for the position does not work in the right way, because there's no unified rules that every government approves. If the NACP managed to do that because they've had the rules under the legislation, so even when the NACP management is changing, then, the NACP new management comes and they cannot appoint the people who were not past the international psychological test that the NACP has to pass through, or the knowledge of the anti-corruption legislation. But what we have then it's all open. It's quite clear. We have a candidate, a nominee for the governor of the region, and the bad president, every president would like to have the person who can trust at this position, or the person who would like to change something with the authoritative hand. And all of the president, except maybe for Mr. Yushchenko, but that's a very different question. So every president says, I would like to have this person as some put there. And but the person says, like, that governor does not know Ukrainian. And the conditional president said they don't speak Ukrainian, that they will resolve the problems of the regions. Or they're not qualified for the position. They're not qualified with the knowledge of the constitution, but they will resolve the problems of the regions. You cannot even imagine how many times I was told like that. This person will not pass the test, and this person doesn't know how to write in Ukrainian. They're even in the Lugansk region, but this guy is great. So we have to have the rules to take out all of these rules. The good guy, if he doesn't know Ukrainian, he will never be the head of the region. If he will never pass the test on the knowledge of the legislation, if he will not pass the integrity test, there are some issues for his declaration in the last 10 years of the public service. And we have he has been the public servant and there are 10 millions of cash in his declaration. So we will not have this question rising. So we will be able to choose from the best of people. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen right now. But it is something that has to be done. Then, the unified rules, but there are some things that we have to start with. When the government changed, we need to check out how the previous government has been working, but we cannot say that everyone has been bad corruptionists or everyone has been great and fluffy. So we are always changing this conflicts with the coalition and opposition. I have seen these moments when the heads of the executive bodies have come up when they have been appointed by the other political series. Like, for example, everyone from the political party of regions, then the Poroshenko came and he has appointed everyone from his office. So does it mean that this person should fire everyone because they work with the people from the party of regions? I remember the story when the heads of the regions, they have said, yes, I want to fire them all because they have been working with the criminal power of Yanukovych. But the smart people, they never fired the people from their financial department because there's no one ever who will know better the finances of this specific location, but not the lady who has worked there for 50 years. And if you will fire her, you will not be able to store the needed amount of products for this location for the year. But there might be, on the other hand, maybe she has been a corruptioner throughout all of these years. We should not just give it to the chance. We should give it to the rules. And this is what Anna Belarus has said. We have to have the sustainable relations between the public authorities, the public servants, and the politics. We cannot leave it to chance that there will definitely be the good man coming up and they will evaluate that this lady from the financial departments know everything and I will keep her here. But the head of the educational department has been a corruptioner and I will fire that person. We have to have the competition, we have to have the qualification conditions, we have to have the historical sustainability as well. The final thing, Anna Belarus has said, can the public officers can be independent? Well, it is a utopical point of view. We cannot be independent from the political point of view because we all rely on the political vision of our executives. There can be the liberal market, there can be localization, there can be all of the new people coming as Zelensky did, there can be all of the professional people as we're currently starting to do. But again, personally, the Parliament of Ukraine, the Justice Department of the Parliament of Ukraine has not been changed for 25 years. It's a very professional person. I do remember still from the previous parliament, for every draft law there has been the legal conclusion, the legal report for the legal report for every draft law. Should we read it? Some people do not read it, but I read it all the time. Should we consider it when we're voting? Yes, the normal members of parliament should have been considered that as well. But should they provide us the independent report that this legislation has certain risks? Yes, because this is about the state government. And there is hope that we will read it out, we will voice it out in the room, and then we will not vote for this malware legislation. And if you remember, when Poroshenko has been the president, when we've had the bad reports on the legal department of the Parliament of Ukraine, we had the bad reports and they said, like, how can you do the bad reports for the legislation offered by the president? You should give the good, positive report. And that was very bad for the public administration and public servants because they were afraid that they will not be able to express their point of view freely. And right now we've got to this idea that there are negative reports for this legislation. Do they vote after that? They vote for that. Did the bad draft laws have been stopped by the negative and the bad reports of the legal department of the parliament? Yes, they did. This is about the policy making when the public administrators and public officers, they are independent because they provide independent political point of view because they are aware of this fear. Whether the politician will consider this point of view, it's up to them.
So, Ms. Alona, it was really nice that you brought it again to the taxpayers' money. Okay, and we want to remind you that we do not discuss something in a vacuum, something you cannot affect, but something that depends on you directly, and you, first of all, must be interested where your money does go. So, again, I go to questions. I encourage you to leave more questions. Okay, so 15 minutes for discussion, and if some questions will be still there, we'll ask them personally and publish them on the Vox. So leave your questions. So a question to Ms. Oksana right now. So what do we need to do to come from the political projects to actual political parties, which will continue creating this perfect picture of the world, implementing the policy, fulfilling all the promises to have this time resource, so extra space to implement. The public service will have time to implement the policies and then we'll get the results. So yes, this is a very good question for it's $1 million question actually. So I would say that we need to take a look. Let's take a look at the reasons. Why do we have these political projects emerging? Why they are still dominating, but not the political parties representing the interests of citizens? And there we'll find the answer. So the first reason was the incorrect understanding of the ownership and the illegal, unfair access to natural resources. That's why we have monopolies. All the oligarchic monopolies emerged from it. It gave a rise to them when everything, huge enterprises were privatized, critical infrastructure objects, regional gas distributing networks, mining enterprises, energy sector. And these people got access to these natural resources, to big enterprises, big facilities, and they built their monopolies on it. So they did it by violating the ownership as a concept. It still deteriorated, and the draft law considered today in the parliament, and again, it deteriorates the ownership as it is right now, just when we talk, because here we talk about the deteriorated ownership, the right to land. The right to land is there. The access to ownership, access to natural resources. Where do we have the monopolies coming from? Unfair system of taxation, offshores. That's why we have to build the system of taxation in such a way for people who actually make money, get their incomes using Ukrainian resources, for them to pay taxes in Ukraine. This is the third item. Fourth item, monopoly for power, for authority. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I do apologize, but today we elect as a president, as a Harry Potter, who will, independently just take his magic wand out and try to do something, but the president has too little responsibility, too much power. So, the parliament has, the parliament is not fighting for one's rights. There is no representative functions. We need to change the balance of power in Ukraine. And because of these four reasons, if we settle these issues, we can go to another level of quality. We can talk about media, about political parties and control over media. But with these four key issues, ownership, access to natural resources, taxation, balance of power. So without people, it will never be reached. There is no leader, there is no group of people, a political movement or party with the best intentions. They simply are not capable of taking the power and just doing it without support of people, because people do think that we need to find a magician, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, whatever, so to do it. No. We need to have huge demand from the citizens. Only then we'll have these decisions made. And just briefly about this example that we discussed today, it's very good that we discuss it. National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Why was it able to happen? In 2014, there was a demand presented by, the top demand presented by people fighting corruption. That's what people wanted. Everyone came to power because they promised to fight corruption. You couldn't just deflect. But no, not many people know that the competition, they organized a fair, transparent competition for the management of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. President Poroshenko, after the competition, wanted the parliament to cancel the competition results because he had a director which simply couldn't be controlled. And only a couple of MPs said, no, this competition, we will protect it because this is the legitimacy of the process. The competition would be launched again, and maybe a more loyal person, loyal to president person, will actually get this position. So this is the chain reaction. You can see the demand of people. They wanted the corruption to be countered. They picked enough people in the parliament. They elected these people to stand for this decision at that very critical moment. Only in this way this will work. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Thank you. I do hope that you all made your notes, and we have still another 5 minutes. And as a moderator, I'll ask my question, but your questions related to competition. This will be a question for Ms. Alyushina to the next panel. Please stay with us. Ms. Anna Belous, we go to you, and Ms. Alona, Mr. Alexander, and Ms. Oksana, they told us all the quality of the public service. What are the markers, the indicators? What can tell us that we truly have this effective public service? What are the criteria? What are the indicators? A to-do list. For us to understand at least how to trace the program of the reform, we need to have this criteria there, the characteristics. Okay. Today was already mentioned. We mentioned the KPIs, the indicators given to each public servant, public official, to assess the quality, the performance. KPIs. Well, we have certain questions regarding KPIs because KPIs are not obvious. Who is setting the KPIs for public service? We have so many officials, we have so many public servants, and many of them, even in directorates, when it was only introduced, the majority of them set their own KPIs for themselves. So, of course, here we have these double incentives. It's not obvious. Basically, public officials are interested in putting these extra comfortable KPIs. Because we need to have very clear KPIs to understand what the progress is. There are so many people in the structure. Their functions are interrelated. And we cannot say that one person failed to perform because there wasn't enough efforts or there wasn't enough enthusiasm. Due to these KPIs, of course, this is a part of the way. But this is not just about everything. This is not the core element. We need to, again, think about how to implement the policy. This is crucial. The implementation of the policy on the vertical of power, this should be our priority. The politicians, for them to impact the final result. That's why we need to create these reform offices, separate ones, to use the existing directorates or reform offices in the ministries for the separate areas, actually to control the implementation coming from the top to bottom. This is an obvious priority. Then we will actually set specific goals for the final results. We cannot use it for all the policies. That's why we talk about specific units, structural units within the ministries, or separate units like agencies cooperating with ministries. So, for example, if a Minister of Education sets 2 or 3 goals, he or she tells where exactly the projects must be implemented. And quite often they are experimenting with the policy design. Different configuration of policy may be picked in different regions. It may be adaptable. And they may try to implement the priorities, political priorities they have today. And these political priorities must be specific because they may be traced. The activities of public service, mostly it's not that transparent. But if you want to manage the change from the top, as we mentioned, this is enough. This is just enough. We need to have certain types, we need to have certain visible results. So concerning KPIs, I can't say that I'm against this reform. A certain understanding of KPI is important. But then we need to specifically characterize what types of KPIs, how these affect the pay for performance, the surcharges, benefits to public servants. This must be transparent. So we need to know how the public service is performing, the data on public service, how much data we get, and the surveys, internal surveys for the public service. This is a very important tool, and I'm sure that in our national agency we use it, at least from time to time, occasionally, and maybe we need to create more specific surveys to talk to people, to analyze their opinions, to put it in a more practical area. Practical context, providing data to international organizations. For example, we have bureaucracy lab and the World Bank. They, in fact, they do what? What the public service, they want to know what public service is doing, how it actually affects the economic characteristics, who is paid with what, are there any mechanisms to regulate the performance. So to understand how effectively the public servants are performing, the workload, how loaded they are, if they are overloaded in different ministries. So they collect the data, and it's important for Ukraine to give the data, to provide it. We need to cooperate with OECD and other international organizations as well. And they, I guess, collect the biggest. They have the biggest database on public services, and we can see how transparent actually the public services, taking into account the society's opinion and the public servant's opinion. So different perspectives. We have so many leverages. There's so many ways to find out whether the quality of the public service is acceptable. We need to use the majority of it in certain format, using the in certain format. We need to use the KPIs. We need to try to focus on the delivery of service or service delivery. Launch the reforms which may be controlled. Yes. And to see how this implementation is affecting the life of each citizen. So we are coming to an end of this panel. This was really a very rich, intense panel. We had so many questions here. Something that not should be just declared, but something that requires control and monitoring. It's not just the responsibility of decision makers, but those who vote once per 5 years. You must fully recognize what you're doing. You must understand all the cause and effect relations. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do ask your questions. If we didn't have your questions right now during the conversation, we'll publish it later at VoxUkraine website. So I will announce the next panel, which starts at 12:30. We'll have a discussion for staff hunger, who the state is looking for, who they managed to find. And actually, we'll continue this discussion there, and it's really nice to present our music partner to you and a little piece of classical music to you. So we first try to understand what is what unites actually music and public administration. Both require harmony, synchronization. We want to have a perfect team, a dream team, not just a bowl of state institutions, slow and ineffective. But if we really want to have this harmony, we need to think about sustainability, succession of expertise. And with the next 10 minutes and during the whole day, you'll have these wonderful music breaks, the works of Ukrainian composers. So we'll have a team from Lviv Vivere. So please do not forget to come back at 12:30. Write your comments in the chat. So staff hunger is the next topic. Thank you.
So, dear friends, dear audience, we're pleased to welcome you at our conference on Modernization 2021. My name is Marina Bohun, and I am the head of the communication for the VoxUkraine analytical platform. I'm reading out your comments in the chat, and I enjoyed very much. Definitely, our musical break has been enjoyed by many, and we've enjoyed it as well. And I would like to introduce you with our music partner, Vivera String Quartet, Anna Bura, Dmitro Lisko violins, Maria Panchuk cello, and Dmitro Nikolaev cello. And this is the music that you're about to be listening today for our music breaks. But I had the great opportunity right now to introduce you with a very interesting panel discussion, the panel discussion that has been mentioned many times already in our previous discussions as well. So discussion of the overall lack of staff, well, who's the state is looking for and who we actually having in the end. We have been discussing this issue many times already. We know that this is one of the biggest problems for the fast modernization of our country. From the point of view of other people, some people say that there is no lack of professionals, especially it's being said by the politicians, it's being said by the Ukrainian universities that prepare the professionals. We know that the social elevators do not work sometimes, and it has already been mentioned in our first discussion. So what are the requirements for the candidates for the state? What are the barriers to enter the public service? What candidates are being searched for, and whether that is that easy to get from the corporate sector to public sector. What should the procedure should be for the competition, and whether those competitions have been effective or no. Is there the trust enough for the society for those competitions? There are a lot of questions for that. That is why I would like to welcome our next panel discussion. So please welcome the speakers today. Natalia Alyushina, the head of the National Agency of Public Service of Ukraine. Yulia Sienkiewicz, the producer, co-founder of Ukrainian Cinema Academy. Olena Baida, the acting director of the Directorate of Energy Market of Ministry of Energy. And in 2019-2020. Tatiana Tyshuk, the head of the Index for Monitoring of Reforms project from VoxUkraine. And of course, I'm going to pass the floor to the moderator of this panel. Please welcome Olena Boychenko, the Human Capital Consulting Leader at Deloitte Ukraine. So please do not forget to have your questions in the chat. We'll definitely go and voice them out to have the productive discussion. Yes, thank you, Marina. Thank you, Marina. Thank you for the introduction. And I do hope that this discussion is going to be good today. First of all, I hope that this discussion is going to be interesting for you, and we're really grateful for any kind of comments and questions coming from our audience. Then I do hope that as the result of our discussion today, we'll be able to find the decision today that will give us the opportunity to find the best ideas to improve the image of the public service, to build the brand of the public service as a very good employer. Maybe we'll have some ideas about improving some of the HR practices and procedures that are currently being used. So the guests of our panel discussions are very interesting for us. Like, why do I expect our discussion to be very good? Because we have the guests with very different experience, a previous experience, and the role that they're currently having. And they give us the opportunity to share those ideas and experience there is unique in this very specific combination. I think I will start with a question to Olena Baida. Olena, as far as I know, you have the experience of being a public servant and a public official, but you have worked not only in the public service. You have made this decision for yourself that it would be interesting for you to try yourself in the public service and public administration overall. But I would like to ask you a couple of questions, actually. So first of all, what has inspired you to go to the public service? What was the main motivation for your choice to turn to the public service, please? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Well, basically, I've turned to the public service not from the corporate sector. And before I have been participating in this competition for the public service, I have been the assistant of the member of the parliament. And before that, I had this experience of working in the corporate sector. So why have I made this choice from turning from the private sector to public sector? why did I decide to go to this shift? That was basically the wave of time, if I might say that. That was actually after the Revolution of Dignity. Well, we've had the rise in interest for this public policies overall, to the issues of reform and in what way we can get to the reforms going. And this moment I have become the assistant of the Member of Parliament. That is a very specific position, basically, because usually the MP's assistants, they work in very small teams. And if you would like to grow professionally, if you would like to bring your expertise, you'll understand at some certain stage that you should get to the broader team, to the bigger team, the team that will let you grow as well. And you should empower your expertise and broaden your expertise with the other spheres. I'm a lawyer working in energy efficiency sphere, but this sphere as well requires the good understanding of the technical moments. And it would be optimal for building the collaboration between lawyers, for example, and engineers. And you can only get this synergy when you're working in a ministry. And I have been participating in this first wave of those competitions for the state service, for these professionals in reform cases that happened in 2017. And that very moment I was applying for the position in the Ministry of Regional Development. And this competition has been very popular, I would say. There has been 2,700 applications provided for this position. You understand that there's not 2,700 candidates. That has been 648 candidates overall. But those are very good indicators. Why there were those indicators there? I do believe there are a couple of moments why is that so. First of all, there has been offered a very nice financial moments for the position in the state service. And on the other hand, there was the very big interest for the issues of the reforms and the issues of the state service overall. And there also had been the certain HR importance. You know that there are a couple of the big banks have been liquidated at this moment, and the employees of those banks, they have applied to those competitions as well. At that moment, there has been the 70 vacancies open, but unfortunately, not all of those have been covered. And basically, we might even say that in some way, we didn't fully use the window of the opportunities that has been created. Then later on, those competitions were held as well with less intensity, with less people being invited to those positions. And throughout the time, the overall amount of the professionals at those positions decreased. Yeah, so Olena, do I understand that the right way is that on one hand, you have got to this public service step by step, and you've started with the assistant of the Member of Parliament, and it was been the first example of your first connection to the work of the public officer, where you'll be able to understand what are the attractive sides of this work and what are the sides that have to be considered as well, and this financial component. And I believe that before the reforms, that was very attractive as well, and at least in your competition. And if we will think about that in two parts, and your expectations, how did you expect it, how it's going to be happening? The reality and your expectations, how it was, on the complexity of the procedure, the complexity of preparation, and basically what kind of knowledge, what kind of competences you should have, what kind of qualities, like personal qualities, are needed so to pass this competition, to pass this floor. Because as you have mentioned, so there has been quite complex, and there has been a lot of candidates and nominees, not just you. Well, yes, basically that has been slight difficulties of this first competition was because they didn't have enough information at that very stage. Yes, we have published, for example, the examples of the tests or the situational tasks. For the people who might not be aware of those topics, maybe I will just give a little bit of summary, because in order to get to the public service, you need to get to pass some certain test. And Some people presupposes they're providing some certain test for the verbal thinking or the digital thinking. There are some additional situational cases happening. There will be the situational tasks connected to the sphere of activities, the one that help you to evaluate the overall competences of the people. And the final was the interview. Later on, I would say that the stages have been combined, and I basically every new site was in the different days, and it was very logistically complex, and it has been happening in different days, and it wasn't clearly clear what to expect from the next stages of the competition. And we've had these Facebook groups combined between the candidates, and we wanted to exchange the information just to understand what to think next. So we've had this first manipulations that the competitions are non-transparent, non-fair, only the public officials are going to pass this competition. Like, I wasn't a public official before, no one has invited me to the ministry. That was my personal initiative. I've just considered one position there, and I would like to say that if you wish for that, you can pass this competition easily. But basically, those conversations are mostly being inspired by the people who didn't pass this competition. And many times, instead of actually understanding how can you improve your competences, it's much easier to say that the competition itself was non-transparent. But I cannot say for sure that all of the competitions have been held in a transparent way, of course. And we always can say that there are in the competitions for higher positions, for the position of the A category is the higher level of politicization than, for example, for the positions of the line near public service. Just to speak about the motivation, why you should go to the public service, I do believe what might be interesting for the young people is, first of all, the opportunity to deepen your competences. First of all, because you're collaborating with different professionals. And on the other hand, we have to say it truly, we do have a lot of support. We have the project for the EU field bar, so basically about the support in designing the policies. There are the separate initiatives that are working with the ministry. For example, the Ministry of the Regional Development has had a lot of support from the GIZ organization that has helped to develop the skills and competences in the certain directions. So that was a good opportunity to professionally grow in a faster pace. For the professionals in the reforms, I believe that the salaries are more or less close to the market salaries. Like, they shouldn't be they shouldn't absolutely meet the market expenses. We do understand that the public service is not the place that you go to earn money, but the salary has to be good as well. And we understand that there is also the internal motivation is being connected to the big change, to the big processes, to the big projects that will have the good results, not as an income of some separate company, but will have the overall social impact. Yes, thank you very much, Olana. Thank you very much for this structured list of the factors that, in your opinion, are important for the young professionals and they make the public service attractive for the young professionals. I wanted to mention the social capital factor as well, this network that you will have when you are working in the public service, whether it's changed, how it actually empowers you, your experience, your communication in the new environment, because I do believe that the corporate environment and this environment of the public service are different. Yes, of course, this network is going to be different. It's changing. It's very motivating issue. It's very dynamic overall. We don't have some kind of the organized community there. If you're a state officer, then let us be honest, you're basically communicating to the very limited amount of people on the issues of your everyday activity, most of all. But yes, there were some other conditions for the change of this environment. In the framework of the training for the reform professionals, we had this opportunity to talk to our colleagues from different ministries, and it has been done so that we will be able to build the horizontal connections, and those connections still work, and we still recall one another, communicate one another, and collaborate overall. And another moment to broaden your communication circle and to work more effectively with the colleagues from other ministries But of course, the educational problem for the public administration. So we know that well. That we've had the state programs as well. We've had the programs from the private university. I used to study in the Kiev School of Economy, and the first year of the public administration, I was able to join in different piloting projects. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olana. So basically, it looks like this. So your experience of that time has shown that the public service can be beneficial for the young people. Basically, and it gives you the very fast growth and very fast improvement of the competences, gives you the broader understanding of your social capital. It has more or less competitive salaries as well, but I do know that it's about the professionals and the reforms. This is a certain category. It's not applicable for all of the people. They might not be the public servants at all, according to the legislation. Oh, they are. Okay, they are. But in the same time, I believe that you might have seen some less attractive sides that might be frightening or at least less motivating for the young people to join the public service. If you had these observations, can you please share with us as well? Well, yes, of course. There is always the dark side of every moon. So basically, I just wanted to start with saying that there is always this issue of your career growth. So whether you are able to be moving on this career ladder. So there are two main approaches for structuring your own career growth. So the state service can be the career-based. So basically, when you are going through this test, when you're at the entry point to the public service, and then through in the framework of your ministry or according to the standards of the public service, you're offered some higher position later on. For us, there is a different story. Each position you are applying the new word, the new call. I understand what was the motivation behind this when the system has been built. So you are limiting some nepotism or putting your favorites into the position. You're trying to mitigate some of the political moments when, for example, you are transitioning one public servant to other field of work. But on the other hand, it means that it's really hard for you to plan the certain career development in the long-term perspective because of that. Because in order to grow, you will have to wait while someone from your colleagues will leave. What can be negative about that? And I do believe that there's something that might be very important for the young people, for the passionate young people. The public service is about administrative procedures most of all. Even though the directorates that have been supposed to be the analytical centers and data centers, you have to understand that it's not just the analytical work. You're going to be engaged mostly into the bureaucratic procedures, in preparing some certain reports, providing the documentation support, in writing letters for the social queries that might be less interesting, and it will bring you less motivation and feeling that you're doing some changes because basically you're only making some reports. Of course, at the higher level of the public service, it might be in a different way. The higher you go, the more political sense your position takes. So this is something that has been discussed at the panel 1 as well. So of course, when there's new minister coming, that's quite frequent. That's the positions has been changed, even though we have declared the new political neutrality for the state services. But this story exists. It's not a unique story only for Ukraine, because just before our discussion, I have read the research of our Slovak colleagues, and maybe there is, I don't know whether this kind of research is available for Ukraine as well, but we have analyzed in what way the state's officials are changing when the new minister comes. Around 30% of the officers of the highest level, the state secretaries, the head of departments, in our case, the heads of directorates, are not fired, are not changed. So the new minister comes, and of course they or she wants to influence the building of their team. That's okay. And if you go into the public service, then you have to understand that if the government changes, then there's definitely some of the turbulence is waiting for you. So based on the data of this research, that's going to be around 6-8 months after the new government or the new minister has come to the position. Yes, Olena, thank you very much for that. And those are very important factors, you know, the career planning, succession planning. That has been a very important building the culture of succession. I do agree that there's an important challenges not only for the Ukrainian state service, but I would like to engage Tatiana Tashuk to our conversation as well, because she has a very different experience, and her experience is interesting. Based on that, Tatiana has been working on the state service before 2014, and right now she's tracking the changes that have happened in the recent years. And of course, she would be able to share her opinions with us on the issues of the career growth, on the issues of entering the public service and becoming a public servant compared to the previous times before 2014, whether the story has become more open, more effective, first of all, and was there something positive about the previous years? Was there some positive experience that you have seen before and witnessed before that might have been helpful right now? Or you can only see the negatives? Tatiana, please, the floor is yours.
So, but your experience of the previous years of public service. So, I was also involved in the project EU for Pod. Olena mentioned this project. And in this project, we had this onboarding training launched for all the public servants, taking part successfully selected to the directorates by competitions when they started working within the first 2 months prior to their appointment, or within 2 first months, depending on the requirements of the selection procedure. So, from my experience, what I can say, up to the A category positions, we had no problems for active people who really wanted to develop their career in the public service, just to promote, to enter, to promote. The competitions were not that maybe fully transparent as we tried to make them when we started performing the public service in 2016, 2017. But Len also mentioned the category A positions, and of course, oh well, we had absolutely different story there. So I do not remember so many cases when we had these appointments. Almost every time these were politicized. I can give you just up to 5 maybe cases of appointments when it was fully merit-based. But, well, also what I wanted to mention. For people, especially for young people who come today and really want to enter the public service structure, and they used to come, for them, it was an interesting way to start their career, an interesting entry point, to be involved in such global tasks, especially when you are a freshman, a fresh graduate. You know, you have your first 2 or 3 years after this university, you start working. In business environment, nobody will let you actually touch any kind of project that somehow impacts the lives of millions of people. But public service, at a public service, you do have this opportunity to dive in and to become an agent of change. But Elena again mentioned the training, and yes, we are supported. We have a lot of technical assistance, and we always had it. It was always there. And it works like this. So if a person is fluent in English, or at least trying to learn English, or has a very strong wish, so involvement in projects where you need to solve problems and where international experts are involved, where we have the technical assistance, where there is an opportunity to go abroad and to just familiarize with the procedures, understand how it works from inside, you always can do it. It's always there. I think that comparing to corporate sector, comparing to business for the start of your career, especially, well, public service gives you loads of advantages. Well, I had some disadvantages, and of course we will still have these disadvantages. It's really hard to enter not the positions, let's say junior position. We speak about the junior position is something that's easy to enter, but the mid-level, well, becomes a little bit complicated. When we speak about the reform, we use as an example, we use the reform of 2016-2017. This is a very positive thing, because definitely so many new people, there was a flow of new people entering the public service, and those people who already were there were appointed. We had like half of them 50-50, and that was a very good balance between the freshmen and the experienced one, because for the acting public servants to go to a competition to enter the directorate, that was something heroic. That was like becoming a Spider-Man. You had to overcome this barrier because they had a chance to lose. They actually had a risk not to be selected. It was kind of risk, but still it was something like a gambling. But we had very strong and committed people entering. I cannot tell you that people that we had entering from the corporate sector, these were not weaker, these were not less competent than those whom we got from the acting positions, but we had people with 15-20 years experience in public service, and I do think that they are strong. They are truly strong, they're very competent. But Elena, she took a position as far as a consultant's position, and as we had so many positions there, a vast assortment, all the people who really wanted to enter, Elena was in the first wave, but we had, as far as I remember, we had 5 or 6 waves, and those who actually managed to, for those who had some patience to stay that from the 1st to the 5th wave, they already understood how to pass the exam. They already were so competent. They actually already had the chance to enter. For the directorate heads positions, I don't remember actually these people, accidental people. I don't remember anyone who had no cooperation, previous experience of cooperation in the ministry. We did not have those heads. You know, advisors, ministerial advisors mostly, or sometimes these were, how would you call them, department directors, and they actually were, they took the positions of directorate heads. It's not that bad, because directors' positions stipulated that people, again, they still need to have this experience. They need to know how the mechanism works, what is the structure of public service. It was really interesting to observe the people coming from the corporate sector, from the NGOs, from very small teams, activist teams. For them it was really hard to accept that there are procedures, there are limits, that you need to get all those signatures, and you need to cooperate, you need to work with a structure. But then it's somehow settled. They try to adapt because you need to accept it. If millions of people depend on you, okay, it must be a fully collective decision. You need to make this decision, taking into account the opinion of many departments, of all these links in the chain, because this is such a huge process. Well, thank you, Tatiana. I have now a couple of questions to you. So the last topic that you talked about, the cultural and procedural aspects, so the organizational culture, its peculiarity for the public service. But before that, so there was an interesting topic. So yes, we understand that then and now all people who want to develop their careers, they do have, public servants have these opportunities to get some new knowledge, to there are trainings, there are exchange programs, but it's all about your wish. I'm listening to you, and I understand that all these opportunities, it depends on the personality, it depends on the attitude of the person, but it does not depend on the systemic work. It does not depend on the systemic work on empowering the public servants. If we bring it to corporate world, performers have more opportunities to develop, self-motivated development. If you don't cope with that, you have fewer opportunities. Well, I'd like to understand the public service and the systems, the talent management. Is it quite a systemic phenomenon, or still a lot depends on your personal attitude and wish, and whether you're open for that. Okay, so truly, people have less choice than in the corporate sector, of course. When you work in the bank or in the company, you can actually you can be a top performer, and if something goes wrong, you can change a company. In public service, it's a bit more difficult. So you can change a ministry, another ministry. You can change a ministry, pick another one, but you change your area, you change your sector. So I would say that truly fewer opportunities for development you have. These are less diversified. It's just all about luck. In one unit, you'll have this story. You'll have a lot of allies, people supporting you, people with absolutely similar intentions, active like you, and it may happen that this development will be a priority for the political management, and vice versa. You may come into an environment where your area will be absolutely not prioritized, nobody will be interested in it, no attention will be paid, so then you'll need to change something, change your area, change direction. Quite often it's a little bit more difficult than in corporate sector, because in corporate sector it may happen so that companies, they may be similar because you come from one company to another, but basically don't change your area. A question is there. Tell me the role a mentor, your supervisor, the role of supervisor. So your experience, does it demonstrate that in public service your supervisor can be your mentor, giving you some advice, just orienting you? Okay, the area maybe is not quite a prioritized one, but your competences may be applied elsewhere. Okay, did you see that? It's always important to, well, I think it's like everywhere in the life, in any aspect of our life. It's always very important to understand when the moment is there, when you need to go out of the box, expand your vision, think broader than your supervisor or mentor. So when we only have the freshmen coming to public service, if they meet a good supervisor, it helps. If they do have this luck. Well, first of all, supervisors may rotate, even directors or heads. They will fall under rotation, of course, what Elena mentioned. Definitely. And this may be a risk in some way, just to rely purely on your supervisor. And additionally, it might happen so that at some moment you'll see another horizon will be there in front of you. It's not maybe a supervisor's role, which is definitely that crucial. Still, I think that it more depends on the human being, on your personality. If you do see that your supervisor may create obstacles for you, then you need to change something, just like everywhere in our life, you know. Oh, absolutely, I do agree. The wish to evolve, of course. Firstly, it's all about the wish. It's all about your personal wish, whether you want or not. But I'm listening to you and I'm listening to Elena. I'm trying to conclude that at the beginning of the career for young people, the public service may be an interesting entry point, an interesting employer. The only question I have, how can young people become aware of these opportunities? For quite, I haven't entered the labor market for such a long time because I'm successfully employed, but for the state to represent itself as an employer for young people in an open way, I can't say if we do have these mechanisms. Maybe Natalia will share how that happens, but for young people, well, I got you. Ms. Elena and Tatiana, you mentioned that basically this is an interesting start. But you mentioned that the higher the position is, the less transparent the procedures become, and it becomes really hard for people to understand, to predict, and to plan your career, you know, your future, to understand what competencies should be upgraded. What do you need to show, to demonstrate, to become the brightest, the best candidate? The higher the position is, the more complicated it is, firstly. Secondly, how systemic it is when we speak about development and the value of each unique specialist in the system. How can we detect these specialists horizontally, rotate them horizontally a company, but yes, I do fully agree that what actually we lack today is certain motivation to rotate, to activate rotation, because people who even don't plan to become directors or heads or whatever, because they think that this is quite a risky thing for them, they don't feel like they can, it would be really great for them to be encouraged, to be pushed, at least to change the area of their activity, to move from directorate to directorate, to change ministries, for them to rotate, for their competencies to be expanded and apply it, use the expertise in different areas. We really do lack this today. Thank you, Tatiana. Right now, I'd like to go to Yulia Sienkiewicz with my questions. So, Yulia, thank you for involving in our experience, because it's interesting for us to get your experience in how to get through these complicated procedures of selection for the top-level positions. And I'd like to ask you to share your impressions on the procedural aspect. So, as far as I understand, you were not an employee of the public service, but there was a moment when you became interested in it. You wanted to try it, to become a public servant, the top category public servant. So you applied for a competition, all these procedures, quite complicated one. So please tell about your motivation, why you picked this. Why was this role so interesting for you? Secondly, share your ideas and impressions on the procedure. Is it transparent? Its adequacy? Is it fully compliant to those tasks? That was at selection of the best candidates. So, Yulia, yes, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting. I think that my case is not a unique one, and we have like a whole pool of these cases, and it fully corresponds to the topic that we talk about, the staff hunger. We do have the staff. I'm pretty sure. But when we talk about the positions in the public service, the A category, oh, we enter the territory, a dangerous territory, manipulations, and all that stuff. So, lack of confidence when it comes to me. Well, I never wanted to be part of the public service. Well, I'm a lawyer. My first degree, the first degree I picked, I'm a lawyer. So I could have actually evolved in this, but within the last 10 years, I've been actively involved in the cultural area. And so I can say that I somehow contributed to the development of modern Ukrainian cinema. And as the person responsible for the organization of festivals, I know where exactly I saw all these disadvantages. I saw these loopholes. I saw what could be changed not only by the state but private initiatives. Well, I saw all these problems, and I really wanted this area to evolve. In 2019, Pilipienko, the previous head of the state agency on state cinema agency, actually left, dismissed. So for all the market stakeholders, it was really important who will be the next manager, because within the 5 years when this man took the position, really there was quite an effective cooperation of the state and private agencies, and we had results, and still we have these results obvious, and we still have the impact of these results. So we had like I guess I had this pure match of the wish, because I was pushed by the cinema industry, representatives of the cinema industry, and in Mars, they actually started empowering me to take this position, because they believed in me. They had trust. Their trust, their faith, this was something I got. And the second reason, Mr. Borodyansky, the former Minister of Culture, he was empowering me again to take this position. I've never met him before, and he had his own research. He somehow found me, and he promoted me, he encouraged me to take this position. So I knew nothing of the procedures. And in the cultural area, today, for example, we have the competition, the second stage of the competition on the CEO of Ukrainian Cultural Fund, still ongoing, and the heads of the state cultural institutions, they are elected, they are selected according to different laws under different legislative acts. The place where I came, yes, we do have the competition. The Public Service National Agency launches these competitions. Nothing complicated. There was nothing extra complicated in it. Yes, of course, my expertise, expertise helped me a lot. So English exam, that was really simple for me. So they checked my awareness of the applicable legislation, something that basically we all must be aware of. Nothing super complicated. Some situational tasks I had, and it was really something I knew.
And there was the interview itself. So I went through out of those procedures and all these procedures and all the information I was looking for from the open sources. That was not enough, and I was trying to reach all of the councils, and it wasn't really effective. I've talked to my colleagues who had this experience, and I've asked them how it works out, but it all turned out to work out very intuitively. So we've had the selections coming out, and after every stage, the candidates that had got the certain amount of points, they have got some of haven't got money, and they were able then to get to some certain stages. Up till the moment of the interview, that was all very automated, and basically I believe there was no way how you can falsify the results, because again it's about the computer programs and stuff like that when we speak about the testing. But the interview itself is a subjective story, because these interviews are being conducted by the independent commission, the commission that is being based on some certain quotas of the different representatives from these different stakeholders. And basically, in this case, this is about the subjective factor. And this is the final stage for the moment when you are getting into the public service. So it basically, if I have managed to pass the interview, but I didn't pass the interview because I had 0.5 points, that was the effective human capital management and human resources management. That was very fun because I've managed different teams, big teams, from the different periods of time and a different complexity of a different quantity of people. But on this competence, I have received the very low position, and the competition didn't end up with anything because I was the final the only candidate that got to the interview itself. And even though there was the real support and obvious support by the film community, that was the desire from the minister to identify whether I'm worth for this position or no. Still, the commission has chosen a different option. They have decided to relaunch the competition. There was the second competition that took place. I wasn't applying for the second competition at this point, and we can discuss it separately, what were the reasons to do that. There was a different person that has been chosen, the person who is now leading the state film agency. This experience for me was very interesting, and I might say it right now, all of the emotions aside, even almost a year afterwards, it was a very interesting experience, useful experience. I can't say it has provided me the desire to work with the state, because it was a certain disappointment for me and many people, as Elena has already said. A lot of people, they have decided to participate in those competitions, and they decided to work on the state bodies because they believe that our participation, our expertise, our experience is going to change some certain processes in the state, so that it will be better, so that it will be more effective, so that we would be developing ourselves and getting to their different level. And unfortunately now, as the year has passed, and as the state film agency has been working with another leader, with the other head of the agency, I think that you can see the sad consequences, and you can see the certain stagnation. I do believe that might not be the only reason, but I do believe that it's still important, because the person who is leading the professional controlling body is very important as well. Yes, thank you very much, Yulia, because your experience is very important for lots of people. And right now I'm going to switch to Natalia Ilyushina, because she is the head of the state service, and she can comment upon that. She can comment upon what the opinions she has. But Yulia, we have this question from our audience, the question about these competitions, about the competitions itself. The competition itself and these interviews, so the elements of those competitions and the competitions, do they make sense for the positions of this level that we have discussing? Or in your opinion, the procedure itself might be organized in a different way in order to be more effective? In your opinion, can you comment upon that? Well, formally, I do believe, okay, the competition should be there. The competition should be in place. I'm sure about that. The certain rotation should be in place as well. Because before that, I remember when my colleagues and the head of the same agencies and film foundations, when they asked us, so when does your contract end? When the contract of the very same film foundation ends, so we never knew what was happening because it was like a lifelong story before the reform, before we have introduced the competition there. I do believe that the competition is the right way to work. They have to be there right now, formally as it goes right now. The knowledge of the foreign languages, the knowledge of legislation, the checkout of some personnel qualities. That's what we have right now. And again, on the level of national commissions. On the level, there is the basic treatment, the basic checkout without some peculiarities of the sphere. Even though there is this opportunity to engage the experts, they will have no votes in the final voting, but they can ask you the professional questions and they can try to figure out whether the candidate understands what they're doing. Because I also have faced this idea that we have those professional public servants that are applying for some certain open vacancies. I've seen the people like that, and they don't really care what do they work, I don't know, the state auditing services or film or filmmaking. It's just the same for them. Even though for the people from the private sectors and the stakeholders who come in from that side, it is very important so that there would be a person who would be of the same page, who would understand of what is going on in the sphere. On improving the procedure, yes, it has to be done, but it's not just about the automation of the processes. It's also the issues of the more in-depth analysis of the qualities of the candidates, but not just the formal approach to that. And it's not a secret that my story has ended up with me having the litigation right now, and I'm going through the litigation with trying to take down the results of this interview that was conducted with me. Yes, thank you, Yulia. And there is also the questions about those litigations as well, but we'll talk about that later. But I think that I would like to also engage Natalia to this conversation, because Natalia, you are the head of the National Service of the Public Service, and you have already worked with the organization of the competitions, and we have a couple of questions already on this overall competition organization. But I would like to start with the question. You have also entered the public service at some point. You also have been through the competitions, and right now you're the head of the National Agency of Public Service of Ukraine. So basically, as a candidate, as a person who has also been a candidate for the public service, your points of view, your opinions, what was that you liked, what was that you didn't like? Maybe there was been some of the ideas that you've started to implement later on. Can you give us an outline of your beginning of your past and working in the public service? Yes, thank you, Olana. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be listening to all of my previous speakers, and I also have my own memories about that. And what Olana Baida has said in the very beginning, yes, that's something that goes like that, because I have been the very first competition in 2017 as well. So basically, the Decree 246 on the competition has been tested out in my nomination, because by the decree of the NAPS, I have been among those HRs who could be eligible for the members of the competition committee for the state bodies, and we had 25 HR professionals like that from the private sector and from the public sector as well. So we've had the professional HRs there. So I was number one because of the alphabet order, because my surname starts with A. I'm just wanted to note down that when I've got to that, I've got deeper into the procedures and to the regulatory base, and I've decided why shouldn't I just try myself and participate in this competition. When I have started the first competition for the head or for the general director of the Department of the Personnel Management for the State Public Service in the NAPS, I provided my application as well, and I have understood that I'm not going to be the HR expert among the members of the Competition Commission. I know that I'm not going to be that then. So not going to be the invited professional for the commission. So recalling this period, that was a terrible fright of what was happening, because the open sessions didn't have it. What is abstract thinking? What is the situational tasks? But still, in 2016, I was very lucky when, starting from May 1st, the law on public service of Ukraine has become active. I was really lucky, because I used to be the trainer who was providing the training for the HR services for months and a half. They have been through a training program on preparing to get to the competition procedures. What are the specific requirements? What are the situational tasks? How can you identify the evaluation criteria? So that was a professional sphere for me. I am psychologist in my first education and my first primary training. And then I would like to say that I knew how to build up the competences, how to set out the questions, how to set up the question through the competition tasks. That kind of a clear things, but when you're becoming evaluated, then there's a terrible stressful situation for you as well. So going through this procedure for the first time and become a winner of this procedure cost me 5 kilos, because I've had a lot of sleepless nights. There has been a tremendous preparations for that, because it has been a tremendous responsibility, and in case that if you have some perfectionism as well, then I understand all of the stress that Olana has outlined and all the things that have been outlined by Irina and Julia. But I would like to say that, yes, I do support this idea that has been tremendously complicated. By the way, that was the very first meetings, the very first competitions, where the monitors, the HRs, the international professionals were sitting there, and you have been observed, and people studied how to evaluate, and they were observing you with the biggest of attention and evaluated you attentively. So, okay, that's Natalia. All of our speakers have said that the competitions itself are really important. Because you can try out yourself, you can try out all of the other people, and you know what is it that you can do, and you're getting to understand what do you want it or not, and what do you want to do, whether you would like to be the public servant. We have a couple of questions from our audience. For the participants of our discussions. So the first question, a very interesting one, the competition and knowing how to know how to evaluate the competition. There's also a specific knowledge. You also have to learn how to do that as well. The case that Yulia has described in her case, your personal case, what would you say about the professionalism of the people who evaluate the candidates, how ready they are, and what the NAPS is doing so that the participants of the competition, the people who are going through this participation, to be ready, to provide them the trust for the quality of the competition? And yes, Alana, right, you are. And basically everything that has been said right now about the preparations for the members of the competition commissions, how to evaluate, with what criteria to evaluate, it has been discussed in 2019. In 2019, when I've left the NAPS, in December, at this final Human Resources Management Board, we have represented the guideline that has been worked together with the SEEDS project. We have published this guidebook that gives you the opportunity to track the competences for the candidates for the B and V categories. Basically, it means that this is the result of the annual work of the working group that has been comprised from HRs, from the stakeholders, from the publication, the public servant that works all of the questions by the people who are dealing with the competition procedure, who are evaluating the competences and other things. What I'm meaning, we have been preparing this platform very specifically. Moreover, when we had our training conducted, and it has been done regularly, so for the members of the competition boards that have evaluated the competences of the candidates for the positions on the reform professionals, we've basically have started the training started the training for the situational cases already, and that given us the opportunity to track the soft skills throughout the competition procedures. So in order to evaluate that, we need to teach them how to evaluate that, how you can pose a question in the right way. The whole methodology has been described as well, and it has been used by our HRs, and that has been prepared. Those are our agents. They have been prepared specifically because basically throughout this human resources management councils, through human resources management boards, we have them 3 times a year, but they should be held twice. We had all of those training sessions, and all of the trainings had been supported by the explanations of the procedures. Moreover, there's competences, the gender expertise, and the competences on gender equality has been noted down as well in the Decree 246 on the order of the competition. And we also should teach the commissions of how they can measure those competences. So I just wanted to sum up that the members of the competition commissions, they have been trained, but only for the B and V categories. So, and I would like to emphasize that, so the second and the third categories, that's moment. Speaking about the current situation that we currently have, the situation is as follows. Right now, when we have this A category, say public servants, and we're speaking about the A category public servants, so the composition of the commission has changed. We have sent the letters for the Prime Minister of Ukraine, for the President of Ukraine, and for the Parliament of Ukraine, of course. Because the number of the commission members is 7 people, and the members of this competition committee is made up from 1 representatives of the civil society, 1 representatives from the higher educational establishments, 2 representatives from the Cabinet of Ministries. 1 of them represents the HR department, and 1 representative from the Office of President, and plus 1 either the head of the NAPS or the specifically identified authorized deputy. So right now we have replaced 4 people. Right now, and there has been the offers that had been provided to us from those people that I have addressed. And basically, we have now reloaded the system. What is happening into the Commission right now? The Commission has already received a certain training. They've received the overall list of the more or less the same questions, the approximate questions to study the certain competences. This is for the A category, the public servants. Yes, the public servants for the A category. They have received the approximate questions and the criteria of evaluation from 0 to 2 of what the candidates demonstrate, what are the qualities that they demonstrate during their answer, what is this answer is directed to. So this way, it is very easy for us to evaluate, or very easy for us to track why they've had the certain answer provided. Moreover, I would like to draw your attention to this idea that the certain information, the combined information, has been provided to the members of the commissions, some of the competition commissions. We've had the certain conditions that have been created. They're working separately for their own, with their own laptops. And basically, when all of these applications are being uploaded, so this is a confidential information, it has been signed. They are signing up the liabilities for the confidentiality, so they are signing kind of an NDA. So right now, I would like to note down that the situational tasks and situational cases are being the decision whether to use the situational task is being made by the Commission itself. We didn't have the situational task used right now. The situation is as follows. We invite, if the Commission has approved the specific expert, then the expert is being invited from the certain sphere that is needed, that is evaluated. For example, if it is going to be the state land cadastre, or if it's going to be the The state, okay, yes, the specific sphere of knowledge, yes. So we're inviting the corresponding expert that will be able to evaluate the professional knowledge of the candidate. And they're evaluating only one competence, and they're asking the professional questions in order to evaluate the readiness of the candidate. Because in this time frame that we have, and basically we need to have 115 competitions for these positions in half a year, the so-called selective positions that we've had on the contract base, and based on that, for those positions that we didn't have the competition overall.
And each Wednesday, the government announces 5 vacant positions of A category. Yeah. So, Miss Natalia, so if I understand you correctly, after... So you have 1.5 years of these complicated competition stories that Julia also described. So today the agency is doing more to make it more transparent and more objective, impartial, especially when it comes to top positions for public servants. But the only thing, the only question that we still have, the last one, because we are almost out of time, is that the situation in regions, because the agency focuses, and you also told us about the situation, at least what happens in Kiev, but our audience tells us that in regions, people complain that it's really complicated because always the candidate who has certain preferences relate somehow to local authority. As a rule, this person wins. Okay, takes the position. So, what are your steps? How you tackle these regional competitions? So, well, colleagues, the questions of culture and the value component, of course, we never put it beyond our attention, of course, and we put so many efforts, and we had a range of surveys and also events. We did everything to build the strategy to create this value proposal for the public service. And we've been studying the issue of corporate culture and the public service corporate culture. So sitting in Kiev today, I cannot actually tackle any problem at the regional level, at district level even. I cannot monitor the situation elsewhere, but I do recognize that, yes, the sensitive topic that we talk about, the staff hunger, and what people do we involve? Where do we take these people from? How to achieve the goal? How to achieve the goal? How to make our public servants more competitive, internally and externally? What's happening today when we have these low salaries? And it's really a factor that leads to loss of competitiveness at the labor market. And we lose compared to other employers, of course. Poor image of the public service in the country. What you talk about right now, Elena, is that PR, the public. So if the staff management service is not paying enough attention to it, so the competition procedures are important. And again, those people whom we appointed for A category positions, they already went away, so they couldn't pass the tests, I mean the legislation or some ordinary tests. But a lot depends on the managerial maturity of the supervisors and leaders. It's a piece of work. It's still a challenge. If a manager uses individually these biased methods, if we have these obsolete tools on the personnel management within the institutions, this itself is a reason. That's why we have the public service image becoming more and more negative. Briefly, because unfortunately we are out of the schedule here. So we try to update the selection procedure right now. So we talk about the appointment for the appointment of the candidates taking top positions in the rating, and what was mentioned today, the meritocratic principle, and of course we try to stick to that principle, and the staff reserve. So dear colleagues, please let's talk about it. We also raised this issue. this must be, we need to bring these amendments to the law on public service, of course. Yesterday I already submitted it for the consideration of Verkhovna Rada, and we have the approval procedure today, and all the stakeholders are involved. And of course, introducing the opportunity, the career development, career advancement for public servants. Not just at the level of competition selection, but the assessment, those who got the best evaluations, those who got the best results according to one of the annual evaluations. So I can tell about, I can tell you that agency is trying to merge all these efforts to generate complex solutions. But the integrity issue, the internal culture, the principles, and this continuity, we speak about continuity and sustainability of the processes. This is the responsibility of managers, and this is internal ethics. This is the portrait of the perfect public servant. So for our prestige, what we do lack, unified classification of positions, respectively the unified classification and wage schedules. So we now have the classifier. According to our classifier, so we will transfer certain positions to analysts, to standard developers, and soon we'll find out that we will not have these reform experts anymore. So the reform is still ongoing. We'll have these changes completed in 2021. We'll have another classification presented. So thank you for this information. We talked today about the image of the public servant, systemic elements, and how to manage the personnel within the ministries and other state authorities. Whether we have the systemic procedure or not, we talked about so many problems. Thank you, Natalia, for commenting the situation in competitions and the steps that should be taken, the transparency of the competitions and quality of the competitions to be increased thanks to the training. And we do hope that these personal qualities of the candidates will definitely be important, but we need to take this subjectivity away as much as we can from the process. So I'm so grateful to the speakers and to our viewers for questions and for your attention. So please, I'd like to remind you that we actually have two working languages on YouTube channel VoxUkraine. Please, you may ask your questions. And the next discussion will have the experience of transforming the state institutions. So a couple of videos from Vox on the World Bank and other important issues. Thank you, dear participant. It's really interesting. The discussion was truly an invigorating one. Thank you. So previously, the credits from the International Monetary Fund, this is an artificial situation. We need to say goodbye to the IMF. IMF trenches, we don't need it, we are rich. So quite often you saw it on TV, but not everything that you see is true. So definitely, what is IMF? So what is IMF? This is an international organization with 189 countries. When in some of the countries the crisis starts, IMF actually starts supporting, provides help. Where do they take money from? Contributions from the member states. The more developed the economy is in the state, the more votes it gets to make decisions, more money it can take from the IMF if the crisis is there. Ukraine pays its own contribution, 0.5% of all the IMF budget. So what are their interest rates? These are one of the cheapest credits, 3% we pay only. In other places, it's more expensive. Last time we involved money with like 10%, imagine. Do countries become poorer because they cooperate with IMF? It's a discussional issue, but many studies do say that if a state fully complies with the IMF programs, it positively affects the economic development. Ukrainian poverty, is it a result of IMF activity? No, absolutely not. Previously, we did not comply with all their programs, but just partially implemented it, so we cannot blame IMF for the poverty. It's weird. So would we tackle the crisis without IMF? No. Read more at VoxUkraine. Okay, so will the hryvnia devaluate? What will be the prices? Independency of the national bank. If you still have problems with these issues, please take a look at this video. So let's start. VoxCheck explains. So on July 16th, Verkhovna Rada appointed a new head of the National Bank. This event became a reason for so many discussions. It generated so many discussions concerning prices and currencies. If emotions go up, please put your emotions away and let's stay cold-blooded and try to understand. Why do we have the National Bank for? First, price stability. This is the first aim. So low inflation. Today, inflation aim of the National Bank is 5%. If today, for example, you spend 5,000 hryvnias per month in a year, 5,200 or 5,300 will have in a year. Then financial stability, the next aim. For the banks to feel okay and other financial institutions as well. So the National Bank is trying to reach this goal while it does not contradict the first goal, price stability. If certain banks operate and are harmful for hryvnia, if they are involved in money laundering, or if they fail to comply with their commitments, they leave the market. Then supporting the economic development, third aim. The National Bank is trying to reach this goal without any contradictions to two first goals. During the economic crisis, the National Bank lowers the rate to get the credit with to get the cheaper credit depending on the month of the year. So credits become cheaper, and it also is good for the business. But if due to decrease of the production, or if people get more money, the prices go up, the National Bank will have to increase the rate, because fast price increase is bad for economy. So what the National Bank is doing, first of all, they're trying to keep the low and stable inflation. For it, they use the key rate. The lower the rate is, the cheaper will be it for the banks to get the credit in the central bank. So the lower rates they will offer to their clients. The lower the rates are, the more people actually want to take the credit, to take the loan and use it for investment or consumption. So the more money we'll have in the economy. Also, the National Bank is printing money, metal and paper. So how much money do we need? It depends on the economy needs. So for example, when more people start using cards, material money amount can go down. But when we speak about the money printing, those mean not the cash, but limitless provision of money to governments. I mean the electronic form. So this printing will not lead to inflation. If you have one piece of bread and 1 hryvnia, the loaf of bread will cost a hryvnia. But if we print 100 hryvnias and the loaf of bread is only 1, it will cost 100 hryvnias. So when the prices go up, Ukrainians start buying foreign currency. When so many people want to buy dollars or euros, these become more expensive. Respectively, imported goods are more expensive. It means the prices go up. So that's how we have this vicious circle of devaluation for the national currency. The National Bank wants to avoid that. If you have this panic for currency, they start selling the currency from the reserve. It happened in March 2020. But if the panic becomes uncontrolled and there's not enough money in the reserve, we still allow the national currency to decrease its price. So for the politicians, to keep the politicians away from direct crediting, I mean the National Bank, because they always want to spend more money on road infrastructure or pensions to look better, where they can take money. I mean the government, to collect more taxes, but it will not make the government more popular. Take loans, but you need to actually pay interest rate then. Then take the money from the central bank printing it, but it may lead to increased prices. In fact, inflation is also a tax, because when the prices go up, we can actually buy less for the same money. But mostly the poorest actually pay the tax without any saved money, without any reserve. But independence does not mean that central bank can do everything they want. the activity is limited by the law, and accountability, they are accountable to the governmental council. So president and parliament are responsible for its activity. And for example, the price stability, it's also established by the central authorities, but how they reach the goal, they pick it by themselves, I mean the bank. Okay, so for the economic development, first of all, what we need is clear rules of the game. So the businessman should know if the partner will not want to stick to the contract, the court will force one to do it. So there must be a harmony when we speak about the activity of the government and the central bank. But the central bank can mitigate the impact from the governmental actions on the economy. So, okay, 2,000 interest rate, a loan. So it's like a slavery. But we do have these loans in Ukraine. These do exist, and people do take these loans. In 2019, Ukrainian took these microloans. More than 79 billion hryvnias, 53% more than in 2018. So we have a lot of advertising everywhere. So low level of financial literacy among Ukrainians. So, and that's why this market expands. And on the website of President, we can find dozens of petitions which claim to enhance the control over microcredit organizations. So, is there any logic? Do you need to take these loans? There is no logic, but not always all the facts are given to the clients, and they do not actually present the real annual rate. So when you, for example, need a small amount of money for a short term, well, it takes not more than 30 days, and a minimum wage is usually an average amount of that loan. So, of course, these loans can be given to people with bad credit records. And also the another advantage, so there are no guarantees. So you simply need to give a couple of telephone numbers to ensure that guarantee. So low interest rate. So for a monthly loan, you'll pay from 45 to 105%. In a year, that will take 2,000%. But many companies do offer the first loan for the card without any kind of interest rate, or with minimum interest rate, just trying to convince you that there will be no dependence. For example, 0.01%. Not always, but it's 0.01. But if a person fails to return the loan at least for 1 day, then we have these thousands. So according to the documents, according to the contract, we have like these low interest rate. But when we speak about the terms, if, for example, we have delays, then, of course, it becomes worse. And they have, all the time, they have these discounts that they present, and they try to involve the clients. So if you are seduced with that kind of offer, well, people usually don't read all these terms and agreements, and because of the penalties, they can start accumulating loads and loads of money you need to return. Draft Law 1109 is supposed to limit all these penalties, but still it's under consideration. So the interest rate still, despite that the draft law is under consideration, the normal interest rate may be absolutely different. It only relates to penalties that must be paid. For example, if a person took 3,000 hryvnias in a week, 13,000 of debt, and that's the way they make their incomes, these microcrediting organizations. According to the law on consuming credits, before signing the agreement, the client must be aware of what the annual interest rate is. It must be indicated in the credit passport. But if your loan is lower than the minimum wage, or, for example, if the term is under 30 days, well, again, it works like that. And the smaller the loan is, the bigger the trap is. And if you weren't properly informed by the organization, the organization will simply pay a small penalty, but it's not that difficult for them because they can make more money just giving one loan. But if we have more and more complaints, then the regulator may check the organization. National Bank, starting from July, is supposed to do that. Collectors. So a lot is told about collectors, but organizations will definitely not tell you about the collectors. And sometimes we have these cases when your documents used to get a loan without your consent, and you may be attacked by collectors. So we have a law on protection of personal data, and this law tells us if you're not the person who took the loan, if you did not provide your consent, if you're not a guarantor, if actually you did not allow anyone to use your personal data, then you're protected. So please provide explanations to a company if something like that happened. Please explain that you did not allow to use your phone number, not to the operator who calls you, but please go to the website of the company, try to write official letters and official requests. If you are threatened with dissemination of data or photos, this is again the violation of the law on personal data protection.
And you should address to the authorized person on human rights and the law enforcement institutions. In the recent 3 years, the minimum wage has increased 3 times. In the crisis 2018, the president has asked the governments to increase the minimum wages even more. Right now, up to 5,000 hryvnia starting from September 1st, 2020. What is very important, it's not the end. The government has already planned to increase the minimum salary up till 6,000 hryvnia starting from July next year. At the very first glance, the plans are very attractive, and one might believe that everything's okay and people will start earning more. At least the Premier Minister, Denis Shmyhal, is saying that. So our calculations shows that with increasing the minimum wages, we will stimulate the consumer demand for Ukrainian products and will give the opportunity for us to get the level of the minimum wage. It will not influence the inflations, and we will be able to track it from the experience of 2017. At that time, in 2017, the government has increased the minimum salary by 2. The effect wasn't as expected. And not just the demand and the shadowing that activated, the government has the other outcomes as well. The increase of the price, growing, and the health calculated that making the minimum salary twice as much has added up to 2.5% units to the inflation. The reaction is easy. The more money people get, the more than buy. It means that the overall consumption demand is growing. Another important issue is the overall expenses of the businesses for the salaries growth. And if the businesses cannot do that, it means that they are going to be manipulating with the official works of the people, meaning that they're going to be working shadow. The European business associations have already said that the announced increase of the salaries will cause additional level of shadow in the economy. Right now, the government has not said how much money the increase will require. But the one thing that we can say for sure, we don't have additional money in the budget. There are a few sources that our state can use to increase the salaries. It's probably that there are going to be the dissemination and the allocation of the expenses in the budget according to the taxes. The decision of the government to increase the salary follows the two politics goals: to find the more support before the elections and to try to mitigate the outcome of the lockdowns for the population. So different. So it's me once again, Maxim Skubanko, the person who hasn't slept today. Why haven't I slept today? Because the topic of our next discussion is very interesting for me personally. But before I announce this discussion, I would like to start with a slow an entry. So the Institute of the New Media has in-depth interview with the experts who have developed the reform of the public service in the recent years. And out of the key conclusions, according to the experts, in order for this reform, for this public service to work, first of all, we will need the political leadership, we will need the demand for this reform among the public servants and among the politicians and the representatives of the civil society. But the second issue, that we should also hire professionals for the public service and improve the communication about the reform among the public servants and among society overall. Of course, you can get to know the full version of this research at VoxUkraine. Still, in Ukraine, we already have the examples of creating the good, successful institutions. The National Bank of Ukraine, Prozoro, Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, the State Fund, the State Property Fund. So basically, the topic of our today's discussion, this discussion we're about to have, from the scratch and through the process, creation and the transformation of the state institutions. What is better, to transform the existing institution into something new, or to build something from the scratch? What are the success factors from some separate organization that you have to consider and share? How to make sure that the development strategy would actually build the work of the organization, but would not just be written on paper? And how to provide the sustainability of the change, and how to protect the reform from being postponed and denied. Today we're going to be talking to Alim Aliyev, the Deputy General Director of the Ukrainian Institute, Alexei Sobolev, the head of the Prozoro Sales State Enterprise, Valeria Huntareva, the NBU governor in 2014-2017. She'll join us online. And we'll have Konstantin Vashenko, the State Secretary of the Ministry of the Reintegration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories. The panel will be moderated, and I do hope that will be an interesting discussion for you. We'll have Boris Davidenko, the Editor-in-Chief of Liga.net, our partner, and the member of VoxUkraine Supervisory Board. So please, Boris, the floor is yours. Hi, Maxim. Thank you very much for this introduction. I fully agree with everything that you've said, and I believe that this is the most important discussion throughout our today's conference. And I believe that it's very important because no one has to be persuaded that the institutional resilience is very important. And basically, it means that Ukraine is one of the poorest countries in Europe, and we still have the very low institutional capacities. You have already introduced us with the speakers for the panel, so I would like to stick to the questions straight away. And I would like to start with Valeria Huntareva. So, Valeria, I think that we should not try to pursue anyone by saying that what you have done was a very in-depth, very fast and sometimes painful, but very good transformation of the banking sector in 2014-2017. So I'm just going to go to a question to you in Russian, because it's going to be the 4 years already, starting from May 2017. That was your final working day in the Ukrainian National Bank. So like 4 years as you did not work in the National Bank of Ukraine. And the question is very simple. After this 4 years, what do you think? Is the National Bank still an independent and powerful institution or no? Well, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you here because we're discussing a very interesting topic right now. The only one thing that I'm really surprised with is that basically 7 years have passed and this topic has been discussed 7 years ago, and we're still discussing this topic. And we have to say that this is about the absolute inefficiency. And basically, I wanted to remind you how we have created this transformation for the National Bank and how we have been supporting those processes. Right now, you've said that there is the need for the political will to establish the reforms in any kind of public sector. And you have to understand that the politicians are many times the people who are following and tracking their own political goals. There are being the populists. And there is a very bad example of that. That's when, in the end of 2014, when we have been transforming and when we have had when we've needed to have the payments there. So added up to that, the first point of the state transformation is paying the salaries according to the market's level. Then you'll be able to engage the best professionals from the markets, and you'll be able to get those professionals you've spoken about. So thus, when we have been engaging the professionals and when we've had the active work with the headhunters, when we have had the people, very professional people working there, when we had the big four of auditors, they were always saying that we have taken a lot of people from them. Why were we able to do that? Because we have paid the market-based salaries. The moment when we have announced that the parliament has came and there had this specific decree of the Parliament of Ukraine, maybe together with the government of Ukraine, that basically has provided the limitation to the salaries at the level of 10,000 hryvnias. So I just want to remind you that's about the February 2015. You can recall my speech in the parliament when I've said we're not going to be working for 10,000 hryvnias a month, because right now we are hiring the highly qualified professionals from the market, and the head of the department of the National Bank, it has to have receive the salary of 100,000 hryvnias. To get you the person who will conduct the whole transformation, this is the level of the salary that you have to offer. And at this very moment, the very same day, and I just recalled it quite clearly, the Prime Minister, the acting Prime Minister of that moment, he said that we have we have now the salary up till 7,000 hryvnias, so like half of my salaries I'm going to give for the charity. That's about the Prime Minister, 7,000 hryvnias. Then my international partners, they call me and they say, the prices for the gas are higher right now, and that the Prime Minister is going to give half of his salary to charity. There will be nothing that he can pay for gas. So that is basically the very good example of how the reform should take place and how the transformation should take place. Because basically I do not know at what part of it and what share of it, because that there is a huge component to that. Because yes, Vladi, can we just say that you have it written a very big book on how this reform took place, and you can read this book out basically. Yes, but we will just show that the book is in English, and the book is called The Mission Possible: True Story of Ukrainian Comprehensive Banking Reform and Practical Manual for Other Nations. So I can tell you that for sure that we have a chapter here. It's a very good thing with having my book, because we take a look at chapter 10, reading out point number 1. And it's very clearly of how all of the internal transformation has been made. You can clearly know how we should start the reforms, how you should set out the transformation in place. But what I wanted to say first of all, and what I would identify as the step number 1 for what has to be done, is to pay the market-based salaries. Then you have the opportunity to engage the best people from the market, that they will perform all of the needed reforms. And in order for you to engage the best people from the market, you need to have the budget for that. And that is why when I was working in the National Bank, we had 12,000 people. And when I left, I had only 5,000 people working there. And according to the plan, in 2 years, we should have already the 3,000 people working. And in the first year 1 for the internal transformation of the National Bank, for the first 2 years, in year 2015-2016, we've managed to save 7.3 billion hryvnias. So National Bank could have had this opportunity to pay the market-based salaries. But in order to do that, we've needed to have the law on National Bank, so we would not get into this diversion, not to have this problems with 10,000 hryvnia salaries. So we have identified it in the legislation of the National Bank that the people in the National Bank, there are no more public servants. So this is the secret of the success. Yes, thank you. But I will get back to my question. 4 years after, did the National Bank manage to preserve its independence? Well, I always have been very happy when I've left National Bank 4 years ago, as you have said. We've had just before I've left, we had a strategic session where I have drawn the overall line of the work of all of the reforms that have been done. And I do believe that the main reforms have already been covered by that moment, the moment I've left. And I have said that the transformation of the National Bank has been made, has now turned into the reality. We now go to the functional transformation. I was really proud of that. And I've said that, well, trust me, right now it's a motto, but I'll keep an eye on you. I'll be watching you of whether we will get back to this this, and we'll have the really collegial decisions to be made. We'll have the real committee working. When I've left, I've basically for 3.5 years, I've been following and I have been tracking this work, and I have seen that the institution works and the institution is strong. Unfortunately, in the last half a year, I can't say that, unfortunately, but on the other hand, so what we're saying about the lessons learned, about the conclusions that we can draw already, if from the very beginning I have thought that the institutional focus and the organizational focus is the most important one for the organization. So right now I know and I believe that the policies that has been approved, the policies that have been written down, then basically no one can change that, because unfortunately the institutional capacities for each organization is being built on collegiality, on the committees, on the professionals. But if you're going to get rid of all of those professionals, then you will not see that from the very beginning. And I have said it, quoted that from the very first moment. You remember I quoted Agatha Christie. So basically you had 10 people going through the ponds, and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, they disappeared. But at what number the institutional capacities and institutional independence will end, will cease to be? I don't know. But what we have seen, what has been very good thing, that we haven't changed the policies overall. And when I'm listening right now at the National Bank, the monetary press conferences, well, I would like to say that, yes, those are those texts and the press releases that our team has written in 2015. So basically, I believe that's the overall policies that are still acting, and that's very good. People, well, we'll take a look at people, but basically, from what I've seen, it was really hard to get the professional team ongoing. It was really hard to build the independent committees. And if National Bank is going to lose that, then I'm sorry, but that's basically, then, even my tryouts would be then in vain. Well, you've partly answered my question already, the question about whether the politicians, they're definitely going to be attacking some of the institutes, and they're going to be preventing us from following the overall goals, the short-term goals. So sometimes they're going to be even stealing from the National Bank, and National Bank is also the Grand Prix of the political struggles. So one recipe you've said is to protect the independence of the institution, is to create the policies. Are there any other things or any other lessons that you would recommend of how to protect something that has already been done, something that has been done, something that has been achieved? This is the question that we talk to about with international organizations, that we discuss with international organizations. We're trying to write certain policies right now, because I do believe that we have to protect the reforms that we have conducted. And one thing is to do the reform. The other thing is to protect the reforms and the reformers, the people who have implemented reform. So those are basically those safeguard mechanisms, the mechanisms that we have to write down in order to stick to them during the implementation. If you can recall, that was funny as well. That was last summer, and Mr. Smolny has provided his application. He wanted to go to retire, and he said why he's leaving: because of the political persecution. And it was clear in the IMF memorandum, it has been written that the independence of the National Bank is one of the most important reasons for the continuation of the program. And of course, they have provided their recommendation that in case we won't have the independent head of the National Bank of Ukraine, then I would recommend, as one of the mechanisms, is to use once again the recollection of the previous tranches by MIFF. And you might recall that the next day the National Security Service has provided a press release that some enemies of Ukraine are basically asking the IMF to take away their tranches and trying to prevent Ukraine's activities. But I would like to be very honest about that, because those safeguard mechanisms, just to put it in right language here, safeguard mechanisms that have to be in place so that we would just have this protection for the reforms. And I do believe that one of the safeguard mechanisms is going to be just the same. If you have got the money, if you have got the tranches, and for this law on the independence of the National Bank that has been approved by you in June 2015, you have received 1.7 billion hryvnias for that. Right now, you're pressuring the National Bank. It means that you now have to return the tranche. But there has to be the new policies that have to be clearly identified for the international organizations and by the international organizations as well, because I don't see any other way how we can stop that. So, okay, so the policies and how to say that, how to call that in the right way. So the policies that direct, so it's like the so-called the stick and carrot. So basically, yes, that's the best explanation I can go with the stick and carrots. And I do believe that it will be the best way for the reforms in Ukraine, because unfortunately I don't know any other way to bring the reforms. Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask our audience to keep your questions going at our YouTube broadcast, and to all of our other speakers, if you'll have any questions, so please, this is a discussion, an open discussion that we have, so please, if you would like to get engaged into this discussion, please, you're welcome. I would like to now stick to Alexei Sobolev, the head of the Prozoro sales. And Alexei, you've basically created the Prozoro sales from the scratch. And in my opinion, I believe that this institution has provided the biggest losses for the corruptioners and people who have done the shadow schemes. You have become the competition. You have brought the competition and transparency, and I'll be honest, I'm surprised, because the stakeholders, the many stakeholders who have been feeding from the state rent out and from the state property, didn't they understood what you would like to do? How did you manage to build up Prozoro sales, whether you have felt the pressure or the opposition or resistance from your side? If so, then how did you manage to overcome that?
Thank you for your question. If you want to build an institution which is stably functioning and functioning despite the rotation of presidents and governments, this is a piece inside, this is a structural unit of the state. It's a piece of the body, a state body, and this is the state enterprise that fully this is a startup that is financially autonomous, fully financially autonomous. This is very important. And we were so lucky. From the very beginning, we had this independent supervisory board. It moderates our relations to politicians. It's okay. But when you are directly subordinated to politicians, well, it's an unfortunate situation. So we always had these attempts. And, coming back to question, why was it easier for us? The powerful brand Prozoro, which first was related only to the procurement, and this trust brand system, and it helped us to accelerate the process. And secondly, we move, step by step, with a step-by-step dynamics. And this was like, well, if we do the same that actually the Agatha Christie described in her Detective, but just for the good. And people did not even notice that the relations changed. And when everyone can see everything, when it's transparent, the corruption starts vanishing. And the stakeholders who are into this corruption, the corrupt stakeholders, for them it's really hard to shift everything to another dimension. It's really hard to reverse, and this is inevitable because everything becomes transparent. It was the same thing with the privatization. Transparent privatization, whoa, we had so many struggles in 2018, but we adopted it, and the state property fund, it worked with it in such a slow pace. But now we had a new team, and Taras Yeleko we have today, and they finally have this transparent privatization launched. But we had the tool, and this tool instantly helped them just to start from the scratch, from the very beginning, to start implementing it. And this was our approach. So we move within iterations. Today we work on the forest market. And we launched a pilot project for the part of the market. 10% of the market is already transparent. you actually can see how it works today, and people who are stakeholders, they use their old schemes, but right now we have a new ecosystem which is fully transparent, powerful, and there are so many different people that really do believe that you can fairly access, anyone can fairly access to the system. So after that we say, okay, this works, it works, let's expand it to the home market. And then we have the discussion. Then it appears that there are some people that are against transparency in our country. I do hope that in our country this is not a beneficial position. So it's really hard to say that, okay, you know, I stand for something that is purely not transparent. It's not a beneficial opinion. It cannot exist. So step by step, we eliminate it. Year by year, market by market, we move forward. But when it comes to lease, well, this is the child of the turbo mode, I can call it. Because with the last government, with the previous government, with the previous parliament, it was really hard to launch any transparent lease procedure. So even the draft laws were not registered with that kind of concept. And now something changed in the system, and people are ready to do something global. That's why we're approaching it. But if you want to use this political window of opportunity, we needed a team, drafts, institutions, funds, and now we have this institution, Prozoro Sales, and they have their own funding, independent supervisory board. So we can use these political windows of opportunities, which will be there. We'll have another ones in this parliament as well, the next parliament as well, and we'll have another presidents. They will rotate. It will just produce, generate the solutions we can actually adopt, and the politician understands, yeah, cool, in half a year I'll have a victory. Truly, I will be the winner. I'll show this impact to people. So your recipe is to just be ready, and to be ready for the opportunity that may pop up. Okay, I have a question to you, Alexei. Your subjective opinion. When there is this go-no-go point, how can we detect it? So when it is impossible for any decree of the Cabinet of Ministers to eliminate it, when it becomes reversible. Okay, we have this very difficult story, you know. For us it's more complicated. It's much more complicated than other institutions. For us it's really like that, because we first have a law, then decree of the cabinet, and then you have this full regulation of your procedures. Like the law on the National Bank, we have one law. In the world, we have no such practice as standardization of state or public procurement, municipal. So we have 5 laws regulating it. It was really hard before that. It was really hard to get to that moment. And we still amend these laws, but it protects us. Today, this is our protection shield. To destroy the transparent procurement, you need to destroy 5 laws. We are like, I don't know, we have 5 heads, and you need to cut all of them to kill us. So, another thing that protects us, you need to create values. And you need to have many stakeholders requiring your work, your activity, ready to protect you. That's how business works with us. We have this model. And not the state is talking to clients within auctions, but business. 40 enterprises, big, small, medium, thousands of clients. We have feeling that it's really great for them. And previously they couldn't get that lease contract because they were like schemes, just for friends. And now they can. For them, we need to interact all the time. When someone comes and says, yes, Prozoro Sales it sucks, let's just destroy it, we need to have people ready to protect us. Well, it's quite obvious, it's quite an obvious idea, but quite often this idea does not work, and this is what we incorporate in our communication. That's how we work as an enterprise. So, it's not us who will suffer, but people who get benefit from it will suffer. We want them to be ready to protect us. I saw so many reforms in Ukraine. When we do something in a very proper way, political situation changes, environment changes, and then it's all. Quite often business acts like that. They say, okay, these are expenses. Previously, we did not need to bring the bribes. Now we need to put the bribes. in the pocket. We need to create a map of stakeholders, NGOs, just individual clients and businesses ready to protect the reform and use it as a background for the institutional development and, of course, provide certain favorable environment. What is the recipe? At the level of legislation, okay, so we need to have a couple of laws to make it really difficult to change it in a reverse direction. Okay, we have a question to Alexei. It's about time to ask it. So, Konstantin Vashchenko is asking? No, it's a question to Konstantin. So I read your biography, and you're quite an experienced public servant. Oh, yes. 27 years ago, you actually entered this process. So, you know perfectly how it works. You took a vow. Now, and you do know, you're the secretary of the new ministry on temporarily occupied territories. Before you talk about the ministry, just as a question there is about the cycle of the political cycle of 2014-2019. So at that time you were the head of National Agency of Public Service, and as a journalist I'll be brave enough to say that in my personal opinion, reforming of various ministries, the transformation was less successful and less effective than reforming of National Bank of Ukraine or creation of new institutions. So, question, what is the key problem when we come to the ministerial reforming? Firstly, I can take these crucial ministries like the Ministry of Economy or Ministry of Energy. Ministry of Agriculture, it was destroyed later, and they bring it back again. So, tell us about the ministry. Thank you for this question, nice question. So in 2015, when together with the team of the National Agency and together with experts and with the public leaders, we started drafting this public service reform, we understood that the task was really horrendous, because when the previous law was adopted, like in 2003, a lot of time passed and the processes changed, everything changed in the world, globally. But again, this is it's a self-feeding, self-supporting system. It's a Soviet heritage built on the principles that already are obsolete in the modern world, but we still have it in Ukraine. So it was a horribly difficult task. And what we actually managed to do, we managed to adopt the law to create these efficient tools for transformation. We did not finish the reform. It's still ongoing. And we had this discussion at the previous panels, but at least we created tools. And finally, we managed to create these principles, these algorithms for the transformation. In 2019, when we actually stepped back, and again, we have these politicized appointments in the public service top level. I understand that this is not forever. And we had these 2 or 3 attempts to restore the competitions. Right now, I understand that nobody will stand against competitions today, against evaluations, against professional training, against KPIs. It means that the reform was structured in a proper way. But if we take a closer look at, if we go deep in the process, we'll understand that public service is a key, but just one of the institutions of public administration, and we must have the systemic transformation in 3 dimensions, at least: people, structures, and processes. And at certain stage, we understood that the reform of this public service and the law on public service is even overperforming in some way. It's too innovative, I guess. These changes, these transformations in other managerial institutions, they still they're still not there. It's still the initial stage. So quite a complex process of ministerial transformation we do have. And answering the question, what is easier, to build from the scratch or to rebuild? Of course, in ordinary construction, when we construct a house, in public administration, it's easier, of course, to do that from the scratch, but we did not have this option then. That's why this virus of change, we had to disseminate it, put it inside in the ministry. actually within the directorates. That's how we will change the decision-making processes within the ministries. And you know, I cannot tell you that we failed. Well, this process is still at the very, very initial stage, prenatal stage, I can say. So we can agree or disagree whether we can change the system within 5 years. If you take experience of other countries, Poland, where the public administration reform was launched in the end of 1980s. If you take Great Britain or Germany, the first competition they had in the 19th century for public servants' positions. So, yes, temporal factor is important. But, again, coming back to the experience that, well, my experience is unique. I have a chance right now in the ministry. I have tools. I have a chance to implement all those tools I was once drafting. I was designing. I can tell it works. And the ministry is a newly created one. We have a chance to, again, build it from the scratch, to structurize it from the very beginning in a proper way. And our ministry is truly unique, and due to some reasons. First of all, it's multifunctional, so we actually are at the crossroads of many policies: humanitarian, infrastructure policy, social policy, and we can say that establishment of such a ministry is a response of a state, is a message that we need to focus on certain issues related to reintegration of temporarily occupied territories, and in such a way to gather our efforts, to accumulate efforts to solve specific problems. I mean, the IDPs, or we speak about the implementation of infrastructural projects. And second specificity, we even call our ministry a startup, a ministry of projects, we call it. So comparing to other classical ministries, you mentioned we are not into processes but projects. Project, the water of Mariupol. The border crossing, the EEBC's establishment, and also supporting the settlements close to separation lines, and also the Crimea. And we have the youth projects for IDPs. And we also now launched a very interesting project informing the staff reserve for public servants. So when we managed to get rid of all the occupants at those territories, we want people to step into their offices and start working in the administrations. We already think about it. Who will be there? Who will be the reserve? And every deputy minister, every directorate, and by the way, well, everyone who's criticizing the directorate, I can show you our achievements. I can show you the highly motivated people. They do know why they come in the morning to their desks, to their offices. They have absolutely clear results, and I think this is the case which requires proper analysis. And the last specificity, we are the ministry with a final aim. We clearly understand that there will be a day when we will be eliminated, will be destroyed, and we want to stop our existence, of course, because we want all our territories to be free and fully controlled by the state authority, to restore all the institutions, to reconstruct the infrastructure, to revive all these social processes for the people who will finally get rid again of the occupational forces. And as we tell it to ourselves, maybe we'll be transformed in the Ministry of Happiness, as they have it, you know, in the UAE. But to start implementing another policies in a happy Ukraine, and start working for our GDP, and finally reach those KPIs, global KPIs. Okay, an interesting question. According to your opinion, how do you think? How many public servants or officials we do need for that moment, before the deoccupation? How many people do you need to train? Okay, so basically we plan this project to comprise a couple of components. Firstly, the selection, the recruitment of motivated people, and we actually rely on those who are IDPs themselves and those people who just want to go back home and to restore their homes. We also rely on those people who now have certain military experience. We speak about law enforcement structures and people who will be able to ensure peace and stability, law and order within their territories, and even those people who never who, who don't have this experience of public service involvement. And of course, this is a very ambitious project because we need certain trainings to be launched, certain preparation for us to fill in all the positions that we have, all the vacancies. We speak about the territorial bodies and departments of the ministries. Minimum 1,000 managers we need to prepare for that. 1,000 managers. This is the average amount. Okay, it seems to me that it's pretty realistic. Thank you. And another question I do have. I have this question popped up right now. So it's easier to build from the scratch, you mentioned, instead of reconstructing. But we never had this option on the desk. I have a question to everyone, to all the participants. Why we never had this option on the desk? Why wasn't it there? If everyone recognizes that, yes, reforming the Ministry of Infrastructure is like a super hard thing to do. Alexei already mentioned how he actually tried to do that when he was an employee of the ministry at the time of Pivovarsky. So the oligarchy groups, I know, occupied this ministry, and it was really hard to sweep them out of there, you know. So why we never had this option? Just can you tell me why is it so hard for us? Maybe I'll start. You know, truly, we can say that we had this option in 1991, but this would be again an erroneous statement, because the majority of institutions that we had at that time, these were mostly the heritage of the Soviet Union. And the key transformation, when we talk about the irreversibility of changes, of course, we need to amend the legislation. We need to change the processes. Of course, we need to look for people. We need to pay them salaries. We have to. And I maybe contradict Ms. Valeria, but in my opinion, the salary is a very important thing. But it's not the only thing that motivates people to become public servants. But this topic is for another discussion, and I can tell you that what can we use as a glue for this whole system transformation? Corporate culture, organizational culture. We need to change the culture. And the modern approach to what HR is, it's not about human resource management. We need to manage human relations first. How subordinates and managers do communicate, do interact, the corporate culture, the involvement of people in the processes of policy drafting, for them to clearly understand that they are not just the parts of the mechanism, but they can affect the results. They contribute to the ministerial results, but the transformation of culture is at the top of the mountain. This is the slowest transformation, definitely it's the slowest one. And it requires a lot of efforts. In classical ministries like the Ministry of Finance or others, why it's so hard for them? Because traditions that have been there for years, the fundamental traditions, we can change the law, but changing traditions, this is a hard thing to do. And this is a challenge for all of us. I do think that this option is definitely something that we do have, but this option requires a lot of efforts from all the participants of the project.
So thank you. But I would like to ask Valeria, maybe you would like to start the reforming of Ministry of Energy. Yeah, you know, this is the question what I've said. I've never said that the salary is the most important thing. I've just said that this is what we have to start with. So basically, I do believe that in the National Bank you can see what the independence and the corporate culture is, the professionalism is, the transparency, the engagement of the people, the KPIs and everything that you have said, and it has been implemented, that we have had it in 2016, 2017. So this is the example So this is the example that we're teaching the other countries. So they can check out the example and experience of Ukraine. And I would like to say that, Yelena Suprun, when she started the medical reform, and she asked us to help us, and the HR of National Bank has supported Ulena Suprun in building the project office that will help us to build up the first level of the medical reform. So if you're going to ask me right now what has been done in the country, really, then that was the reform of the banking sector, the transformation of the National Bank, and the first transformation of the Naftogaz and the very first level of the medical reform here. Unfortunately, we haven't got to the next level yet. Basically, it's good that we haven't built it up. I do think that they will push the second now, because there's no alternative to that. They're going to add it up if they really want to reform the sphere. So what else I can say? For the 2020, the National Bank has received the award as the best employer of Ukraine, the best employer out of everyone. So you can take a look at this award. It was either 2019 or the beginning of 2020. I can't imagine how proud I was, because in 2014, this old, outdated corporate culture was there. I didn't have this opportunity to talk to anyone that I've had this strategical session, because no one does not understand what this mission, vision is, and what the overall the processes are. There was nothing of that in place. And when you have starting with those issues, like you can remember that in 2014, the best employer was the Coca-Cola and Google at that point. So becoming the best employee in 2019 or at the very beginning of 2020 for the National Bank, it was a big acknowledgement. It was the market-based award. So that is why that was very, very important, and that was made out of that. So, when I've got to that, there was this medieval monster that, as Boris has said in the right way, that it might have been easy to destroy this monster and to build this new, clean and shiny organization. By the way, I've changed everything in the National Bank. I've closed the 25 departments in all over the country. I have centralized all of the processes. By that moment, we have fired 8,000 people. We have saved those billions that we've given to the budget, and we've hired the new 1,000 people, 800 people from the market, those very people who made those reforms. Just for you not to think that it was just Kontareva who came there and did it. They've did it. And in order for them to do that, in order to find the best people, you've needed to pay the real market salaries for them. So getting back to this issue, what is the best? To take down the old and to bring out the new. Yes, that might be an easier way, but not the best way. And I would like to say that in Ukraine, we never have this idea how we're going to be building the National Bank. Because, Kiev was never under siege. So Lugansk and Donetsk were under occupation, but Kiev is our capital, and this is the main capital of Ukraine. When I have faced these problems in Yemen, the people, I don't even know where the central bank is going to be located, because they have 4 violent groups on the very small territory of the country. Like if we have the central bank of the Lugansk People's Republic, the central bank of the Donetsk People's Republic, and they actually have occupied our regional department of the National Bank. So when I was getting to the National Bank, the National Bank's Donetsk department has been under siege. So they just got there with the weapons and they started threatening the members of the National Bank. But we did have no alternative. So we have started this transformation of the existing National Bank. So that is why let us not try to reinvent the yellow and blue wheels, but let us continue in the real transformation of the institutions. Okay. Good. But let us now talk about the transformation from the scratch, because we're getting back to Alim Aliyev. So, Alim, as far as I know, then the Ukrainian Institute is, maybe you may not say that Ukrainian Institute has started from the salaries question as well, but this public conflict, as far as I remember, between Olga Zhuk, because she has written that she cannot work in this strategical communication because it's hard for her to live for €100 a month, and it's actually the very bad things to happen. And it happened that after that, couple of months after that, there was a draft law, and 2018 that we had this Ukrainian Institute created. So this is just a pre-story, and you might prove it wrong. Maybe that's not that simple as I've explained, but I have this question to you as well. For you, I think that you might have the most complex and the most unseen topic, the cultural diplomacy. And you know, these KPIs are not that obvious and not that tangible. It's really hard to measure the successes. But in your opinion, your ideas, your recipes of creating complex, effective, and effectively measurable institutions. And yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Boris, for this question. Right, you are when you have said that we have been recently created, basically, and Ukrainian Institute has basically been the answer to these challenges, for the state, and there's also been the answer to the demands of the post-Maidan society. And if we're going to be speaking about the topic of the cultural diplomacy, that is the past of the so-called soft power, then yes, there have been multiple countries that have the same institutions for many years. There is the British Council for the UK, there is the Goethe Institute for Germany, and others, example like that. Though the Ukrainian Institute, the one that is working under the umbrella of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has started its physical activity 3 years ago. So this summer we're going to celebrate 3 years of our work. And the question of the effectiveness that we have been working as well, and that our team is working, the issues of the KPIs is very important issues for us. And I want to talk about strategies, because when last year we have approved the midterm strategy for the Ukrainian institutes up till 2024, then as the basis, as the framework of the strategy, we have considered the strategical goals that we have then packed into the strategical directions and into the strategical tasks that have already been implemented by our program, analytical, and communicational departments. Why have I mentioned that? When you have a certain framework, and when your strategy is this framework of your activity, and on a daily basis you're using that, you are building your work in the framework of that frame, then your strategy is very efficient in this story. But there are many different leverages and many additional moments that we're facing on an everyday reality. For example, the procurement legislation. Then the moments when we are conducting those procurements in month. Diplomacy and cultural diplomacy, they are the part of basically the security issue. And sometimes we need to react in the fastest pace as possible. So 90% of our activities we're directing for the international audiences, and we're trying to study how the international audiences behave. We're trying to learn how to work with our stakeholders as well. So one of the principles of our work is having the systematic approach. And the second principle is the long-term approach in our relationships between Ukraine and other countries. What do we mean by that? It means that we are going, for example, with any kind of projects to Poland, to Germany, or to Japan, whatever country that is. And when we have our local partners in there, so we're not going to bring, for example, grandchild for the presentation, and we're doing some kind of a systematic things that will build up this sustainable relations further on. And unfortunately, while you're building this sustainable relations, then sometimes this procurement legislation, this has a lot of effects when sometimes we're not able to implement some certain projects, or we're postponing some other projects. Speaking on Yes. Just wait a second. Just thank you for that, because, like, unfortunately, I would like to again, Alexei, to comment about that, because Prozoro sales is not about the procurement, but I know he knows much better about the activities of Prozoro, better than I do. But the question for you, because again, you're the new institutions, and we have already said that we need the market salaries as well. What else is needed? The good professional team is needed as well. This is something that is needed for 100%, and I can speak on behalf of the experience of working in the Ukrainian Institute and in my previous experience as well. Professional and value-oriented team, so that the team would understand and see those main lines, and this understanding of the goals will be the same. Transparency, responsibility, competitiveness. And competition, it's not just words. We've tried to select our team in this way to share those values. Another point that is important as well, it's not about the competitions between the departments and institutions, but partnership. Partnership is very important as well, and it's important for us to build this partnership among the stakeholders in Ukraine and outside Ukraine as well. For example, last year we have initiated the constant meetings with other institutions in the state sector and in the civil sector as well. And we've discussed the topics of culture and diplomacies. And in that way, we're trying to allocate those joint points that we'll be able to take together, to get together. And it gives us more capacities, and it gives us more effectiveness. Another point in this case is, of course, the thing that's, the things we cannot avoid. Those are the budgets. And it is a very complex story that we have here. In 2020, the budget of Ukrainian Institute has been slightly higher than 60 million hryvnias. Right now, this budget is 39.5 million hryvnias. So you can see that there has been the reduction of the budget. That is basically the budget for the survival, but not for budget for the development. Because it's not that we are only would like to start the new we're not just we want, it is important for us to set out the new affiliated organizations for the Ukrainian Institute and to launch out the new direction of work. It is impossible to do that with the budget that we currently have. So it's not just about this. It's also, you have this budget on the same level, but the budget is decreased. And you know that the efficiency of work, it increases, but the budget is not reflected in the budget. Okay, thank you. It's quite clear that the knowledge how to build the budgets, it's a definitely very important skill for any kind of state institutions, and I do believe that I can't give you an advice about that, but I have another question. Well, at least it seems that in Ukraine, that has in the same time we have created or reformed many cultural or pre-cultural institution like Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, the Dovzhenko Center. Are you a part of these ecosystems, or are you slightly aside of it? You are more of the pro-Western moment. Value-wise, yes, we share the same values. And when I spoke about the communication between institutions, we are doing this communication. We are the part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but the institution that you have mentioned, those are the part of the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policies. But it doesn't stop us from collaborating with one another, because those things that we represent abroad, we're frequently able to do that inside of the country as well. And we can then, repackage it, rebundle it in order to have the effective work in other countries as well. And just for the creation of these new institutions and for the reforming of the old institutions, then it's like making a choice between buying an apartment. So like when you're buying an apartment, you're choosing the apartment between the newly constructed building and the secondary market, for example, and in the outdated buildings that was built in the 70s. When you're buying the secondary in real estate, so you have to do a lot of things. You have to paint the walls, you have to throw away everything that was left out from the previous owners. But when you're building the new institutions, it means that you have a lot of challenges that you have to deal with. That's quite clear as well. But you're building it in the new space. You're building it from the scratch. You are programming. You are building it from your own. Yes, okay, but can we say that your institutions, the biggest maybe pain point for you is the issue of budget? So that, for example, that if, for example, at some political cycle you are not needed, then you will not have the needed money and your organization will cease to exist, where at least your activity is going to be problematic and your activities will be just on paper. Yes, it's quite obvious that yes, it's possible. But right now when we have our budget decrease this year, we were not just sitting and waiting. We went to work. We went to in implementing many projects and trying to do that with a zero budget or with engaging additional budget sources, not engaging only the state money. So that is very important things for all of us, because those program plans for all of us and those tasks that we would like to implement, we have a lot of long-term programs, which means that those programs for this year, for the year after, they have to keep on going. And I do believe that this is an important issue for the systematic approach for any institution, because basically when you have not just this small points of activities, but when you have the systematic activities in place, when you have the system approach. So that is why we're trying to engage additional financial support or building up the partnership with other projects, because basically the issue of the country's image is not the issue that has to be postponed and delayed for later. This is the issue that you have to work with now. But again, this is something that you should actually have done the day before yesterday. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Alima. We have some questions from our audience coming, and I think that maybe question is not clarified within with the person who is it addressed to, but I will just read out this question. So the directorates are really nice ideas. This is something that you would actually teach the people for, and you can engage them for the market-based salaries, but there are many other state organizations except for ministries. And there is a question, what should you do with that? How to reform this sphere so that you would engage more progressive people into that? So I think it's a very complex question, but maybe anyone from you would like to answer that, or maybe you'll have ideas of how to engage the people. Well, yes, if I may, yes, please. Yes, so in 2014 and 2013, when we've had the situation when the salaries for the professionals in the regional state administration was lower than the minimum, and in order to fulfill the minimum law, we just did it because of the surcharges and premiums. That was a very absurd story to do that. After the legislation has been in place, we have changed the approach of the salaries significantly for this public service. Even now on the local level, it is more competitive compared to all of the other spheres of activity. But still, it's just the very beginning of the processes. That is why we're still saying that the directorates are those examples that we need to get to, that we need to get all of the public service to. Because in the framework of one institution, it is much easier to do the reform. But when we're speaking about more than 200,000 people that are employed by the state, that work in the state system, then it will be much more complex process. But the reform of the salaries for the public officers and for the state officers is a very big challenge for the reform of the public service overall.
Valeria, please. Valeria, so, okay, so, look. Everything that we talk about will be empty, will be useless if we don't say what we will do. So I open my book because I've heard this for 20 times at the conference. Okay, I open it. Strategic session of National Bank of Ukraine. When we this is the beginning of the 2015. We actually use it as our motto. 5P values. Being patriotic, professional, transparent, fair, and be a good partner. 5 Ps in Ukrainian. So without actual without doing something actually. So it's just, these are just empty words. Again, if you avoid actual reforming, but if you just talk, you will stay where you are. Everything I told you, what we talked about, 2014, 2015, it's 2021, and I have the same thing again. We start with the reforms. We take the Academy of Sciences. Take a look. Firstly, we had the academician, a very respectable person. Well, okay, Mr. Patan was the head of the Academy of Sciences. There was no way to launch any reforms. Okay, look, not even one Academy of Sciences, 5 Academies of Sciences we had, Medical Academy of Sciences, and so on. Look at the structure of this horrendous thing. Yesterday, Ilya Kiva actually became a PhD. This is full stop. Okay, this is it. Silence. Now, take each Academy of Sciences, please. Break it into institutes. Do something that we did at the National Bank of Ukraine when we say, we will raise the salaries. No. 2 times, 3 times, you'll cut the staff of public servants. You'll cut the public servants amount, and you'll have a huge budget then. You will raise your effectiveness. You will automatize, digitalize, and raise salaries. That's how they actually write the strategies and reform. Everything else is just empty talk. Okay, okay, do you want to come back? I'm fully employed. I have my position in London, so British people also need reforms, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, so the previous panel complained on the hunger, on the staff hunger. Okay. Well, if you do have, but how to introduce these market salaries? First, you need to have a budget. Any strategy that you build, apart from vision, mission, and specific strategic plan, you need to have also resources, human resources, and you need to have funds. That's how you build your strategy. How much staff can you actually tackle? I remember Ivaras Abramovich's 2014. I just came and say, okay, we have this National Bank staff cut. Together with the cabinet, I say, okay, we need to cut people from 12,000 to 3,000. In his ministry, he said he would cut the staff for 30%. Not just, why not 50? Give me arguments. Why in 5 years we still need like thousands of people in the ministry? Give me the added value. Give me the arguments. No one is analyzing. Look, please don't talk too much. Specific actions. Please, launch a ministry of time recording for these institutions. Look what the performance is. Look what the performance is. Look what the documents are. This is the re-engineering of the processes. We all did it. And this is the starting point. Then you cut the staff. You centralize the functions you don't need in the regions, which are excessive in the regions. You can close 25 regional branches then. This is all interrelated. Unfortunately, I have to say that, in my opinion, today the state, at least the active part, it protects the institutions more comparing to, well, it creates the institutions, it protects the institutions more instead of like promoting the reforms. Yes, Valeria, I agree. We do talk more on how to hold something that we already have, how to maintain it, instead of doing some obvious things. Reform of Academy of Sciences, launch it. This is necessary for young people, for education. Look, Ilya Kiva case is just, it must be a strong push for us to start reforming the Academy of Sciences. I don't know. Dear organizers, maybe it will not be politically correct, but let's ask the Ministry of, okay, the Minister of Education, who itself is not that competent, I guess, to punish Mr. Kiva. Okay, please, you do need to reform the Academy of Sciences. We think about education, we think about the science in this country, and we will trace how this reform will progress. KPIs, implementation of KPIs, the deadlines, responsible people, sponsors, project managers. We will see how these people will actually complete the reform. Do not launch reforms everywhere. Academy of Sciences, this is one of the painful spots that we need. Starting from 2014, there was this call for action because we will lose science. I'm ready to sign this petition already. Okay. We have 2 people ready to sign the petition. Alexei, yes. For some time, we've been working with Academy of Sciences, Academy of Agricultural Sciences, because Academy of Sciences actually, it's one of the biggest holdings, real estate holdings, let's say. Academy of Agriculture, they are the landholders. And when it comes to auctions and fair access and lease, we tried to step into it. I think there are so many institutions that still are changing. And for me, this is a very good example with the National Bank. It starts with the management. So we had a horrible state property fund. We had new management appointed with a new team. And these complicated political environment, not everyone needed this transparent privatization, but now it works. We give these digital tools to make it easier, to simplify it. For you as for a manager, for a leader, to spend less time for monitoring and supervising your employees, how they use the land or estate, real estate, but reforming actually, doing something that Academy has to do, generating innovations and scientists and researchers. So if we touch, okay, if we take the Academy of Sciences, okay, we need people there. Specifically, we need 1 person to start the reform, to ignite the reform. Other executive power bodies, how to change it. Okay, even now, when we have new people coming, already with experience of reforming in other institutions and start changing it. So this where it starts. Let's appoint a new head of Academy of Sciences or head of Agricultural Sciences Academy. Okay, so we'll start the reform. Just to summarize for me, just conclude. We talk about the ratio. This is the balance between 2 things, leadership and institutions. 2 concepts. If we take classical Western democracies, leadership is important there, but institutions win. They will always bring any leader to certain framework, to certain limits. If we take our experience, leadership is dominating. We have reforms and parties built on leadership. As Alexei said, even some ministries and central executive power bodies become the leaders' organizations. Only when one leader enters, everything moves. But truly, we want the leadership to lose its impact, to make institutions stable, just like National Bank, to still continue operating despite the rotation of management, regardless of who is leading, to stay effective, stay efficient, and to give the best results. This is the key task when I speak about the role of institutions and its transformation in the modern Ukraine. Thank you, colleagues. Konstantin, Alexei, thank you for your attempt to make it a little bit more optimistic. Valeria, thank you. Alexei, thank you for actually bringing everything to the surface. The first conference in Ukraine that actually presents the real results. And again, we now have this call for Agricultural Science Academy to be reformed. Okay, very well. Thank you for actually raising these very important issues, and I do hope that this will be really useful. And of course, we'll definitely have some outcomes after the conference. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, our speakers, for being that frank, and thank you for igniting this lively discussion. It was so nice to see you all. And right now, organizers want me to say that the next discussion, effectiveness of public funds use. Whoa, what we mentioned for so many times. At 3:15, we'll start it. And for the next 10 minutes, we'll have again classical music, the Vivere from the Lviv National Music Academy students. Please enjoy the classical music break. Goodbye.
Дорогі друзі, вітаємо вас знов на
So, we again continue on conference, and right now I'd like to present a small announcement concerning our music pause. Well, a music break. Well, I think our audience and our guests, they do already have a question. What are we listening to? So, this is the music of Ukrainian composers. Dmytro Bortnyansky. This is Boris Latoshinsky. And also we have Mykola Lysenko and Vasil Barvinsky. And we had the Vibray Quartet, founded in 2010 by the students of Lviv National Music Academy. So they already have a lot of awards, and they take part in different workshops and proficiency advancement events. So we do understand that, of course, it works the same it works in the same way for the music orchestra and for the public administration bodies, where everyone knows what to do. And I'll continue presenting our next panel. Yes, I know that today's event is supported by the German government via the project Effective Governance of Public Funds, implemented by GIZ. And the partner of the event, the media partner, is Liga. So, I have this very important mission presenting the fourth panel. So, efficiency of public funds use. So, the global experience shows that if you clearly define the prioritized areas for the state expenses and make every hryvnia from the budget be spent with maximum use, we'll have accelerated economic growth, we'll have the high quality of state services, and fiscal crisis less likely. So we know that Ukraine is moving forward substantially when it comes to open data, transparency of public funds. Also with the support of the partners. So the state portal eData is the key source where all the information is published on use of public funds, and the idea of transparent budget is implemented. So we also had guests from Prozoro, and also the open source, which allows us to analyze all procurement procedures starting from 2016. And the governmental portal of data, the unified web portal of data, established according to the law on the access to public information. We also have the portals of National Bank, Ministry of Finance, State Fiscal Service, and others. And it's very important, of course, what is important for providing information on state expenses? The media, because they turn these figures into stories, into news, into important information. And already I go to our guests right now. So we have Denis Ulutin, First Deputy Minister of Finance of Ukraine. Viktor Mazarchuk, advisor to the chairman of the Accounting Chamber. Thomas Meyer, head of GIZ Effective Governance. Hennady Please, head of the State Auditing Service of Ukraine. Darina Marchak, head of the Center of Public Finance of the Kyiv School of Economics. And, of course, I pass the floor to moderator Andriy Yanitsky, head of the Center for Economic Journalism at Kyiv School of Economics. So ask your questions and have very productive discussions, dear ladies and gentlemen. So, good afternoon. So today, before we actually start, I'll explain the rules. What shall we talk about? So, Ukrainian guests, please do use Ukrainian language. That's how we will ensure the interpretation into English, correct interpretation, of course. And our guest, our foreign guest, well, I do ask you to use the most convenient language for you. And we have an hour. It seems to be a lot, but not. It isn't, and we need to provide an opportunity to talk to everyone. Okay, so we'll start with the Ministry of Finance. Do we have Mr. Denis with us right now? Online connection. So good afternoon, Mr. Denis. So can you explain us, in your opinion, how do we need to distribute the functions of controlling bodies when it comes to supervision of state expenses? Internal audit, external audit. Perfectly. How should it work? a perfect picture of it, and then we'll discuss. Okay, first of all, I'd like to start with the idea that public funds management, this is something more than just trying to analyze the use of these funds at certain stage. Public funds management, public funds governance, this is efficiency, accountability, transparency in the mobilization of tax-based funds and its use. And I just want to draw your attention that today we update the strategy on public funds management by 2025, and that we try to set the tasks which will be solved to fully ensure the solutions of certain problems that we have, that the relevant bodies do have, responsible for state expenses. And we have a couple of problematic areas. Absence of integral and efficient system for state strategic planning, so the weak connection between the strategic planning, budget planning, and state investment planning, so improper quality of budget planning. When we speak about the key users of state funds, which leads to inefficient use of funds, and these improper approach to assessment of new initiatives of the developers and low capacity to determine this impact in the midterm perspective. I just like to focus on the following. The control over effectiveness, of course, it has a significant impact. And absence of efficient system to affect absence of financial control over local budgets. I want to draw your attention that today we have more than 1.5 thousand of local budgets, and these budgets have direct relations with the central budget. So this is a strong, powerful financial resource, and we have a limited control over it, so we almost don't focus on it. And of course, lack of institutional and managerial accountability and responsibility. When it comes to distribution of authorities, we still have a lot of discussions ongoing on what level should the accounting chamber ensure, the state auditing service, and what should be used as a foundation for the state financial control body. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that this all is being processed together with the accounting chamber, and we try to design a mechanism of interaction. But again, I want to draw your attention. The amount of budgets, the number of budgets, number of tasks that we have, and the scope of the tasks, it's impossible to actually even check it it's impossible to reach any results without risk-oriented approach when we analyze the expenses. That's why we must generate a comprehensive approach to solve these issues, and the key attention we need to pay to reconciliation of various strategic planning systems. At the stage of planning, we need to ensure the control of the state funds expenses, whether these are effective. So you mentioned the accounting chamber and state auditing service today. Fortunately, we do have representatives from both institutions, and I'd like Victor to explain right now, how do you distribute authorities? Who is responsible for what? And how do you see your role? What is your role, and do you have any cooperation? Yes, definitely we do cooperate, we do interact. And I'm really happy that quite often we can see Mr. Gennady. We invite Gennady to different events, like VoxUkraine is organizing, and we talk about the problem. So we have this cooperation, and I can say the dynamics of it is positive. We have interaction between the head of auditing service and the accounting chamber. How actually we distribute? Well, it's really simple. You take a law and you read the law, and the law tells you clearly what the authorities are for each institutions. But I must know that during the formulation, taking the new version of the law on auditing 2015, this is still an issue for discussion.
It's basically about the building and constructing the new approaches overall in designing and constructing the state authorities and state institutions. And in this context, overall, in our opinion, the counting chamber, they're basically evaluating the policies. They're evaluating the general things without outlining some revisionists and very narrow things that the state auditing services are conducting. So we have to understand that clearly. Basically, we have no controversial ideas because of that. But basically, we should, in this case, discuss the ideas. That's what Denise has mentioned. We need to talk about the risk-oriented approach. That evaluating the effectiveness of the costs being used has to be done at the planning stage. So we have to do that. We have to do that not only by already the Ministry of Finance, but it has to be done by both our chamber and the state auditing services. And I also would like to say that we're trying to move into this direction. We're trying to build our internal processes that will be built on the risk-oriented approach. And from the very beginning, and right now, we already see some of the risky programs that has the very high risks. At the very high risks if the programs are going to be implemented fully, just to put it this way. So I do believe that this is very important, so that the counting chamber is going to provide the monitoring. Let us put it this way: there is providing the both monitoring and the analysis for the implementation of the budget, and that gives the opportunity for the members of the parliament to see overall the external, independent from the government, a position on how the budget is implemented. Because basically we can say some of the things that might not be maybe mentioned by the Ministry of Finance or some other institution that are accountable for the government, for the ministries. So this is the first moment, and I think they're going to be discussing the effectiveness later on. Yes, okay. So, Hennady, do you agree what Victor has said, or you have your own point of view of what the auditors should do? So maybe you'll also have to have a bigger share in the local budgets as well. But I completely agree with what Victor has said, but I just wanted to add up to that. Let us analyze the trends for the recent years. Before that, the state auditor and services audited the local budget once in 3 years. Right now, we have been the number of people that are working in our organization have decreased by 3. We now are not presented at the local level. So it's now has in order to check all of their local budgets, we need 90 years. And now imagine that. Now we have the heads of the amalgamated communities, and they understand that they will have no monitoring or auditing for the next 100 years. It's very relevant, understanding that 560 million hryvnias of state budgets are being allocated to the local budgets, and I do believe we need to control this money. Then again, speaking about the overall dissemination of the authorities and mandates, I do believe that this problem is an artificial problem, and I will explain you why. But let's start with myself. Why? We represent the auditing services. According to the law, we have some controlling measures that we provide. The monitoring of the procurements. The accounting chamber do not do that. The private accountants do not do that. The control of the procurement that has been already provided. So the accounting chamber do not do that. The private auditors do not do that. Revisions. So basically, no one does it except for the our organization, for the state auditors. So there's a lot of issues working in our state defense services and a lot of services and functions that you cannot engage the external private auditing companies because of those state secrets that might be engaged. What else do we have? The participation in the criminal processes, when in the end we also are engaged for the auditing and evaluating of the criminal cases. Again, the private providers cannot be included into that. The final thing is, again, the audit of the local budgets, and there is Article 113 of the Budget Code that said that the auditing of the local budgets have to be provided by the state or the state financial control. That is us. We would like to provide this function to the accounting chamber for sure, because basically if we need 90 years, then maybe together with the accounting chambers we could complete this task in 50 years. But we are present in all of the regions. We can do that. Can it be automated? Yes, it can be automated, and the Ministry of Finance is already moving into this direction of the automating. We already have the project, the logics of the budget building, starting from bottom to the top. But I would like to finalize with the auditing. There's two directions for the local budgets. Those are the moments when we are currently have no competitors in this case, because the private auditors cannot work there, but the accounting chamber can be invited there. They're checking out, but again, we support their engagement, the chamber's engagement fully. But still, there is just one solely function, the audit of the state programs. And in this case, understanding that we only use the 3 or 5% of our capacities, of our resources to do all of that, we understand that basically that there is no intertwining between the mandate and our authorities. And even sometimes when we replicate or duplicate some of the mandate, it can be done for good. For example, when Singapore has conducted their construction for the metro lines, they have 11 different auditing opinions that they wanted to have. They wanted to be completely sure that this is the way it's going to be functioning, because the auditing is about independent opinion, and it's always important to have it from many different states and from many different points of view. Speaking about the private audit and the local budget, then first of all, our professional will cost us 65,000 for half a year of work, and then $300-400. How the Naftogaz has been procuring their external audit, and you have seen that at the parliament, those very different money we're talking about. So then again, what do we say under the evaluation of the local budget? The Treasury does it. So if we're doing, the private auditor is only providing the overall reporting auditing. This is basically what the Treasury provides. And right now we say we have really nice, cool template by both the accounting chamber and in our organization. We provide the efficiency audit. The audit of the efficiency of the decisions have been made. And I do believe that it's very useful for all of the kind of organizations. We're ready to collaborate in this field. We're ready not try to duplicate the functions, not for us to do some work twice. We believe that the accounting chamber has to be leading this process. And right now the accounting chamber is an external control for all of the governmental bodies. And for us, our organization are the internal governmental bodies control. So whatever auditing we provide it specially. Like, for example, auditing the COVID fund. Like, can you just imagine that you have provided the audit for the COVID fund? This is 950 coordinated controlling measures, monitoring the procurement, controlling the procurement, the revision, and the audit of the main funds. There's 950 takes. Single form, single template. I don't know whether the private audit can do that in Europe even. So just to cover all of the funds with one audit and to check out everything. Yes, speaking about the European practices, we can ask Thomas about that. So in what way, Thomas, have you seen the auditing checkups and monitorings in Germany or in any other countries? What can we use as a template for ourselves?
First of all, here I have to clarify with my position. I'm a project manager of Good Financial Governance Project, yes. And we work with support by international expertise. So I'm from my profession, I'm a lawyer. Yeah? I have some oversight about the Ukrainian situation, but I think who has to find the right solution, are the Ukrainian institutions. We can only support them. Yeah? And we try to do that. One of our aspects of our project is in our cooperation with the Accounting Chamber of Ukraine together with the State Audit Service, the alignment of the functions. And the alignment of the functions, I think the Deputy Minister already stated that, is with a new challenge, and the new challenge is the decentralization. Yeah? And from this point of view, you have also to take into account, like you already said, when the SAS is part of the executive branch, it's a question if this can be used as a control institution for the municipalities and for the aggregated commanders nowadays. It's an option to do so, in particular because in the counting chamber of Ukraine can't do that with their actual resources. That wouldn't be possible to have an external control for the aggregated commanders. From that point of view, you have to understand, like we have that in all European countries, because we have 27, or I do not know if Britain is already out of that countries, that means 26 systems. And to be honest, this is a normal thing. Germany needs a different system than Austria need, or the Netherlands. Yeah? I think Austria has something like 8 million people. Germany had 82 million. Yeah? And this is a little bit, the Ukraine is the promising thing on the Ukraine is also the problem of the Ukraine, and that's the size. When you have 40 million citizens, you have much more citizens than all the other countries of the Eastern Partnership. Yeah? So also in that respect, there's a lot of need of regional exchange in that respect, but taking into consideration the different circumstances, the different starting points, and the different state of arts. Yeah? And to be honest, in our steering committee, we sit together with the accounting chamber of Ukraine, together with the state audit service, together with the Ministry of Finance, and I think that was always a constructive discussion in that respect, and we are really sure that that a solution will be found. But I think, and this is in the public finance management strategy, actually also point out this point of external control on the decentralized bodies. That's a real issue, because also external control is nothing what is what is connected with sanctions or something like this. External control is advice to other bodies, to the parliament, but also to the executive branch, and last but not least to the amalgamated Romadas, that they learn where they could do better, and I'm quite sure that they want to do better if they do wrong. From that point of view, as a lawyer, I do not give you a concrete answer. I said it depends on the circumstances, and in particular it does in the Ukraine.
That's actually a very lawyer's answer, I would say. And yes, basically, I would agree to the ideas that you've said, that every country has its own peculiarities. And maybe for Ukraine, we need to find our own path. So maybe, as Darina, back to you, as the former Ministry of Finance worker and now as the analytics for the Ministry of the Finance, you have found some certain recipes, the Ukrainian recipes. And if you can do that, Darina, can you please reflect to what the Deputy Minister has said on that we need to consider the state finances control not only from the point of view of spending the money, but basically at the stage of the planning of the budget programs. When do we have more problems, for planning or for spending? Well, I would like to get back to this moments that Denis has voiced out and what Hennady, please, has said as well. So I do believe there are some important moments to that. Is first of all that it is really, really hard to check out the expenses of the budget if those expenses are basically the numbers of some certain measures that conceptual-wise are not sometimes united with one another. So what do you mean by that? Denis Lutin has said that there is the big problems between this connection of the strategic planning and the budget planning, and that's really how it goes. Why this problem exists? Because we have many different governmental institutions that do not consider the policy categories. So they're basically are providing the support for some certain institutions, and they're doing some certain checkout for all of these institutions, since the Soviet Union, and they understand what are the benefits for the spending of this money and what is the overall number of the measures that have to have this financement in place. So for me, it's hard to imagine of how the chamber and how the auditing service is working if you can only evaluate the paper spending of the money without the clear understanding why this, what does this expenses cost to the state. In the same time, from my point of view, from the expert and the civil point of view as a citizen of Ukraine, I'm not sure why the state auditing service should spend 90 or 50 years of your life and your work in order to check all of the amalgamated communities. So I would agree to what Denis has said, that if, for example, you're going to use the risk-oriented approach, then it will be okay with just, keeping everyone tensed, all of the local budget to keep them tense, that at any moment there can be an auditing coming to you. And you have to be in that good shape so that if it happens in a year or in 5, in 2, or 10 years, that you would still be comfortable with going through this audit. And I do believe that using this kind of approach and introducing this kind of approach will help us to resolve multiple problems, and without broadening the staff of the auditing services. But it will just be able just by changing the approach to work. But, like kind of a lottery. We can do that on air, like, there are different papers, and by chance we're taking the amalgamated community that the auditors are going to go to. Yes, but a very brief comment on that as well. I do believe that altogether, that because we do not have the clearly built policies at this very stage, and what do we finance as the states, it is really hard for us to check out at all of the levels for all of the money owners. It's really hard to do because it's a whole big amount of work that has to be done. I do believe that the third moment, the third aspect that I would note down as well is how do we evaluate the effectiveness of the auditors themselves and the controlling bodies, because I have heard multiple times that, the people are usually reporting how many cases have been, how many prosecutions have been launched, how much money has been saved. Yeah, for me as a taxpayer, this kind of a rabbit's hole, yes, isn't it? Yeah, but we used to have this story about the plan for the fines from the traffic violations, when you don't know that you're being fined because you have violated the traffic rules or because there has to be the certain plan that has to be implemented. But I do believe that in the heart of this discussion, we need to talk about what is the main goal for the activities of the accounting chamber and for the auditing agency. And for me, it's no auditing service. It's not about reporting how much money has been prevented from being spent from the budget, but it is most important to proactively prevent the incorrect usage of the money. Yes, Gennady wanted to answer that, and we'll pass the floor to him, and then I have another question to Denis. But please, Gennady first. Yes, I wanted just to respond to this moment, speaking about the risk-oriented approach. I fully agree with you, and speaking in our auditing service, then yes, we have decreased the overall measures that we provide in our activities by 33%, but we have increased the numbers of the violations identified by 5. So we are working with that on collaborating with the fiscal services and custom services to provide our risk-oriented approach. When we're speaking about the people that, increasing or decreasing the people because we have been decreased by 6. So I do agree with you, because speaking about the effectiveness of the controlling bodies is just the same thing if you will require some kind of effectiveness from the police. But I want to once again draw your attention to this idea that the state service has spent 590 millions. The average salary has decreased by 5%. The salary has decreased by 12% overall. So it didn't increase by 7 or 5, even though we have decreased the number of people, because you remember that our service wanted to be liquidated at some point. But still, please keep in mind Speaking about the budget losses that we have compensated, 1 billion hundreds millions. We have prevented 895 billions that would have been lost. And the direct economical effect is 1.8 billion hryvnias. So it's just like, we're keeping everyone toned. We're keeping everyone tense throughout the procedures that were built up, and we're demonstrating that the financial control is available for the state. But I say that we have the direct economical effect. For every hryvnia invested, we have 6 hryvnias prevented from being spent. I don't know if we will have another source of income for the state budgets.
I think we can discuss it, and we may have this dispute ongoing, but I want to ask Denise. Okay, so you mentioned the databases, the tax service databases and customs database. So Denise, do these databases have should these databases be open, first of all, because we know that people say that, okay, these databases can be bought elsewhere. I mean, the registry is in darknet or whatever. But who actually is authorized to be granted with access? Okay, maybe investigative journalists should look for it. Okay, first of all, I'd like to finish about the efficiency of expenses. So I just want to focus on what? So use of IT technologies, use of digitalization in risk-oriented model will be the most acceptable, because exclusively via IT solutions, automatization of processes and ensuring access to complete information, financial information, will give an opportunity to ensure that controlling bodies have all the necessary data. Today, I can say that we have the utmost open resources, and basically, according to applicable legislation, you can open it. So I don't think that commercial information of customs service may be provided to public access, or any kind of personal data of individuals from the tax service, of course. We do not need to provide this public access. According to Article 8, the accounting chamber statute. Okay, so we already processed the protocol on database information exchange. The customs service is doing the same thing within the framework of within that scope, which does not violate the applicable legislation. So the protection of personal data is always a priority, always. And investigative journalists, they can get information which is already public, and a lot of it is in the media environment. And quite often, Victor publishes a lot of interesting information on one's channels. And this information is based on data received from public sources. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to respond. Okay, but Darina, you raised your hand. Yes. Truly, I think that, well, I used to be a journalist once. I was also working with the public funds issues. I remember how I was suffering when you go to a website of Ministry of Finance. If you want to compare statistics, monthly budget statistics, you need to upload the PDF file, and then you need manually to bring all the data into the table and do it 12 times within 1 month to get all the data for a year. So from the standpoint of statistics presented by the Ministry of Finance and State Treasury, so to me as a consumer, well, it looks like a quantum leap. It's a huge change. And right now, working with the data, with the use of resources, of open budget and spending of UA, these are really great things. It's really convenient. Also with the statistics of the State Treasury. But when it comes to tax service, well, I think still we are at the very, very initial stage, prenatal stage, I can say, because I agree that we cannot just, the state simply cannot provide public access to personal data, but why cannot we provide access to information on what taxes are paid in different economy sectors, for example, according to classifiers? Why cannot we publish the information on statistics? For us to analyze, to analyze all the tax-related issues. For example, if we Why can we, for example, publish the depersonalized data at least? Individual entrepreneurs and the structure of taxes paid by individual entrepreneurs. So right now we have this regime when we send these requests to get public information to tax service. All the time we send these requests. Sometimes they do not provide the information due to different reasons. And what we do, we just send the same requests via the MPs. We ask different MPs to send it on their behalf, and the average period, waiting period for us to get information on tax-related issues, approximately 1 month or 1.5 months. From the standpoint of analysis, what I can do as a researcher, for example, what value can I add to the state? Well, this is really, this decreases the efficiency of my work. And actually, whether this analysis is really urgent, so how quick we can be, they have the BI Customs Gov.ua, it can be quicker. I think that's the name of the website, and right now they have, they of course have a small lag, but you can take a lot of data out of it in any scope, and truly this is a progress. So I do think, and I do hope that soon, in the nearest future, we'll definitely see this progress for the tax service as well. I know that Victor has his Telegram channel, and he presents many dashboards with data on public funds. So is it easy to look for the data? And maybe you can add something. So I need to respond to something that was presented in the previous blog. So Darina's words. You cannot evaluate such institutions as the accounting chamber, controlling bodies, just using the number of criminal proceedings or criminal cases they're involved in. Okay, they initiated, but you know, I truly want to talk about us, and I do talk about us. And what I really like, that the management, everywhere where he takes part, as the head of the accounting chamber, he says this: "Dear colleagues, please do not see me as an enemy. My task is not to punish you when I come to you. My task is just to show you where the problem is. Where is the disease? Where is the virus, let's say? I'm like a doctor. So for you to improve your functionality, to show you, to demonstrate you, due to many reasons, legislative limitations, or simply because you have a huge workload. We are the auditors. We know where to look. We are your external support. Please do not evaluate the accounting chamber taking the number of criminal cases or proceedings. This is not a KPI for them. No. This is not a KPI for the accounting chamber. What is a good indicator? What I really like when it comes to accounting chamber, and the head of the chamber always tells the level of trust institution. This may be the KPI which we may use to evaluate the institution. If, for example, you perform high-quality audits, yes, institutions may disagree with the results. The institution is subject to the audit, but when you provide high-quality results, you may justify. You bring the information to MPs, to the parliament, as to the key requester, to people, to society, because our task is to show people, to show journalists, to present the information, to bring it to their awareness. This is a good KPI. Regarding databases, briefly I'll respond. According to the Ukrainian legislation, accounting chamber is authorized to be provided with access to all databases established at the expense of the state, regardless of what information is there, personalized, non-personalized. When certain measures are taken by the accounting chamber, they have the access. You may be the friends of the investigating journalists, so you may be the allies. So no, we cannot provide this information. This is not in the scope of the authority. This is the first block about the access. Second block, just to complement the previous one and to complement Denis. So we have the protocols of exchange and interaction between the institutions at the programmatic level. We know what to do, what reports we need to get, from whom, and the access to information. Fortunately, it works like that. It's a tradition. we have even more of access than other institutions because, yes, we need to analyze it. We need to analyze various issues, various problems. And we have this huge number of issues we analyze. Okay, a small pause because Denis must leave. And let's pass the floor to Denis. Then we'll listen about the international experience and the access to information, to sensitive information. Denis, please, can you just summarize? I really want you to conclude. Because you leave early, so maybe just draw the red line. So what conclusions are there? Maybe you found some sources which hadn't been detected before in the process of public funds accumulation and expenditure. So some internal reserves we can take out of the pocket. Okay, first of all, thank you for drawing attention to this specific issue. Of course, truly, the issue of state budget expenditures, it's more for the taxpayers. It's all about effectiveness of spending taxes paid by people. And we take a step back from the public funds, from the budget, but we never stress on the fact that each taxpayer has a right to know where does the money go, what service was provided, what the person is paying for, what is constructed, what is implemented, what service is provided actually at the citizen's expense, and the synergy on control over this effectiveness. When we speak about the efforts of auditing service, media, accounting chamber, publicity, it will give us an opportunity. The synergy will show us where each hryvnia goes, and if all the money is spent in a proper way. So the productivity of expenses, this must be in the focus of attention of auditing service, accounting chamber, please. I'd like to focus on what we heard today. We do not have any controversies between all these institutions. It's just healthy competition, nothing more. And this is healthy interaction, proper interaction. Accounting chamber, within the scope of its authority, analyzes the high-level issues, and auditing service is involved in revisions and internal financial control that we did not talk about it today. Internal financial control is quite a complicated matter. It's quite a complicated concept. So, and we should not forget about it. This is the third level, level of control. Control over implementation of decisions for each manager. This is an efficient mechanism for each manager of each institution, whether one's tasks are implemented effectively, the institution's tasks as well. And this is the level that must be introduced. I think it's quite a lively and interesting discussion that we had right now. And concerning the information of the tax service, well, still we're working on that, and I'm sure that they will provide an opportunity to use the data. They will put all the announcements on their website in the format of dashboards, maybe for the public and for the media to analyze it. I think we are progressing, definitely. So we move forward. We raise the effectiveness of the mechanisms of monitoring the state expenses. Thank you, Denis, for actually joining us today. We'll talk about internal control with the speakers that we still have with us, but international experience first, and how do we ensure the access to such sensitive data, financial data in the European countries?
Go for some point, because I think all the time a little bit that the function of control should be clarified. Yeah? And I think in public finance management we speak all about the budget circle. And this is the budget planning, budget execution, budget control. And why it's a circle? Because the control is used for the budget planning again. Yeah. And so you have that also in project management. You have that always when you run a business. Yeah. You plan to do something, you execute to do something, and afterwards you look if you did the right thing, and then you take that on consideration for the next circle. Yeah, so the control is not a mechanism or an ending point of something, but it's a starting point again for the new planning. Yeah? When I hear the question of open data on the one side, yeah, this is, I think, in the vast majority metadata. Yeah? It's not personalized data. I think when the tax authorities would give any information to German media on a single taxpayer, that would be the last day of that person in the tax authority. Yeah, so and that should be taken into consideration. So most the access to data to the most possible extent on that meta level, yeah, but then data protection on that specified level. This is something what is, from my understanding, okay. I'm speaking a little bit from a taxpayer's perspective from Germany, you know, and you would surprise. I think the only taxes I do pay in Ukraine are the VAT on my normal living spending. Yeah, but I would be really shocked if somebody can read in my tax file at the tax authority, and I would really sue the guy who's on my desk officer in that respect. Only to clarify.
Пане Вікторе, у вас був теж коментар, здається.
So the deputy, you have a comment to the deputy minister. I just want to continue. I just want to compliment Denise and respond to Mr. Thomas right now. So actually, it goes to the following. We need not just to use the data on our own, yes, given by different institutions like the State Treasury, Ministry of Finance, because some chapters at the Ministry of Finance website are really great, and they update the information every day. They're doing really well. But to use other databases as well, tax, customs, any kind of statistics, the register, the Unified State Register on legal entities and individuals. So the data must be there, of course. This is an issue of whether it's possible to take it. The other kind of story is, what is the quality of the data? How filtered are the data? The second block I'd like to mention right now, and today I'd like to express my gratitude to GIZ for actually making it possible to us, as an institution, we start finally opening the data that we are the owners. So the data that we own, this is not the last project that we have, and with this project we want to open our own data to provide the access to it, together with the experts and with the assistance of GIZ. We do really appreciate this cooperation. The violation database, we want to systematize the violations, create this structure, and give an opportunity the analysts to take this information, what Darina is mentioning, for any person to take the data and analyze it. So together with the volunteers, we already established this, created this dashboard showing the COVID taxes, and we already have these plans on data opening. It's structuring and providing an opportunity for the expert environment, for anyone to take the data, actually, to... we're in the process. We understand how important that is, and really want to share and create an environment where we actually function, and where we function as a more competent institution, in a more professional way. So do you have something to add? Of course, I do understand that we finally must have the competition with internal audit. This is something that we have in Europe. They have different systems, of course. Let's imagine the auditing service performing as an auditing service, but internal governmental service, 14 institutions we have in 14 countries. But I'm pretty sure that we need to go to internal audit. This is something we must achieve. We must understand it. Our decentralized communities, these are children, small children, half a year, 1 year, toddlers. And making children independent, making toddlers independent. Adequate parents would never do that. For example, when we have a 10-year-old child, of course, a person, an entity must be more independent with resources, and we will eventually come to that. But naturally, and then we'll have this minimum intervention and maximum effect. When it goes to exchange of data, I just want to stress that today we have a unique opportunity. We never had this opportunity. So today in the Ministry of Finance, we have so many services. The audit, the financial monitoring, the control, all these services, all these financial institutions are under the umbrella of one single institution. This is truly great, and all the time I mentioned it at any meeting. Let's use this opportunity because I am the primary initiator. I really want all the data to be placed in the data center of the Ministry of Finance. And even when we put it there today, we design the system, we work on the system for the tax service to use it, for the customs to use it. And for example, if I enter the code, individual code of the code of specific legal entity or a company, I can see what's coming, what is the price of the product that is crossing the border. To understand, do we have any power abuse? Do you have any incorrect prices there? Because I only see the price today. But when I see the price, I cannot justify that this is a power abuse, that this is a violation. We have our own specificity revisions, and we need simply, and we usually work when we have the requests from law enforcement or when we have any kind of complaints on the abuse.
So basically, we now have a unique opportunity and we should use it. And I'm sure that this is the way it should be and all the time, that all of this financial structure should be combined with one financial database and the treasury, by the way, as well. They have to be under the umbrella of one structure. We need to have all of our data in the one joint database and we should use it as a clients. Yes, the only thing is for us to learn how to analyze all of this data in the right way. Maybe Darina knows how to do that in the right way. There has to be some kind of a supercomputer or what? Well, I do believe that if we're going to have this integration, or at least the publishing of the data, then the integration of the data formats of the data sets, and then we will start developing all the different kinds of software products that will give us the opportunity to analyze the data. It's just that, unfortunately, that Mr. Lutnin has already left us, but what I also wanted to emphasize on the other big fail on the data publication is the publicizing the data on the local budget implementation, because right now we can only use the data of the state treasury, already the factual expenses. So basically then only in a couple of classifications, couple of codes on how the local budgets have been performed. But as a researcher, for example, I don't have this opportunity to take a look at what has been planned for the budget all over the country, just for me to be able to understand what was going on and to track the progress. They're only they're only data that has been produced. There's the boost, yes, the boost, a specialized service for this data. Andrei, I can comment upon that because I used to be the deputy ministry of finance for this local budget and I started the system. The logic is that it will be introduced very soon because the Logix system, the Logica system is amalgamating the budget query starting from the community level up to the state level, and we will see everything there. So I'm sure that it's very soon we're going to see that in the databases. We just have to arrange the exchange of data between the databases, the integration of the databases, and the provision and the publication on the external level. It is just a question of time. The technical issues and the technical capacities have already been performed that are almost at the final stage of implementation. You might have known there has been a problem that the head of the local department, the department of the local budget, has had a problem with that, and a lot of things have been tied up to that. So I'm sure that everything's going to be done by that. But about the internal control, Hennady, I do believe that some of the state local budgets, they have those departments. I know that at least in Kiev, yes, I have created it in Kiev, the internal auditing, and a lot of people have told me that this is the duplicating of the function, and everyone told me that we should take it down, but we fought for that, and we managed to do that. And I'm not going to say that maybe this is one of the best systems for the internal auditing. There was the Ministry of Defense and in Kiev that we have created, and right now all of the data has already been done in that way, so that all of the enterprises, they're filling in their databases, they're filling in the tenders, they're filling in any type of violations. If they have if they have been seen, if you will take a look at the Kiev audit portal, you will then enter the code of the legal entity, and you see all of the people, all of the entities that have been registered in Kiev. You will see all of their reports on balances, on the financial results, on the tenders that have been followed as well by those entities, because Prozoro also aggregates its data to our system. We have got even further on all of the departments in the mayor's department. We have had the East Pro system, and now we have this technical opportunity for the Department of the Auditing to see the accounting of all of the departments of the Kiev administration sitting in their offices. And it always had been implemented to all of the municipal municipal enterprises. And you know, I've left 3 years ago, so I don't know what kind of stage it is right now, but at that moment the internal control for Kiev state administration, for Kiev city administration, was very effective, because it worked seamlessly. No one seen that we're controlling you. As soon as we will have some requests, we will inform you about that. Yeah, so this is the question of the political will. Yes, you know, the political will and the project leader. Yes, as well. Yes, please.
One task of another project. There's a big project by the European Union, also implemented by GIZ, but this is a combined effort with Lithuania and Swedish and things like that. And this is ULEAD for Europe. And in the amalgamated Romadas, one part of the activities is setting up this financial control units. Yeah? And this is simply because you have that new structures, and then you need also new structures within those organizations. Yeah? And from that point of view, I agree in total. We are far from being perfect, yeah? But at least we are not on the way away from the being perfect.
And, you know, my deputy is going to Odessa just this Thursday to sign up the memorandum for the internal controls with the state regional organizations, so for us to share the data. So we would not duplicate the data, so we will have the data exchange established, because we really want to do this a pilot project. It is a unique opportunity for us. Our previous head of our region for the financial control for our organization, for the auditing service, he's not the deputy head of the state administration in Odessa region. So we have this unique opportunity that we really want to use. Then we're going to be widespreading this connection. There has to be a unified system, the auditing services, internal auditing in the state administration, and the accounting chamber. It all has to be, and the treasury. It has to be one informational module. I have to have all of the information about the legal entity with just one code. Okay, what will be the role of the civil society in those processes? We know that the active citizens, they can track the procurement in Prozoro system. Can they track something else? Can they respond specifically to some issues? Let us maybe start with Darina in this case. For you as a researcher, you know more. You have seen more. What do all of the citizens of Ukraine can, for example, do? Not just the Prozoro system, because everyone knows that already, but what are the other systems that you can use to track? Now, we have two Prozoros. Actually, you can take a look at Prozoro sales, yes, that you can also see what organizations are selling something. And I do believe it is important to speak about the two services by the Ministry of Finance, the open budget and the spendings go UA, so you can see how the state budget is being fulfilled. You can see the specific transaction concerning the state money. There are some questions about the software, of whether it is easy to use or no, but more or less you can follow the transactions that are being done by specific money owners. For example, how much, for example, money have been paid for the support of the technical, for the temporary unemployment by the city of the specific city. So I do believe there's a lot of opportunities and room for opportunities, but let me get back to the very beginning of the discussion, and let me start again with saying that we have to track how the money are being spent, but we have to, in order to do that, we have to understand what is it, what kind of product, what kind of service we would like to receive while procuring this service or product, what kind of improvement in our life we want to have in the end. So we're speaking again about the budget planning, about the effectiveness of the budget planning, and there's a lot of things that we can discuss here. Viktor, would you agree that we have the problems with the budget planning? Yes, I cannot agree more. I have been saying that for many times already. But I thought that we can do planning in a good way. No, we cannot do planning in a good way, because, you know, we cannot do planning properly based on the 3P, you know, as they said in Russian, yeah, like finger, ceiling, and something else. So, you know, like this is the so-called ceiling method. So we're just, planning something out of blue. The key moments here is the problems in the budget planning. One of the most important problems is about how we plan. So let us just, not to be very general, let us be very precise in those examples. The year before last year, we had a lot of offers. No, it was 2018. 2018, there were the offers that have been provided to the state budget. We've had 30% more offers than the budget could pay for. Last year, we had twice as much, according to the information of the Ministry of Finance, we had twice as much offers than the budget itself. So how do we plan? That's one story to illustrate it. The other thing, can all of the budget system, which has more than 500 different programs, can have more than 10,000 KPIs? No, because, that's too much. That's too many things to track. Now, this is once again the outdated our evaluation. Only 3% of all of these budget programs are goal-oriented. All of the others programs, you can just, take it all together in the bundle and just throw it away. Nothing will change. We need to change the system. Can you do a legislative limitation so that would be as much office, as much money we have? Well, there is some certain limitations. The office being provided, but there is the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment. So on so forth, we can discuss it many years. But it's not what I'm saying. I wanted to answer your previous questions about how the community can get engaged in this. Yes, community can get engaged, and we have to do that, and we have to support that. But okay, at the planning stage, yes, but from our side, it's not that we're very engaged into the planning process, because we are engaged in the planning process as the institution that also works with the budget controls. So from our side, we're engaged in the community to our precise work, to the expert community. So we have implemented 4 projects last year. Right now, with the support of the GIZ, we're implementing yet another project. We really appreciate that, and we really would like to engage the expert community to our work, because they give us the opportunity to do something that we cannot do. We don't have the time, we don't have the competence, whatever is happening, there is a lot of things that we need to do. We have to there is an obligation for us to be transparent, because only by being transparent you can become stronger. Yes, and Nancy, please, a comment from your side. Yes, what I'm always saying to my employees, that at this moment when they say that they lack some of the authorities, I always tell them, you have Dubinsky, you have Bigus, you have the people who have basically no authorities, the journalists, and they're making materials much more interesting than you, even though you are the people with authorities. So, we have those media effects, and people are searching for some information, and they make the news about that. It also shows the idea that we have the open resources that can be used. And yes, I completely support what Denis has said, but just with an example of the Kyiv city. We had a strategy when I used to be the first deputy. So we had this strategy with the 16 spheres, and we have then divided this strategy into the different programs. The programs on, for example, improving the energy efficiency. And the idea was that every line of the budget should meet the specific point of the program and specific point of the strategy. Thus, we should not have a single line in the budget that would not meet the certain strategic goal. And I have to reason the specific line of the budget for the specific line of the strategy. How much did it cost me to reach the strategic goal in the budget? But unfortunately, the members of the parliament, they say a different point of view. I have an offer. I want to do this, and but this is my constituency. But it doesn't matter what kind of constituency you are in, what kind of strategical goal does it refer to. We have strategic documents separately from the local budgets. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the state budget, but we have to have a clearer understanding that maybe we should, I don't know, restrict that or prohibit that. Not a single budget line should be created if it doesn't has the reference to the strategic goal and the point of the action plan. That's it. It also being done, but just try to imagine the member of parliament in the room, they're saying, I want to do this. It's been voted for. But then, for example, the Ministry of Healthcare says, we don't need that. That's something that we do not need. But the parliament has approved that. We have to do that. So what kind of strategical approach can we speak about is, for example, that no one actually asks the executives, no one asks the ministries. If we had a member of parliament among us, they've told us, okay, you want to have the tyranny, the autocratic regime. Yes, Darina, and then we're going to turn back to Thomas about his point of view of how it's being done, how you have this struggle between the populist politicians and the technocrats. But now, Darina, you know, I have a couple of moments that I wanted to outline. First of all, starting with this issue, can we restrict those, desires, or basically, this populistic desires from the parliament and from the government? The most important thing is to understand how do you come up with those desires. It's not because someone has fantasized about it or imagined something. That's because of the low quality of the budget planning. The budget planning is done in a linear, traditional way. We take all of these expenditures we had last year, 5 years before. We haven't critically evaluated, do we need those expenses right now? There are some salaries, some municipal payments that have to be financed. We've indexed it according to the inflation rates, and we have offered this new budget. This new budget query is provided. What the other countries do, for example, the Baltics. The Baltics countries have a very different experience. They have a practice that if, for example, the state-owned institutions provide the budget query that is 5% higher than the Ministry of the Finance have provided them with, then there are certain sanctions applied to this governmental body. There are some certain international practices of how you can fight that over budgeting or bad budgeting planning. But this is still a question of an institution, and I'm sorry if I may sound a little bit highbrow, but this is the question of intellectual capacity of the state governmental bodies to create high-quality budget programs. What do I mean by that? Hennady, you have said that we need to interconnect the budget program with a precise goal, with precise policy. I completely agree with that. This is this idea, this philosophy that we promote as well, and our center promotes as well, and our center is the partner of a couple of working groups for the expenses checkout group that we support with the Ministry of Finance. But what have we seen? We have the very formal budget program. We have a very formal, nice, shining goal in the title of this budget program, and there is the goal, and that there is a complete chaos on the budget allocation that contact-wise, philosophy-wise, ideas-wise is not in no way connected to the goal. So what do you mean? The lack of the finance and the absence? No, that the budget program does not meet the strategic goal. Yeah, and this the budget does not have the specific strategical policies. And what does that result to? We have been the participants of a couple of the working groups in a couple of years now, and we have been also providing the monitoring of the expenses for the judicial administration. This is one of my favorite cases I want to mention. When we have been talking about the effectiveness of the budget expenditures, what do we mean by that? There is a discussion between the Ministry of the Finance and the State Judicial Administration that has been very nicely depicted in this monitoring. The Ministry of Finance says that they have spent the expenditures in 2021 for the state auditing services, for all of the judicial executive bodies, for 16 billion hryvnias. The courts say they do not. There's not enough money for them. They need 40 billions for this current year, which actually more than twice than the Ministry of Finance have planned. Formally, the state judicial administration is right because there is a certain norm of the legislation that calculates the salaries of the judges to the overall minimum salary. But if we will consider that, and if we will analyze the budget program, then we have seen that even though there are some certain tools, for example, like the modal cases when the judicial corps are using for the reasoning for every specific finances should be allocated for every court, but in the same time, if we will take a look how the templates work and how the template case, what the template case worth, then it's basically being identified according to this desire of how much money they would like to have. And we understand out of those indicators that they are in no way connected to to increasing the effectiveness of every specific court. It's in no way connected with increasing the trust to the court system overall. It is in no way connected to, for example, the trying out to provide the prosecution of the outdated and longly considered cases. So it's just a discussion. Give us more money, and Ministry of Finance said, no, we will give you less money. But this discussion, because of the strategical goal, because of the action plan, this discussion has to be now shifted to the, again, discussion of what are we going to do having this 15 billion. If, for example, in this current judicial system, will it help us if we will increase the budget up till 40 billion? Will it help us to reach the strategic goal of building up the good, effective judicial system? Yeah, the state's judicial administration will not agree with what you've said. Yes, I know, but when we are discussing, and this is what Denis has said as well, and this is what Hennady, please, has said as well, is that what we need is not only to control the expenses. We need to understand how every specific hryvnia of Ukrainian budget money helps us to improve the quality of life in our country. Thomas, the question to you: in what way in Europe the appetites of the populistic politicians have been restricted, have been limited? The people who would like to give money to the poor, help their constituencies to buy more, to buy something new for their friend who is the head of some certain institution, to buy some new equipment for your peers. How should the executive governments and respond to that? And maybe, I know that the voters maybe are acting a different way. Maybe like people do not want any kind of social welfare in Europe. Maybe they're being very self-sufficient. So how do you deal with that in Europe?
Timing to ask it now, because through the COVID pandemic, everything you can throw away from the budget planning. I think Germany made now 240 billion euros more debts, something like that, yeah, where you have a budget of 550 billion this year. But this is the annual bloody war between the ministries, you know, to the Minister of Finance to make something like a very first plan, yeah, then all the ministries will say, but we need more, we need more, we need more. Then you go into negotiations, and this is first of all only between the ministries, yeah. And when finally, after sometimes I think that in Germany that starts in September every year, where it goes through the government, then it goes for the parliament, yeah. And in the parliament, normally you have stable majorities. So there were, at least actually that's the case with the actual government, yeah. But there you have the same. And I love that example, because that's totally different in Germany. The judiciary is not fighting for their own budgets. This is done by the ministries of justice. Yeah? Even when the judiciary is independent at all, the whole court system is independent. We do not have that system of high judicial councils in Germany, where we are not every year, I think every second year we are blamed by the Council of Europe because we do not do. But the thing is in Germany we have the idea that the courts shouldn't fight for that budget, because that's a dirty game. You know, the fight for budget is a dirty game. But the game could be much more clear if you have something like an umbrella strategy of the government, yeah, with action plans and strategies in the line ministries. And they, first of all, they fit together. I work in development cooperation now for 25 years, yeah, and I lived in many countries where every institution had their own strategy, but that was not connected and interlinked with the other strategies. Then you can throw the whole thing away. Yeah? And then you're totally right. That has to connect it with budget lines and means in the budget lines. Yeah? And that's a high complicated thing. Yeah? Only from the technique. This is from the technical preparation of those things, despite the fact that you have that bloody, dirty fight for budgets, what you have every year. And I do not know exactly, but if politicians are like that, because they have to do that every year, yeah, but at least you have that, and I think you have that in all the countries. And in the European Union, you have even one more institution which is taking care for the budget, and this is the European Union with a limitation, at least in the Eurosphere. So when then the German Minister of Finance come with the budget plan, and then the European Commission said, "Are you totally nuts?" In that respect. Yeah, you have to take all those things into consideration. But everything is for sure very much connected to an interlinkage between the strategies, the action plans of the line ministries, of the institutions, and the interlinkage then with budget. But because the worst would be if you have a wonderful strategy, and it's not pledged with budgets to implement those things. And we do have something what is even in the, let's say, higher aggregated level, and these are the Sustainable Development Goals. And there Ukraine is quite good in the national review and the national reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals, and it could be used as well, because that's somehow less, these are the dimensions of the strategic goals for the development for each country of the world, yeah, and this can be sorted in that system, and then it could be even sorted in on a global scale, yeah, and this would be, I think, actually in this time, what is urgently needed is more global thinking, and we are happy that this comes back from over the Atlantic, and we are hoping that this comes back also from the other way around. So.
So we don't understand that this is an international problem. We understand that this is not something unique for purely Ukraine when there is a fight for budget. Unfortunately, we come out of the schedule and we have an opportunity to, provide some concluding remarks. For each of you, maybe to give a key statement that you bring today out of this discussion. Maybe we need to stress something, to underline something. Gennady. First of all, just like previously, this discussion was really interesting. And the second thing, what I want to say, that if we're ready to do it more frequently, let's meet and talk. We do have certain benefit out of that. And for me, it seems that what we discuss about the local budgets. So the local budget, this is really something interesting, because we are the leaders in decentralization. One of not so many reforms where we were successful, where we demonstrated how effective we are. We need to invest in the best, where we have this competitive advantage, and actually to bring this case to the end. So we need to find this mutual understanding, and we need to understand what are our duties, what the private order does, what the public does, what we do, and integrate it with a logic project. Please draw your attention to it. It's everything that we have, it's there. How can we get access? It's AI. Well, an AI may start leading the country, ruling the country. No. So imagine the local budgets. The village councils, they had no budget requests previously, but according to the law, they had to. And with the logic project, they say, what do we need to fill in? We don't understand how to work with these documents in the villages. They never did it. So now we have this software, now we have this justification, and they must actually provide arguments why they are doing this. And of course, budget planning is another problem. It must fully comply with the strategic indicators, with the aims, and not just the populist approach. It's not just the populist approach, and it's very, very well that we finally we've finally finished with the majority, because the majority approach, everyone is trying to pull the blanket, and still no national interest is seen in that. Okay, Victor, the key statement I would provide, so colleagues, please, let's have more of these events, like this conference. It's important for different institutions to communicate to each other using any kind of platform, any kind of event, because we try to find the truth within the discussion. I love this example, when, for example, we ask Mr. Gennady, me, Darina, Thomas, whoever, Ministry of Finance, head of the Budget Committee, any MP, if we ask all of us, what is the midterm budget planning? It's highly likely that under the same definition, we'll use the same word, but we will understand it in a very different way. So, it's really important to stay on the same line, to have the similar understanding, the same understanding of basic things, and to interact to reach the goals. And make the expenses and costs as much effective as we can, regardless of whether this is the state budget or local budget, doesn't matter. In such a way, in our activity as representatives of the state, that's how we involve public and show that yes, we are transparent, yes, we are open, yes, we want to cooperate, and we are so much interested. Thank you for this event. Thank you. Darina, your conclusion may be something interesting you had from the Deputy Minister. Promised to give you access to text data. Who knows? Oh, I'll be waiting for that. I hope not for 3 years for this promise to be fulfilled. But in general, what is my positive feeling? You know, the budget planning and strategic and budget planning interaction, this is something that's really complicated for many people. This is something they don't understand. Nobody wanted even to tackle it. Nobody wanted to touch it. I've been an advisor in the Cabinet of Ministers on introduction and analysis of the policies, and I was working with this project. I wanted to talk to someone then, to the representatives of the Ministry of Finance, the mid-level representatives. I wanted to talk to them that we need to fix this connection between strategic and budget planning. The conversation finished with such words: why do we need it? We need to have the budget planning, but strategic, let someone do that. So right now, what I get from Denise, what I get from Gennady, what Victor presents, we have finally the understanding that this is really important, and we cannot construct the effective system of state budget and for the local budgets as well without this interconnection, without this synergy of strategy, policy, budget expenses, KPIs, gluing all that. Now it's very urgent. And finally, it has become a subject for politicians, for them to discuss. It's very good. It's really good that we expand the stakeholder circles supporting this area. And definitely, we will start implementing this reform. As for me, when it comes to management of public funds, this is the most complicated. This is the biggest burden. This is the biggest part of the pie. But it will give us the most positive effect. So, Thomas, your conclusions.
First of all, I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to be with real human beings in one room. Yeah, this is one experience you do not have as much. And I'm quite proud also that the project on good financial governance is obviously working in areas which are important for the country nowadays. We have that project up to the end of 2022, and there we can do a lot together. But Germany is further on also supporting the good governance sector in Ukraine and in the development cooperation. And this is something what we are starting now with the first discussion with the partners, and this will be with our Ministry of Finance, with our political partner, Ministry of Finance, but also in our implementing partners like SES, like the Accounting Chamber, but also STS. So far, and the issue would be more, the working title is governance, tech, and transparency. So the whole question of budget transparency, that's one thing, but I think this interlinkage of strategic planning with budget planning, this is something where I'm absolutely sure, and I saw that already on the action plan for the EU lead, that this is something what is more on the regional development plan, how to connect the regional development plans with budget things, and so, and it's obviously something what is useful in Ukraine, and the development cooperation is also, it's a long-lasting process to set up projects, and then you are on the run with the execution of that. And so I'm fine simply with the impression now that we are working in the right fields with the right partners.
So today we talked about the effective use of public funds. For me, what I actually took out of this conversation, we need to focus not only on expenses, on planning, on accumulation. This is a cyclic model. Control over expenses, it's not a punitive function. It helps you to plan better. And I think that my colleagues journalists do not draw a lot of attention. We love to write about high-profile criminal cases, someone's stealing, someone's killing, but if something is poorly planned, nobody talks about it. So we had Denis Ulugin, first Deputy Minister of Finance, in online format, Viktor Mazerchuk, advisor to the Chairman of the Accounting Chamber. We had also Thomas Meyer with us, Program Director, Good Governance, GIZ. Gennady Plis, Head of the State Auditing Service of Ukraine, and Darina Marchak, Head of the Center of Public Finance of the Kyiv School of Economics, and Andriy Yanitsky, Head of the Center for Economic Journalism in Kyiv, was moderating your conversation. Thank you. So Ukrainian budget is 80% of money coming from taxpayers. So there's nothing goes for free. This all is paid from your taxes. And 9 of 10 Ukrainians never paid taxes. Employers did that. Instead of them, banks and other enterprises. So if you are one of these 9 Ukrainians, this video may be really useful for you. Imagine an average Ukrainian salary, a little bit more than 10,000 hryvnias. But to make it easier to calculate, let's have 10,000. So this is the pure income, net income. So already without taxes. But where it goes, for example, if you get 10,000 hryvnias, you have it in your pocket, you already paid 18% of taxes on the individual income and also the military tax. So you had 12,000, a little bit more than 12,000 hryvnias, but also the employer pays taxes. 22% of social tax, or approximately 8% for people with disabilities. Another 2,000 hryvnias are paid by your employer. In practice, the employer is interested in the expenses and the costs for each individual employee. So the amount taken by the employee together with the taxes, but the employee is interested in the net salary. Sometimes employees and employers are trying to reconcile these amounts, and that's when we have these salaries in envelopes or shadow employment, when the person officially gets like the minimum wage and everything else is paid in cash. So the employee loses all the social benefits and privileges. And of course, we speak about the lower compensation during the unemployment or when one is sick. And individual entrepreneurs pay taxes using another scheme. So they pay the social tax calculated on the basis of the minimum wage and 3 or 4, 5% quarterly, depending on the category. Also the passive incomes like deposits will also pay 18% of tax. If you actually provide your apartment for rent, you pay again. Indirect taxes, we all pay it, even when we don't know about it. A quarter of the money that you get to your pocket, it also goes to the state budget. For example, a consumption tax. Every time we buy something in the shop or when we get a service, pay for utility services, for example, we pay 20% of VAT. But there's much more important question. Where does the money go that we pay to the state? This single social tax, single social contribution goes to the pension fund and social insurance fund spent to for unemployed and pensioners. And also the excise tax from the fuel goes to the road fund. Everything else goes to the state and local budgets. It means that the central and local authorities may use it at their own as they really want to. So certain limitations can be established. For example, we cannot spend less than 5% for the armed forces. For example, local budget gets 60% of the income tax and also the real estate tax, land tax, and unified tax paid by entrepreneurs who pick the simplified taxation scheme. How to control the direction and amount of money? Well, you can use these websites to do it. Active links are under the video. So measles is really contagious. So you can actually get it everywhere, can be infected everywhere elsewhere, even at home. What are the consequences? You may even die. So this is a little disease. Still, despite that we have the vaccine, it's there. In 2019, during the first 6 months, we had more than 55 people actually infected with measles, and also people dying from implications. People avoid vaccination. This is the reason. Some due to religious reasons, for example, the outburst of measles in New York, they actually were detected in Orthodox communities. Some become anti-vaccinators due to certain information campaigns. But who says that vaccines are harmful? Andrew Wakefield once published an article where they told about where it was told that autism is somehow related to anti-measles vaccine, but then it was retracted. This connection was not proved, but this pseudo-dependence is still used to manipulate people. Since that time, a lot of myths are rotating around the vaccination, but all this is fake. And it is harmful for the health of thousands of people. Myth number one, you can die because of vaccine or get a little disease. So, no, it's a myth. In 2008, this myth was circulating in Ukraine when in Kramatorsk a teenage died, people said because of the vaccine. Pharmaceutical distributors providing other certified types of vaccine, they actually lost their incomes, their profits. So, and then we had that media campaign that was stating that Indian vaccine is harmful.
But not a single expert has proved that the death was caused by the vaccine, and the research hasn't proved that as well. But you can die because of the illness. In the first half of year 2019, we have 18 people died from measles. Myth number two, the vaccines are going to destroy the immunity of a child. That's not true as well, because every day the child faces so many immunity challenges that all of the components of the vaccines are really far away from that. Myth number three, you should naturally pass through the measles, but not through the vaccines. That's not true as well. The risks after the complications of this illness is much harder. For example, having measles, you can actually get blind or have the challenges with the brain. Myths 4, you cannot provide the immunity, the injection for the child who had already been through measles. No, that's not true as well, because the possibility of getting contagious is higher for those people. Myth number 5, during the pandemic, you cannot do the injection. No, that's not true as well. You have to do the injection, especially if you or your child has contacted the person with this illness. In this case, you have to get vaccinated 3 days after the contact. Myth number 6, you should not provide this injection from the infection that have disappeared, for example, of the polio. Here we have to stop a little bit more details. Actually, some of the diseases have basically not seen because of the vaccination, but because some of the people do not want to get vaccinated, the illnesses can come back, as it happens with the measles right now. It's all about the group immunity, because basically if you're not being vaccinated, but your friends and relatives have the immunity to the certain diseases, then the possibility that you will get diseased falls down as well. Your resource around you is the living shield. But as soon as you will get someone who is not vaccinated, you become the potential enemies to one another, because if one falls ill, the other falls ill as well. So that is why the certificates of vaccination for kindergartens and school are that important. If you will consider that this year's list of the people enrolled into the university, you can see those codes. No, those are not the corruptional schemes. This is basically the people applying from the temporarily occupied territories whose names have been deciphered for their safety. This year's the level of the baccalaureate has been acquitted only 226 people from the temporarily occupied territories in Crimea, and that is slightly more than 1% of all of the people enrolled into the university. Even though there are quotas in Ukrainian university, most of the people from the temporarily occupied territories are staying at home, or they go for continuing their studies to Russia. Thus, More than 6,605 Ukrainians have got to continue their studies to Russia. So why Ukrainians' quotas do not work? Starting from 2020, Ukraine has allowed for the students from the temporarily occupied territories to enroll to the universities of Ukraine under the specific conditions, but not to the limited list. There is the additional opportunities to enroll to the university not only with the external evaluation, but also after the exams in the university, providing with the dorm and additional discounts for the documents. But the students will require the Ukrainian certificate of completion of the school. So you will have to study in Ukrainian school simultaneously, or you will have to pass the exam for Ukrainian language and history in the simplified procedure by the Educational Center Donbas, Ukraine and Crimea, Ukraine that are being organized in the university. The occupational government prevent people that want to enroll to the universities from doing that. For example, a couple of days before the external evaluation of Ukrainian language, the occupation authorities have blocked out the block points. That is why the 450 children from the DNR and LPR didn't make it to the testing points. That's 89% of all of the students who have been qualified for the external evaluation. The online application system for the students from the temporarily occupied territories is not available because there's no opportunity to identify those people right now. This is the question of identifying the person. The people who are currently located in the temporarily occupied territories, they cannot be identified fully. You cannot say whether they have passed the school or no. The simplified enrollment presupposes the personal presence of this child, especially if we really want to take those children out there. So when you are in the controlled territory of Ukraine, you need to find the residents not only to the time of the external evaluation, but also for the time when you will provide the documents. And even though there are some discounts, there are mostly only recommendations for the universities, but not the obligation. So for the students from the temporarily occupied territories is a big challenge for all of us. It starts from getting there, because basically the price of getting to Ukraine, it might be even higher than the intercity throughout the country. You don't know whether you'll get into Ukraine, especially because of this quarantine and lockdowns that currently exist, and they're constantly changing. So the situation with the border, there was always there, but right now everything is really unsure and unpredictable. There's also the issue of your housing in the specific city. So, for example, if you have chosen the university in any other city than Kiev, that it will be much easier for you, but you still have to pay for the residence with your own money, and the families might not have that, and it's also costs you a lot of money. So to go there, to get a taxi, to get that, it's much easier to get enrolled into the Russian university, because they are applying for the unified state exam in Rostov or in Crimea, that they have the centralized transportation for that. And there is additional discounts, for example, starting from 1999, that there is the so-called Comrades program that helps people from the former USSR residents to go to the territory of Russian Federation. According to this program, the students can enroll to the Russian universities under the certain quotas. In 2015, for the so-called DPR and LPR, there has been a separate quotas that have been introduced for the enrollment to the university. Yes, the enrollment for the contemporarily occupied territories, for some universities, it causes lots of problems and challenges for those students who haven't enrolled, even if they don't have really high points, because their place has been taken by someone from the occupied territories. And then this bad treatment that can be seen throughout the educational process. And the people whom I know, they see that even though they have the lower marks than I do. So basically they know that they believe that, you know, they don't understand what way these people take in order to get to Kiev. So basically, yes, it causes some struggles. I do believe the cultural struggles as well. So good day once again. So we are continuing once again. We have this final panel. So thank you very much for joining us. And I'm happy that you have joined us right now, or even if you have been after all of those meetings that we've had, you really would like to know how the community is being in the budgeting process overall. We know that the communities have now more the resources for completing those mandates, but now we have the responsibility for the decisions that have been approved. And by the decisions provisions for the services that have been provided. But the main idea for decentralization is not about providing the money for the local councils, but for giving the community the opportunity to use their own, to build their own life, to build their own comfort, to build their quality that is going to be provided by the politicians that they have chosen. In the current legislation, there is a number of procedures of how you can influence the certain decision to be taken. But have we seen the expected growth of the population, of the people being engaged into those issues that they can resolve, and that whether the resources have been allocated in the right way? That's what we're about to discuss in the next hour. Does the government take the specific ways to engage the people into that? Or we still living from election to election and we do not find the crisscrossings between the electoral cycles? And there's also a question, on the other hand, how can we filter the certain ideas and desires, because we know that there is limitations to budget and the strategical thinking is needed. So we're going to discuss it right now, the engagement of the citizens into the budget process at the community level. We're going to have the decentralized 4 speakers who represent the different cities. They're all online, but I do have, it's a pleasure for me to welcome Marina Ozimok, the head of the local economical development program of the Western NIS Enterprise Fund, and she is the founder of the International Mayors Summit, and she's going to be the moderator of the discussion, but will be joined by Alexander Sienkiewicz, the Mykolaiv City Mayor, Orest Faifurka, the head of the Public Partnership Department of Lviv City Council, Olga Shubina, the expert in the local finance and local budget management of the Dobra USAID program, and the Alexander Komareus, the head of the State Enterprise Open Public Finance, and whose projects and whose software we have just mentioned during the effectiveness of the budget money use panel. So right now, on how we're going to use that in an effective way, how to improve the effectiveness of the usage. But now let us say of how we should spend that and how we should engage the community for the budgeting process. So Irina, please, the floor is yours, and I'm looking forward to your panel. Yes, thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you very much for being with us. And even though the current technology helped us to do that, I'd really had this opportunity for all of us to be talking offline, for me not to be alone in the studio, but still the modern world gave us the opportunity to do that. The modern technology also gave us the opportunity to do the participatory budgets in many different cities and to plan those budgets correspondingly. And by the way, according to the evaluations of the experts, Ukraine is now being the leader in the technology, so we are introducing the new tools and new technologies in a really fast pace. Digitalization is in the agenda of all of the state institutions on both both national and local levels, but we need to figure out whether those tools are effective and whether they give us the effect that we expect to. Even though the participatory budget has already had 30 years of history in the world, it has been launched at the very end of the 1980s. It only has the history of 8 years of being implemented in Ukraine. It's a very early young experience, but I really would like for all of us to discuss of how effective that is, whether this level of engagement has been established that the government would like to see, and whether the people, they have the clear understanding and feeling that their voice is being heard, and what are kind of problems we would like to resolve, because I believe that the participatory budget shows us in a best way of what are the problems that are concerning us and what kind of problems that we would like to resolve, whether they are the local problems or they are the problems of the overall strategic development and the vision for the cities. So I do believe I would like to start with the very first question to our speakers. What do you believe? How effective you believe the participatory budget to be? The civil budget, the participatory budget, how effective that is for your city? I think that we can ask Olga to start with that, because I do know that Olga has the overview of the different communities, so let us maybe start with the broader scope, but let us start with Mykolaiv. Alexander, do you believe that it's a very effective tool for your city? Yes, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome all of you. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear you nicely. Thank you. Good, thank you. So basically, people really want to manage processes. People don't have enough democracy and the clear understanding of this world, and they want to have this direct democracy for themselves. And basically, they want to, to take everything in their hands and lose everything. So a lot of people, and the people in Mykolaiv as well, they want to run their processes in the city not through the members of parliament, not through their specific bodies in the city, but to do that directly, to do that personally by asking for ideas and implementing it into the life. That's very good, because when people understand the budget process, when people are getting into that, when people are getting engaged, they understand in what way the budget works, why the cost for the why the cost of one product is one in the city, but when we're making in the overall budget planning, why it has a different price. For example, why the bench have different prices. So this is one of the negative moments that I see personally from my side, is that the budget, the participatory budget, or the civic budget as it is called, so we should not we turn it into the just the money spending, not for the money not to be spent for the sunflower seeds, because basically if we speak about the global thinking, it might not be applicable for the people because they don't see the global problems in the city. They might not be aware of this infrastructural problem, the educational problem, the medical problem, but we want to see the visual change in the city most of all. So that is why most of the projects concerning the managing of the budget money and the budget costs, those are about the projects that are visually changing the city, visually changing their district where the people live and the city that we live in. So that is why we're emphasizing the need to diversify the directions of work with the state budgets. So there's a lot of benefits, and there's one cons, and that one cons is that this is the very bottleneck that the people are looking into. So basically, the people who have not studied the budget processes in depth. Yes, by the way, that's a very interesting and very important comment from your side. Thank you for that, because both in Ukraine and on the international level, there is a clear understanding that sometimes people are not aware of all of those budget processes. They don't understand it in the overall general scope, because I think that I would like to mention that later on, that there is the difference on the communication for the general plans for the cities. And, it's hard for the people to understand all of these documented moments. No one interprets that to them. And there will be a separate question after that of how can we engage the people, of what kind of people we should engage, that the one that will provide the professional support. Okay, let us talk about the Lviv experience, because of course I went to the site of the participatory budget in Lviv, and I have seen what are the desires for the people to change. But it would be very interesting to listen to your comments as well, whether for Lviv that is a very effective tool, and do you see the effectiveness of that? Yeah, but in Lviv we had a lot of tools for the participation of the citizens into the budget process. Those are the tools, for example, like the public hearings, the consultations with the civil society, and e-petitions. They're all important, and they are more or less good, but what they lack is the obligatory function. So basically they all are advisory, and in the end the final word is after the MP or the member of the local council. But instead the people, they really want to have really clear mechanisms of how to get their ideas into life, and basically the public and the participatory budget of Lviv has become this tool. We've started in 2016, and basically the main goal for the participatory budget of Lviv is that it has been created together with the members of the local council, with the Lviv city council, with the local activists. That was a joint efforts result. We know that Lviv is a city with its peculiarities, and we wanted to consider the peculiarities of our cities and the opportunities of this tool. So we have included the more opportunities, more projects that can be voting for the projects, not only for the people who officially live in Lviv, but also the people who were born or who are studying in Lviv or who own real estate in Lviv can vote as well. We just wanted to cover all of the target groups. fully. We not only engage in them at the stage of the provision of the projects and the voting projects, but we also engage them on the amending to the rules of the state budget, of the local budget, at the level of the evaluation of the project, because in order to assign the project, you have to get the needed level of signatures for it to be supported. We are also give the opportunity for the citizens to control how the offers being implemented. You can only agree to the ideas that have been signed up for Prozoro. You can also implement how the overall projects have been implemented. They feel their responsibility and ownership of this process. So we have already had increased the amount of money that has been provided for the participatory budget, and the amount of people who are voting for the public budget is increasing as well. In the most recent vote, we had more than 103,000 people. That is 70% of the Lviv population that have the right to vote, and that's 40% of the people who have participated in the local elections last year. So basically, those are very significant numbers, and we can say that the participatory budget gives the opportunity to engage the citizens into the state process and state budgeting processes. The main benefit for me in the state budget, it's not that much about the budget itself. It's about restoring the trust and restoring the civic trust and civic education systems. We know that some of the projects are becoming the leader of changes and the change drivers. They're becoming the leader of their community, and they're turning to be the civic activists that are going to be changing and creating something new. They have the knowledge. They have the knowledge of the informational campaigns to be set. They can lead people afterwards, and they can create the positive changes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for drawing the attention to these issues as well, because it's not the issue of budget for me as well. That's a question of how do we spend our money, but it's just a question of what is called the empowerment in English. So this is basically giving the power back to the people, so that the people would be those participants of the processes that can be heard. But it's also would be very important to what we've said before, so that their advice would be on one hand important, and on the other hand for them to be heard as well, because there is a lot of criticism in Ukraine as well that this tool is not working properly in most of the cases. But Olga, from your experience, you're working with different amalgamated communities. How do you see that on this lowest levels, whether this tool is effective?
So good afternoon. As you already mentioned, we do work with 100 communities from different regions, and any cooperation with community starts with the analysis of financial status, financial management, and we pay a lot of attention to so we try to focus and understand whether there is in cooperation with the citizens, how citizens are involved in the budget processes, budget transparency. So whether the communities have these participatory budgets. 3 years ago, when we only started familiarizing with our communities, just a very small percent of communities used that tool, and they actually had these participatory budgets. Only 12 communities then used it. But right now, the situation is changing radically, and we already work with a fourth wave, 25 new communities, almost all of them already introduced the participatory budgets. And I do agree that participatory budget is not about the money. It's purely a tool to communicate with the residents. They have an opportunity to implement the projects they consider vital, and for these projects not to contradict the strategic documents of the communities, socioeconomic development plans. We need to adopt regulations which actually envisage which projects are appropriate for each area. But the situation is changing for better, and many communities do use participatory budgets in their activity. Thank you so much. Alexander, maybe you have this vision, a general vision. This electronic tool, is it actually clear for people? Do people understand how it works? Because still so many people, for them, offline meeting is something more acceptable. They can comment, they can take part in discussion, and electronic digital tools. Is it fully accessible for Ukrainians? If it's a question to me, good afternoon. It's really nice to see the speakers today. I already, some of you I personally met. And look, talking about the tools. So today, within this discussion, we've already heard some information about projects established by us and by the Ministry of Finance, which are the property, so the spending, the portal of public funds use, where actually you can see all the transactions. And today we have approximately 50,000 offices reporting. Those who actually dispose the money, they do report on that. And we have the second project, Open Budget, the tool we use to observe and monitor the budgets of any community, the expenses, the incomes, in various scopes. So another international portal that we do have. So the funds used to develop the state. So look, what I wanted to mention, that truly the first step was already taken by the country. And today, the data, in quite a simple format, we already have it. Also today we spoke of the lack of data, that not enough data we do have, and the project also was mentioned, the logic system, the logic project was mentioned, and thanks to this tool, already the Ministry of Finance works with communities, cooperates with communities, and we plan soon to complete these tasks, the publication of data, a separate publication. So I think any kind of information is a tool itself. And we use this tool, communities use this tool, core groups, activists can use it to work, to communicate with local authorities. The more transparency and openness we have, the more data we have, the more data the people do have. One of the key problems that we actually face today is that the financial literacy. Not everyone understands how it works. Not everyone understands how to use the data. And we also deliver various trainings, and we also launch so many events where we familiarize people with the problems. We launch these events. We involve experts, media as well, to investigate on the basis of these data. And to conclude, the open data, this is a very powerful tool. And what I want to add, one of our tasks is to work together with the communities and teach people how to use it, how to use the data. And to teach them how to create an impact with these tools. Thank you. Okay, I fully agree with what you say, but again, how can we reach the people? How can you outreach the people? How can we teach them on how to interpret the data? But again, the open budget, quite often, loads of files, usually a whole package of files, no aggregated data. It's really hard to understand for average people. Now, this complexity may destroy any wish to participate. Who can simplify it? Who can help us with that? The local authorities, experts, elsewhere, people must be trained. Briefly, I'll provide my opinion. I know that colleagues have their own recipes. First of all, the media, the journalists, community, opinion leaders, and specific cases. And presentation of specific cases. Demonstration of these cases to show how with the use of data we can get any kind of information, and after they process the information, people already start understanding in their own context how to take the data out, how to ask specific questions. So the expert community and the journalists must work with the data and present them. Thank you. We again move to Mykolaiv. Alexander, who is the resident of Mykolaiv region, who actually takes part in this process? Who are these people? aged from 18 to 50 to 45, men, women. Who is your target audience? Who's analyzing it actively and who's involved? Well, truly, I do have a small presentation, analytical presentation. Please, if you can share my screen, I will definitely do it. If not, I can just explain using plain words, okay? Do we have an opportunity to show my presentation? Yes, you absolutely can. Okay, well, good. So, unfortunately, I can't. Maybe the organizer did not allow me. So, 13% are people from 19 to 31 years old, 19% 31-40. The majority, 35%, are people aged 41-50, and 15% people from 51 to 60, and 18%. The third top is, well, people older than 60. So I fully agree with Mr. Alexander that yes, it's really hard to understand what the budget process is. It's hard for people without any specific education, any specific expertise, and people who simply don't know how to do it. So we need to present information in a targeted format and explain. So many journalists, they do work for it. We have the Center for Journalist Investigations, and they actually get this public data, and they tell, in some cases, about it. A procurement procedure was launched, and certain violations may have happened or are highly likely to happen, and so on. When we speak about the participatory budgets, well, we have this opinion that in a perfect world, MPs will just vanish. Everything will look like a participatory budget. So people will understand what's happening in their context and allocate the money, and MPs' functions will be very simple, will be limited. MPs will simply explain to people that they need to vote for certain projects or launch certain projects. By the way, in the course of our activity, we faced the following. A couple of years ago, the legislation changed, and we stopped funding some NGOs. What solution did we offer? We offer them to take part in the projects of public budget. So if they want to implement something, the projects they previously used to get money for, to defend, to justify their project, and then turn public into their advocates, protecting the same budgets then. Starting from 2019, for small and big projects, we also added social projects. Social projects for implementation, I don't know, performances for disabled children. So the disabled children were actually performing for disabled children. In our theater, we had these performances, different kind of equipment, and materials were bought, and other social processes, social projects, which are not the hard projects, but soft projects, which do not change the environment, but change the mentality more. And of course, when people see that everything's changing, they involve others. And we have so many condominium owners associations. They also take part in these participatory budgets. They want to change something like build playgrounds, change the environment next to their houses. And they explain to other residents as well what is a participatory budget, why it's so important for the owners of the apartments to take part in that. Instead of getting these letters from the city administration and getting all these letters with refusals and letters from MPs that the playground will not be built, people must fight for it. They must do everything to actually achieve the goal that they want to. So a couple of topics were mentioned right now, and I will transfer to Lviv, because I analyzed the public budget of Lviv, and many experts say that quite often the public budget, it's about fixing the small holes, and it's purely practical. In Lviv, we speak about the repair of school cafeteria, playgrounds, and repair of playgrounds, and even sometimes the parents of school children, they exchange votes and they unite. So what we talk about, the issues that are being solved, these are not of strategic nature. These are not development projects, but something very, 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 some utility things, we can say, everyday routine things. Is it okay to have this stage when we primarily work with these painful spots, painful routine spots and problems, and then we have the development? I'll just give you two examples. In Argentina, Rosario City, via the public budget, there was once a project funded to protect the women's rights. In Seoul, even the school bullying countering. So problems of a little bit different nature may be solved. So I don't think we have one single recipe for it. So the strength of the public budget is that each community, each city decides how it will be done and why they are doing this. What is important? This must be decided by the residents of the city when they actually create these guidelines for the budgets. When we discussed what projects we may include, as we have the competition of socio-cultural projects for NGOs, Let's Make Lviv Better, and they have a chance to submit their projects, seminars, festivals, performances, trainings. The public budget will be for those people who previously had no such experience, and these will be the projects interesting for them, first of all. And we understand that we have different people, and we have people who are better prepared, people already who have teams, and that's why we have small and big projects. Small projects are for beginners, for those who want to change something in their neighborhoods. Big projects, these are about big teams who wants to actually go to a higher level, do something for the city, and we had this discussion. Do we need to have educational projects? Can we allow educational projects to be incorporated? Because, again, use of administrative resource. We have these Viber parents groups, and we again had this discussion. We invited the initiators, different stakeholders to express their opinions, and the authors of the school-related projects, they justified it, that schools, especially in remote areas, these are the centers of public activity, social activity. Parents do pay taxes. They must be fully entitled to take part in that process. We said fine, but at the same time, we listened to the opposite party, and we have had some preventing measures, so it's forbidden to actually submit any kind of proposals regarding the repair. If the money can be used inappropriately, not less than 50% must be spent for equipment purchase. But if we again organize a new classroom, we need a repair again. So if we go back to cafeterias, okay, school cafeterias, we saw that even the repair of the cafeterium may be provided as a great idea. We had once the idea to create a cafeterium like a hobbit hall, a hobbit hood, a hobbit cabin, where it would be really interesting for children to stay there, not just to eat, but to spend time like a small recreation center, or I don't know, a small social center. This, it allows them to create a school team for the parents and school children to interact, and quite often this is really cool. And they create something. Within the ordinary budget, it would be impossible, but this is an extra opportunity. Do you have any examples of involving? Do you have examples of other projects, not the schools and cafeteria, but success story for other cities with the use of public budget? Do you have any? So we had a very interesting first year when actually two cities, in two cities we had these winning projects for restoration of parks, 3 million per each. A lot of money, but still. When the budget plans were provided, we understood that 30-40 million hryvnias. the expense will be, because there was a problem with engineering networks. We wanted to actually do it as it should be, at a proper level. And that's how we actually determined the priorities for the city. The environmental protection was the priority. So it was not about just giving 3 million per each park and close the project. We really wanted to understand what was important for the city, and it became a priority for the local authority, what should be there in focus and what should be the priority for the following years. Yes, it's really important because these are the data, this is the analytics that we can use and the sequence of changes for each city. Olga, Alexander Sienkiewicz mentioned that the procedure is introduced when the project is presented to community, and then we have the voting. And again, in different countries it works in a different format, and we have certain double approach, voting or discussion. So, from your experience, you do know definitely, you are familiar with international experience, how to make it as a maximum efficient process. Quite often, voting is not representative. Sometimes we may have a cool project with impact for community, but because of the voting, because people take friends, and it's not always that effective. Maybe some discussion when you defend the project in certain format, the discussion may be more efficient. I just want to comment on the following. So we may actually have the voting and the discussion, and you actually mentioned a very interesting thing. Can we actually discuss the voting in online format? Well, we have so many village councils, which unfortunately not always ready for online communication. In many settlements, in communities, we still have problems with internet connection, and I do hope that the situation will improve, because we even had certain funds allocated for internet connection in remote settlements, but many events we do have online today, yes. And voting is organized with the use of these ballot boxes, and we discuss it. Discussion of projects at different levels, which later are submitted, and the leaders of communities are like loudspeakers. They represent the interests of certain territory. So a lot of attention we do draw to full-scale discussions of voting. First of all, the residents of the community must understand what the budget is.
And in order to do that, we'll need to have a lot of work in the various governance bodies, so that the people would first of all understand how they can use the money from these budgets, for them to understand that the biggest part of the expenses of this budget are the current expenses, and that the communities doesn't have the opportunity to spend some money for the capital expenses that the people of the community require. In order to do that and to explain that, we have done a lot of work to introduce this tool that is the community budget in human language. So basically creating a toolkit for the budget for the population. And I do believe with the help of the Dobra program and with the help of the open budget organization, the public budget has now become a very widespread in Ukraine. That when from the very beginning you're offering the information on budgets in the very clear form, as a graphic novel, as a comic, or as an infographics. You're printing out the books are being provided to the people of the community. And out of those books, you know how the money appears in the community and how do you spend the money in this very specific community as well. So basically, we have published the 200 books of those budgets for the citizens, and now that is a very widespread tool. And even the communities that do not now collaborate with the Dobra program, they're still using this tool for themselves. Then Later on, the Ministry of Finance, I believe that you know this, the decree of the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine on the methodological recommendation for the participation of the civil society in the budget process. They have included this budget for the people as one of the tools for the communication and effective communication with the local communities. Yes, thank you very much for keeping that in mind as well. I know that in Voznesensk city, they have developed their animated tool. They have this animated in the user-friendly form, the state budget explanations, the local budget explanation, so that even the kids would be able to understand how it works. So that was this overall very clear form, but with all of the percentages and with all of the information there. That is definitely very important, so that the people would be really wanting to read it out and for people not to be indifferent. So yes, we have been speaking about the budgets, about the city budgets overall, but how much does this innovation cost? This is the question to Alexander as well, and if we might evaluate that's what is called the cost effectiveness. So basically the price and results. How much does it cost for the city, for the state, and whether those expenses are reasonable? Well, I think that it's a question to me. Yes, right. So, okay, I will just try to very briefly cover this question right now, and I wanted to provide a comment, an additional comment to what has been discussed before about how this information is being disclosed and how this information is being depicted overall. We understand that the clearer this information is, especially in the open budget, we've really tried to create it from the very simple visualization form. We really wanted to depict it, but not in some kind of very complex tables that are hard to read. The issues are very simple. And, the question that you have asked, in my opinion, the centralized work that is currently being done by the Ministry of Finance, the centralized work has been important. That's in one place currently. Currently we have the aggregated information about everything in one place, and all of this information is a structured way. It is easy to compare. You can easily get to this portal, to the open budget portal. You'll have this opportunity to compare one community with another, one type of expenditures with another. And I would like to as well ask to turn on the video. Maybe part of the issues will be covered by this video. Can we turn the video, because you have the link? You have the link, and I would like to ask you to launch the video. And yes, my vision is that if, just answering the second part of your question as well, if every community is going to spend the money for this work, for the work that has already been done once on the level of the state with the support of the international technical assistance, the work has been done. So if it's going to be done again, so what is going to be the value? That all of this data is available. It is aggregated in the highly structured way, and every community right now, with the support of the API, with the help of the API, you can store this data, aggregate this data, and store it for yourself. I don't know whether we have this opportunity to launch the video. Yes, I've been said that I was told that we can launch the video. Yes, then let us take a look at the video then. The data are very important right now, especially if we're speaking about the data from the public financial sector. We all pay in taxes, and we all have the right to our money be effectively spent. So that is why the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine has piloted a unique project on the open data, the year data projects, collecting, processing, disseminating data, analyzing data. Those were the principles for our portals to work. The biggest data about the budget for the population, the spending, the biggest database on the openness of usage of the public funds, the unique and unified register of the projects that have been implemented with the implementation of international financial organizations' money. Starting from 2015, the state has launched the data on finances. The state treasury every day providing the information for this e-spending portal, who has paid and what amount of money has been paid for what. The owners of the budget money, they are reporting about the agreements and how they fulfill the agreements. They provide the financial reports into the open access. Everyone can see how the taxes are being spent and what is being financed by the government. The open budget, the budget for the citizens, the database on budgets, starting from the glossaries and up to the tools for analyzing the budget indicators, the boost analysis. The information not only the state or local budget, but also for the overall budget process and its participators. There is also the visualization of data available at the site. The unified register for the project for the financial and social development of Ukraine that is supported by the International Financial Organization. At this very site, you will find the agreements, the information on the procurement that are available for the business to participate. Our team, the team for the open public finances, takes care so that the information at the portal has been updated in the most optimal way, so that it will be user-friendly, and the owners of the budget money, it will be easier for them to report that. We are constantly updating our platforms and making it more technology-wise and making them more innovative. We never stop. We are always driving the process of the change in the open finance sphere. Our portals will be interesting for the journalists and for the community activists that care about the development of our state. The data that we open give the opportunity to control the government and to promote the effective usage of the money of the taxpayers. So the data matters. So let us hope that after this presentation, many people who are working with the financial sector or the overall active people are going to use these tools and are going to check out this data available. When we are talking about the public budget, that's one tool, but there are also some additional public consultation. For example, in the neighboring Poland, there is the highly developed procedures that have been introduced. For example, for the procedures for the development of the space planning in Lithuania, they even have this info box tool. This is the offline consultations. So how can it be used in Ukraine, and whether in your opinion that will be possible in Ukraine? Because there are many questions that the petition doesn't work when the tools are good, then the public hearings are not being organized in timely manner. And how do you think whether the government can be more open? Because we've said that it's not just about the finances, but it's also about the openness. And Mr. Sienkiewicz has said that it's a direct democracy. So maybe there is a question to Mr. Sienkiewicz, how open you are to let the people have this direct democracy in place. Well, the system always wants to work with the lowest number of variables. Any system is aiming for calmness, and any system doesn't want to change. So any kind of access, any kind of public information and public data, they are changing the system in some certain way. So I wanted to add up a couple of moments from what I have heard, because basically starting from 2019, we have prohibited the opportunities for participate in the public budget for the educational establishments, but the parents and the teachers are sometimes using that as a tool. And we've all really wanted to make it with some limitations, but to include some certain kinds of the educational establishments, so kindergartens and school, that will also have this opportunity to participate in their separate division of the public budget. Speaking on the public data, Mykolaiv is one of the cities that has introduced the city land cadastre that is open and transparent. We are basically providing all of the resolutions in the map, so you can see all of the layers. You can see the advertisement, the temporarily spatial buildings. You can see the plans of the territories, and the people are able to see all of our offers about that. And moreover, any land cession has been prepared in the way that they have a special resolution in the local government site. You can take a look at the project of the resolution. You can click the link and you can get to the city building codister, and you can see what the land lot is going to be allocated for the certain person for the construction. So basically all of the agenda of the session can be seen on the site. Speaking about what Alexander has said, as a person who used to work in the IT before, and as a person who has been developing the software on my own, and as a person who has been creating the company based on that, I just wanted to say that in the e-services of Ukraine, Ukraine should be moving further on. We started in 2016 with the IT forum, and Viva was one of the presenters at the IT arena, and I've said that Ukraine should get to the centralization of the e-services, not the decentralization, but centralization of the e-services. I've said that we have 36 registered that are not in no way connected with one another, and we have to centralize them to one joint register. And if you will get a couple of people there who would be on a daily basis writing the different migrations and would be combining one register with one another, then maybe right now, 6 years after, we would have this interconnected and interoperable system of registers. Basically, the budget as a tool, the open budget as a tool, just as well as the participatory budget, it might be one unified system that will be called the e-services of Ukraine. And any community, any amalgamated community could join it. Like, you know, when you are installing Windows or any other software, you just click in and you're saying, yes, I have this opportunity to install this and this and this and that service in my computer. Then you're starting to provide the service straight away. So right now what we have is the so-called Vanity Fair, basically, because our city has 200 services, and our city has 250, and our service has 300 services. Yes, they do not work properly, but we have done it. It has to be done on the central level, and providing all of the both capable and incapable amalgamated communities and cities to have the access to this tool, so that everyone who doesn't have this opportunity to allocate the money from their city budget or the local budget or whatever that is, for them to be able to use this tool, and for them to be able to use it properly. So when we will have this overall ID citizen card that will be they will be connected to the services and will have the connection with the registers, then everyone will be able to participate in the local budget, you know, without leaving your house, as it's usually been said. So when you're entering, just having this one-stop window, you can resolve the issues that are important for you. You can identify what is important for you, and you can have those e-services provided to you and have participated in the direct democracy. Yes, thank you very much. That's very valuable, because when we're saying that the cities are competing for the best innovations, that's a good thing, because yes, we now say that it would be good that there will be one best tool available, but on the other hand, those are the money from the budget. There was the money for the big money for the transparent and non-transparent moment, and the counterparties that might not be that good and not performing the function that they should do for supporting the life of the citizens and providing them with the results that has to be there, and not just putting the overall ticks that we have done a cooler tool than that. Yes, to unify all of the actions, we've had hundred thousands of iPhones in the world, and you do not produce a separate update for each and every one of those. The updates is unified, and everyone has the opportunity to update the new services, the new options. It's all the same for everyone, so we have to stick to that as well. And what Alexander has also said, we need to get centralized. This is 100% right idea, so we have to stick to that, and we have to follow that in all of the e-services and the opportunities possible. Yes, thank you very much. And I have a very, very brief question from my side, and we have a couple of questions from our audience coming as well. So when we are talking, first of all, this is an issue unresolved. For example, should we provide the educational establishments to give their applications for the state budget, for the local budget, or no? But I have a question. Can the city divide this public budget, this participatory budget, according to the simple direction? Like, for example, the certain percent of the budget will be allocated for the educational needs. There is some of the budget that will be allocated for the infrastructure, some for the social needs. So when we are talking about those specific cities, as Paris is, when we have 500 million euro that are being allocated. This is 5% of the budget of the city. Maybe that is the good idea. But in Kiev, we only have 0.34% of the city's budget, 6 million euro a year. So if we're speaking, can we speak about that? Can we say that there is this freedom to divide your budget, but it's a participatory budget according to the spheres? Yes, in the overall charter of the city, it is said that the public budget has to be no less than 1% of the budget of Lviv city. So right now, this amount of money has been revised. The recent years, we have 1.3% of the budget of the development for the city of Lviv. If we speak about the money wise, that's 60 million hryvnias. But in the specific division for the certain directions, yes, we have this dedication. We have this educational projects. Before then, we have the healthcare project. There are just two categories. They have the categories of other projects as well. There are the projects that are not connected to the medical establishments or educational establishments. Both of these categories, they have the guarantee quota, not at least 40% for all of the ratings for big and small projects. So when we balance the situation so that this administrational resource that we have would not cover all of the money that we have in the participatory budget, but so that the authors of the projects that are considering the issue of the educational and healthcare establishments would also participate and would also win. So we have seen this very interesting trend, basically, that the educational and medical projects, they have their main threshold, they have their base. They have a certain base they're working with and they're applying for, but understanding we have more and more people who are voting for the projects every year. All of the other projects, they have this opportunity to grow their audience, and I do believe that in time they will be able to be competitive with the other projects and they can win. We have seen that in the framework of the couple of parks when the authors were able to engage the different target groups by just explaining that it's about every and each one of them, and they will be able to use this opportunity that the project will cause and the project will create. And I do believe that there's going to be more and more examples like this with every year, and I'm sure that this problem will just disappear on its own in time. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So, we have already got to this question slightly, but there is a question from our audience as well. What is the experience of the city, what is the experience of the city public hearings and town halls when you're working with the participatory budgets? Well, most of the communities believe if they have already provided the projects of the resolution at 5 days prior to the session, that they believe that it means that they have already had this budget hearings in place. No. They even believe that if there is the success to the budget committee, so that any person can come up and participate in the work of the committee or to take a look at the session work. So they consider that there has been the budget hearings already in place. Unfortunately, the full-scale budget hearing, they only have been in the 3 communities out of 120 that we worked with. Right now, the situation has changed. The real budget hearings have been made with this inviting the population and discussion of the budget plans. But the budget hearings have usually been done when the budget has already been built, has already been created. So it's much more interesting to do that at the planning stage. Of course, that is one of the important documents and tools, but the communities should also keep in mind that they have to gather the offers on the budget throughout all of the year, so that they would have this opportunity to include those offers to the budget project that are going to be discussed later on. Unfortunately, that's not a very widespread practice, and this is the one that hasn't been mostly used in Ukraine. Alexander Sienkiewicz, do you use those practices in your work?
Yes, we actually do. We invite everyone to the session hall, everyone who wants to go there, of course, and we announce the information on the budget, on implementation of the budget, and so on. But truly, if some people will observe the process and start talking that, yes, usually the budget is approved in the couloirs and, behind the closed doors, but quite often, when already the moment for the budget approval comes and we're sitting in the session hall, the MPs simply cannot even agree upon certain items. I just want to bring you an example. Last year we approved the budget for Mykolaiv on December 20th. I guess we did it. And today, still not all of the stakeholders even approved their expenses, and the development budget was blocked. And in fact, as the MPs of the new convocation, they had no opportunity. Starting from October and up to the approval of the budget, they had no chance to familiarize and allocate the expenses. At the Budget Commission, each stakeholder was taken, each hryvnia was taken separately, reallocated. So, because for them it was important to involve the public. Everything is streamed online. People introduce themselves. People can take part in the process and go to a commission meeting. Social, cultural, sports areas, whatever, any kind of sector, all the issues were discussed there. Quite often it happens so that MPs say, this is a very good idea, and people say, okay, we want the mayor find the money. This is populism. This is pure populism, okay? If you just say, find the money, offer where to take it from. Budget is not a limitless, I don't know, a mythical bag, purse you can take money out of without any limits. So take it from somewhere, put it here, and take the responsibility for doing that. Okay, so we learn how to do it together with the MPs, with the newly elected MPs, with the communities. And we want to involve them as well. What is really valuable? So when we never have enough money in the budget for all the projects, it's really important to train people. Because I love the alternative sources. I love the alternative sources of funding. Donors, they may be involved, and it also again relates to this financial literacy, to this community awareness, and the support of NGOs may be vital for the city. Ms. Irina, I just want to add, we had this idea, if we have a great idea, but it was not approved during the negotiation, we take these ideas and we include these for the following year. Today we announced the competition for the public budget projects for 2022, and even if after this we pick the projects and vote for them, and some great projects, vital projects, will not be the subject of approval, of course, together with MPs, these will go to the next year budget. To implement them just a little bit later, even without the participation, even without the incorporation in the public budget. Thank you so much for this comment. Truly, we already are out of our time. Our time is over, so just to conclude. It really would be great for us to take any budget, Lviv, Mykolaiv, any kind of city, and see that we have wonderful projects there, truly innovative, and funds are allocated without any intrigues, complaints. But I do understand that for this we need to close these basic issues. If people want to repair the cafeteria, if they have the playground broken, this is something vital, this is crucial, this is something we need to do at the very beginning. It's very important for us as for citizens to be fully involved, but also familiarized with it, aware with it. We need to know how these budget processes, what is the specificity of them. The authorities must be accountable for us to know that we can be heard. It's okay to have a nice tool, but we need to know how to use it. Maybe it would be really nice to have these streams for all the cities and to ask people whether they use this tool, how active they are, and stop saying this like, okay, it's useless again, but only say the following, that yes, it's really quite a practical tool because I also presented my project. So I want us all to move in the proper direction, and please remember, all these innovations are necessary for us to make our lives better. Because after we leave our offices and mayors' offices and departments and units, we all are the residents of our communities and settlements. I'm so grateful to VoxUkraine for this opportunity to talk And I do hope that all the projects will be effective and not very expensive for the cities.
Дякуємо дуже. Це був з нами Борис Літвиненко.
Thank you so much. This is Boris Latoshinsky, and again we had a wonderful quartet, a wonderful vivere masters. So you will definitely have a chance to listen to these pieces of art again. So we did not hesitate when we wanted to pick the keynote speaker, Gerard Roland, professor of economy and politology of California University of Berkeley. He's the author of more than 150 articles and books dedicated to organizational development, institutional development, economic development, and civic society development, and reforms as well. Mr. Roland was studying the reforming process of European institutions and China, transitional economies, development factors, and he was the editor-in-chief of the Comparative Economy magazine and also an editor of a couple of other scientific publications. Today he'll share with us some observations about the transition to democracy, the development of political systems in the countries, and how the specificity of each political system affect each other. What is the interrelation of these systems? This will be really important for us. So you may ask questions to Gerard in the chat, and afterwards he'll give his answer. So please enjoy.
Hello, I'm very glad to be talking to you today. And the topic of my lecture is empires, nation states, and democracies. Given what's going on today, I think this is certainly a very relevant topic, though not necessarily something we would enjoy. Empires have played an important role in history and have existed much longer and in more territories than democracies. Democracies are historically very young. The end of World War I signaled the beginning of the end of traditional empires. Indeed, we saw the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the German Empire, and the Russian Empire. So this was a huge shock to empires in the world. Moreover, the British Empire collapsed after World War II with decolonization in India, Nigeria, and British colonies, and then French colonies, etc. The Russian Empire that collapsed during World War I was eventually replaced by the Soviet Empire, which was actually even larger. So in the aftermath of empires, we have seen the formation of nation states, some being democratic, others not. And so as the role of empires has declined, the role of nation states and mostly of democracies has increased. In today's world, we still have some empires, the Russian Empire and the Chinese Empire. So how do empires, nation states, and democracies coexist? Are there specific common traits to empires that differentiate them from democracies? Do democracies have specific common traits that are different from those of empires? What about nation states? So the analysis of the geopolitical behavior of the states, by geopolitical behavior, I mean occurrences of external, internal wars, peace, expansion, attitude towards trade, immigration, etc. So this geopolitical behavior of states depends on the nature of the state, whether it is an empire, a nation state, or a democracy. And so generalizations assuming similar geopolitical behavior, ignoring the nature of the state, would actually be quite fallacious. These questions are not only academic, but have great policy relevance. Ukraine was once part of the Russian and then later the Soviet Empire. It is now an independent state, and a large part of the population aspires to become a normal democracy. Another part of the population cares more about Ukraine being a nation state. Now, Ukraine shares borders with the Russian Empire, and parts of its territories have been invaded by Russian troops in Crimea, eastern Ukraine. As I speak, Ukraine is being threatened by the mobilization of Russian troops close to its borders. So what can we expect from the coexistence of an empire and a democracy? These are burning questions. So let's first talk about general characteristics of empires. Empires generally grew out of territorial states. That was the case in Persia, in China. So territorial states where basically the government was having control over a certain territory. And so empires grew more often out of territorial states, less often, though sometimes, out of city-states. That was the case for Rome. Rome was a city-state, but then became the Roman Empire. And so empires have an innate tendency towards territorial expansionism. The rulers of an empire are interested in territorial expansion up to the point where their marginal benefit of expansion equals its marginal costs. So of course, there are many non-convexities. The classical article on this is by David Friedman, though he was talking about nations, not necessarily about empires, but I think his analysis certainly applies to empires. And so the benefits of expansionism typically would include taxes on land and land revenues and taxes on trade. Note, however, that land is much less tax elastic than trade. So it's possible to tax land more. Trade is more elastic, but in certain areas, you know, we have very voluminous trades, even with low tax rates on trade. This can bring important to revenues, especially if the empire controls trade routes. Empires are typically what economists these days call extractive states, where tax revenues are used to fund the army, the police, the private goods of the emperor, like palaces, tombs, imperial administration, whatever. And so the costs of an empire were mostly the costs of defense against both invaders and internal revolts, as well as, of course, the costs of marginal costs of expansion. It's worth saying that expansionism is a dominant strategy for empires as long as the marginal costs of additional territory are smaller than the marginal benefits. A larger empire has, everything else equal, a military advantage over smaller neighboring empires, whether in offense or in defense. Empires played a very big role in the antiquity, and they regularly clashed with each other. But not only in the antiquity. If we look at the age of colonialism, essentially between the 15th and the 20th century, more recent, of course, this was also an age of competing colonial empires. Given the drive towards expansionism, empires do not generally seek to achieve ethnic homogeneity within their borders. Empires tend thus to be multi-ethnic. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was, of course, a very good example, but we could say the same thing about the Ottoman Empire, to a certain degree about the Russian Empire, and even China today. Even though the Han population is quite, numerically very important, there are quite many ethnic minorities. I'll come back to that a little bit later. And so because they usually have ethnic heterogeneity within their borders, empires do not generally have interest in developing nationalist ideology unless one ethnic group would be a very, very large majority. And so generally religions or ideologies have typically been used instead of nationalism to try to cement empires. This was the role, for example, of Catholicism in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Orthodox religion in the Russian Empire, Islam in the Caliphates, but also in the Ottoman Empire, Confucianism in its dimension in the Chinese Empire, Zoroastrianism in the Persian Empire, and so one can continue. Of course, the advantage of religion and ideologies is that they do not depend on ethnicity. The identity that people give themselves is related to religion and ideologies. So now, of course, since empires tend to towards expansionism, rival expansionism between empires necessarily leads to wars, which inflict losses. We've seen this throughout history, but even in recent history, Russia, for example, inflicted important losses on the Ottoman Empire throughout the 19th century and took away territories from the Ottoman Empire over a certain amount of time. Russia challenged the Austro-Hungarian Empire for domination over the Balkans, leading to World War I. This was about essentially Russia supporting Serbian nationalism as a way of getting access to the Mediterranean via the Balkans. World War I, of course, where we had clashes of big empires, led to the collapse of four big empires, as I said, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Russian Empire, and the German Empire. Japan, in its imperial time, inflicted losses on Russia and China in the first half of the 20th century. Of course, this is geographically a completely different place. World War II led to the collapse of the British Empire, the Japanese Empire, and in a way the Nazi Empire, the Third Reich. It's called itself the Third Empire. The Cold War led to the collapse of the Soviet Empire and to the loss of satellite states, as well as the loss of republics that were part of the Soviet Union. Empires weakened by wars tend to collapse internally, whether they're replaced by nation states, and they will be replaced by nation states, democratic or not. We've seen this in Central Europe, Southeastern Europe, all after World War I. We've seen this with decolonization in British, French, Belgian colonies, etc. Mostly, the weakening of the British Empire that was by far the biggest colonial power. But imperial powers, though generally in decline, may still show aggressivity. The Soviet Empire invaded Central Europe in the aftermath of World War II. The Third Reich followed the German Empire after the episode of the Weimar Republic. China invaded Tibet a few years after the communists had taken over China. And here it's interesting to note that actually the Western 50%, the Western half of Chinese territory is mostly inhabited by non-Han population. So that's 50% of China's territory. However, that Western half that includes Xinjiang, Tibet, etc., has only 7% of China's total population. We've seen Russia's recent invasion of Crimea and Donbass. There's clear aggressivity of Russia. One remark is that it's very unlikely that we will see the formation of new empires. This was the ambition of ISIS, trying to build a new caliphate, but they failed, and it's very unlikely they will succeed because would-be empires will in general be preemptively squashed, knowing their expansionist tendencies and the threats that they could pose. Now, in the past, we have seen phases of decline and revival of empires, so we can actually go through history since the antiquity and see that there have been these phases of empires declining while others were emerging, sometimes revival of empires, etc. Now, in the modern world, the trend is very clearly towards reduction of the role of empires. And I would even go further. I would say that empires are doomed. Why? Well, historically, the main reward of imperial expansion was land, later land and slaves, and also later natural resources when natural resources became more important. But throughout most of history, land and slaves, this was the reward of imperial expansion. And indeed, because those were the main factors of production, certainly before industrialization. Now, in the modern world, I'm not talking about the last 500 years, but I'm really talking about probably the last 100 years. In the last 100 years, at least, we've seen that human capital has become the main driver of growth. The role of education, technological progress, all of this gives a big role to human capital. And in advanced countries, increases in human capital are the main driver of growth. So in a situation where the main driver of growth is human capital, the benefits of expansion are not at all the same as before. So if a country invades a country where human capital plays a fundamental role in growth, then actually the invading country is in trouble, because you can't force people to be productive when the source of their productivity is human capital. You can force slaves through physical labor. This has been done throughout history. But forcing people to be productive by using their human capital productively is something very, very difficult to do. You can't, go in their heads. So this is a very important factor, and that considerably reduces the benefits of expansion in a world where human capital is the main driver of growth. Second, natural resources, which still are a big prize, a big reward for territorial expansion. These natural resources can actually be obtained via trade, and they can be obtained via trade without the cost of maintaining and defending an invaded territory. Of course, this proposition has to be qualified in many ways, but I think this is a general proposition that in era where costs of transport, communication are very low, it's easier to obtain natural resources via trade than by invading a territory to grasp, to steal those natural resources. Also, it's the case that progress of education leads to demand for human and civil rights and for public goods. Of course, this will happen with different levels of intensity. Some cultures are less propitious to demand for those rights, some are more, but generally speaking, with modernization, these demands tend to become more important. Now, let me come to general characteristics of nation states. Nation states started to develop since the 16th and 17th century based on innovations in military technology, innovations that favored centralization and also economies of scale in warfare. The use of gunpowder, cannons very strongly changed the nature of war, the technology of war, and so Charles Tilley, for example, has worked on this, and so this is kind of well known by historians. Now, nationalism, what we call nationalism, developed mostly since the 19th century. in part it was developed, it was encouraged by the development of national literatures, which is relatively recent, and but this played a very important role. Nationalism in general led to demands for the establishment of nation states, especially in territories under the domination of empires among ethnic groups that were marginalized. So the Austro-Hungarian Empire was a mosaic of different ethnic groups, and many of them felt marginalized, and that led to the development of nationalism. Now, nation states fed by nationalist ideology tend to aspire to ethnic homogeneity within the boundaries of the nation. This does in principle not lead to expansionism, but it could, as was the case, for example, for Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany, which you know started as a nation state earlier on, but then with the development of the Nazi state, really aspired to become an empire and behave like an empire. So, in general, with nation states, demands for ethnic homogeneity lead less to expansionism than to ethnic cleansing within the boundaries of the nation, especially in non-democratic nation states. This is something that we have seen repeatedly. Once modern nation states develop, there tend to be episodes of ethnic cleansing. And so, for example, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, and when instead a Turkish nation state developed under the Young Turks, this led to the genocide of Armenians. It led to the expulsion of Orthodox Christians from Asia Minor, who had been there for centuries, even millennia. The Nazis, in their Drang nach Osten, committed genocide on Jews, but also intended to eliminate the Slavs altogether to create some Lebensraum for German settlers. So, as I said, Nazi Germany was a hybrid between a nation state and empire. And actually, I don't have time to go further into this, but there are similarities in today's China that is both nationalist and imperialist. I have to add that these imperialist tendencies of nation states, they exist, but they go against the general direction of history, given what I said earlier. Now, there are also multiple examples of the creation of nation states associated with ethnic cleansing, repression of minorities to create ethnic homogeneity. Nation states, especially in their non-democratic form, tend to be more inward-looking and close to the outside world. They tend to reject immigration, are mostly hostile to economic takeovers by foreign capital, and see limited opportunities for international cooperation. And in general, when it comes to the international sphere, they have what is called the realist view of international relations, seen as a pure balance of power relations in a very Hobbesian world of war of all against all. Ethnic nation states tend to experience frictions at their borders. This is because there is always, and I have to insist on this, there's generally always imperfect overlap of national boundaries and ethnic boundaries. But because of this tendency towards ethnic homogeneity, this leads to frictions at the borders. Nation states tend to be oppressive towards minorities inside their borders, but also aggressive towards neighboring countries who host ethnic co-nationals. To the extent that that may lead to expansionist tendencies, it's not the same nature as the expansionist tendencies of empires. The goal here is not territory per se, but is trying to reach some level of ethnic homogeneity. Hungary under Orban is a very good example. They're illiberal inside, as they say. They are defenders also of ethnic Hungarians in Slovakia and Romania. And that, of course, creates frictions. Finally, nation states often have a good capacity of defense against an imperialist aggressor because they are able to mobilize members of the nation, of the ethnic group against an imperialist aggressor. Finally, let's talk about characteristics of democracies. Democracies were most often born in nation states, but not always. The United Kingdom was still an empire when democracy was introduced within the UK after World War I would say, but a little bit, before, also in somewhat democratic in the 19th century. Now, the UK, even today, is not a nation state and contains different nations and ethnic groups. Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, so that's for the UK. Italy was composed of city-states throughout its history until it became a unified nation in the second half of the 19th century. Now, because of this tradition of city-states, ethnic groups within Italy were never well defined, in contrast to citizenship. Now, this is a fundamental concept for democracies. The tradition of citizenship taken over from Roman civil law is not based on ethnic groups, on ethnic identity, but it's based on the rights and responsibility of individual citizens who are supposed to be equal before the law. So this concept of citizenship is fundamental in modern democracies. And so we do observe some demands for ethnic homogeneity in nation states that are associated to demands for linguistic homogeneity. So Hobsbawm has documented that very well. There's also going to be tendencies towards suppression of dialects and discrimination of minority languages. And so these tendencies also exist in democracies. They are also there. Even in democracies, common language helps to reach economies of scale and public goods provision, whereas multiple languages can create these economies of scale due to duplication. Most democracies have one dominant language, and multilingual countries often face tensions. Belgium would be an example, or Spain. Now, multilingual countries reduce tensions by having, very often, by having federal or confederal institutions. So Switzerland, for example, is a confederal state with very strong decentralization. Now, in democracies, redistribution of income is an inevitable and often, by the way, very desirable feature of democracies, and it tends to reduce inequality. And the reason is related to the fact that every citizen has one vote. Every adult citizen has one vote. And so because the poor tend to be in the majority, that will tend to lead to forms of redistribution. But these tendencies towards redistribution that we generally see in democracies can lead to secessionist tendencies. It's something that I've studied with Patrick Bolton in several articles quite a while ago. And the reason is that certain territories, not necessarily based on national groups, may choose to bear the cost of secession to reduce redistributive taxation. So you can say that secessionist tendencies in Catalonia may be related to language and to national groups. But if you take Italy, where, by the way, ethnicity is never well defined, there have been secessionist tendencies between, the North and the South. At some points it was the South, later it was the North. But it's not really secessionist tendencies based on ethnic divisions. Now, because of its redistributive properties, thus, democracies have tendencies towards secession. Now, secession is not automatic given the cost of secession, and sometimes it will lead to forms of federalism or confederalism. So, compared to empires, compared to nation states, democracies are the least expansionist among these different forms of state. They are the only regime that will tend to secession and to an increase in the number of countries, a decrease in the size of countries. Democracies have the best basis for international cooperation with other democracies based on shared values of citizenship, on universality of human rights. Democracies have further advantages. Let me just give three very quickly. They provide a solution to the capital levy problem. The capital levy problem is that ex ante capital is very mobile before you make an investment, but once you made an investment, it becomes much less mobile. And so therefore, there's a tendency when there's a commitment problem, there's a tendency of the state to try to attract capital, but once it's there, to try to tax it. This is the capital levy problem. And it's a problem for many countries. It's a problem that's been increasing with the level of industrialization, where capital accumulation has become the fundamental driver of growth. And democracies so far have provided the best solution to the capital levy problem by creating institutions that prevent arbitrariness in taxation. It's never perfect, but much better than what we would see in empires. Democracy provides protection of rights, human rights, civil rights, property rights. It also provides protection against what we can call techno-autocracies, where with the development of artificial intelligence, telecommunications, technology, the possibilities for autocracy to monitor its citizens become endless. So what you see today in China with the social credit scoring is probably even more more terrible than in the 1984, the book by George Orwell. So let me finish by just mentioning, and probably there would be some questions about this, so let me mention it in finishing, the special case of US imperialism. So modern US started as a settler colony of different empires. There was the UK, Spain, and France. So we should not forget that these three empires started having, settling colonies, settler colonies from those empires. After independence, the US project was definitely imperialist, as territories were conquered over Native Americans, over Spanish, those were Mexicans, but Hispanic, also over the French, definitely. Now, at the same time, the US also developed democratic governance much earlier than other countries, and did face the secessionist tendencies of democracies. So civil war was a dramatic example of that. Colonialist tendencies of the US were short-lived and mostly unsuccessful. It tried to colonize Cuba. It didn't work. They tried to colonize Philippines. It worked for a short time, but not for very long. Now, US democracy in general has led to strong isolationist tendencies. That's because it's a democracy, but it's been sucked into an alliance with other democracies in World War I and World War II, where the US, there were strong isolationist tendencies, but eventually they were sucked into an alliance with some other countries in these world wars. The rise of the Soviet Empire, the spread of communist regimes after World War II, led to the US leading an alliance of democracies in the Cold War. And the Cold War itself led to imperialist-like interventions of the US in Asia. Think about Indonesia, Latin America, and Africa, all in the name of anti-communism. But any regime that claimed to be anti-communist however repressive, was supported by the US, and the US treated them often as quasi-colonies. So the US has been alternating between democratic isolationism and demand for intervention by allies. In today's world, it is the biggest international counterbalance to the Russian and the Chinese empire, which are not democracies, by the way. So, to conclude, coexistence of empires, nation states, and democracies is problematic and may lead to all sorts of instabilities. It is important to understand the nature of each country's regime in order to understand its external and internal behavior. In principle, my analysis is correct, remaining empires should further decline in the future. Just to give an example, even though it's very threatening right now, the Russian Empire is much smaller and weaker than the Soviet Empire was in all dimensions, economically, territorially, militarily, etc. And it will further weaken both economically and demographically. The Chinese Empire is currently in expansion mode, but it's facing huge costs of maintaining the empire. Xinjiang and Tibet, those are the most well-known, but also Inner Mongolia, Yunnan, Ningxia, and as I said, the whole western half of China is occupied by national minorities, huge territory, though the populations are quite small. Moreover, the costs of invasion by communist empires are higher than for traditional empires. So absorbing Hong Kong is proving very costly. Absorbing Taiwan may prove to be a tipping point for the Chinese empire. Currently, it's also still militarily inferior and is facing major demographic challenges. So, to conclude, a world of small democracies building supranational institutions to regulate their relations on the basis of commonly accepted rules may hopefully be the way of the future. Thank you very much.
I now have a few questions to you. First of all, you said that at some point Russia will not be an empire anymore. So do you think the transformation of Russia into a nation state or a democracy is possible without its disintegration? So will it remain in its current borders?
I'm sorry, I only understood the...
Перепрошую, проблеми зі звуком. So I'll repeat my question. You mentioned that at some point Russia will not be an empire anymore. So do you think its transformation will be possible without its disintegration?
I'm sorry, the English voice is completely muted.
Я думаю, що він не чує нас. Скажіть, будь ласка.
Please tell me.
At some point, Russia will not be an empire anymore. So do you think its transformation into a nation state or democracy will be possible without its disintegration?
I think it's a very good point. I think if Russia becomes a democracy, which is not yet the case, you will see independence movements in smaller parts of Russia, such as in the Caucasus, etc. It's really inevitable. Don't forget that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and here Yeltsin played a very important role in making it possible, there was the tendency afterwards of Chechnya starting to be independent, etc. And this was brutally repressed. I suppose that if Russia does become a democracy, we will clearly see tendencies towards secession inside what is today the territory of Russia.
Thank you. And I think the question that interests not only Ukrainians but all other nations is what will be the U.S. and China relationship, how it will develop. Will China and U.S. continue clashing, or will there be some kind of reconciliation between them?
It's very hard to tell because a lot depends on the policies that will be in place. There are currently a lot of tensions. You have to know that the imperialist tendencies in China are very strong. And so, as I said, a tipping point could be Taiwan. Is the US going to defend Taiwan? We don't really know. I think it is also the case, as I said in my talk, that since democracies don't tend to be expansionist, inside the US there are more and more voices to say, why should we send troops outside the US? Why should we send troops to Asia? Why should we send troops to Europe? This was clear under Trump. This was really, with a nationalist ideology. But I think the tendency towards American isolationism will be stronger. So China will probably benefit from it, and China will try to become a hegemonic nation, hegemonic power within Asia. But I didn't talk about it. China does not plan to invade other parts of Asia, apart from Taiwan, that it really wants to invade. But China would like to have, as was actually in the Chinese Empire, to have tributary states, that is, states that are independent, that is, where the governance is not done by the Chinese, but where there is some kind of loyalty towards China, where that nation recognizes itself as tributary to China. This was the case in history with Vietnam, Korea, etc. And I think they're trying to do it now with Australia, for example. The bullying of Australia means that they're really trying to transform Australia into a tributary state.
Thank you. And you partially answered my next question. You told that US people largely supported the policy of the previous administration of isolationism or concentrating more on the US affairs, whereas many countries in Europe and all over the world were hoping that as the administration changes, US will assume its role as the world leader again. So do you think if US meets these expectations, this will lead to drop of support of Biden administration, for example, or what could be the developments inside the US?
I think the Biden administration, something that is very typical is that they are leaving Afghanistan. We know that when they're leaving Afghanistan, that means that the Taliban are very likely to return to power, and the Taliban regime was horrible in the 90s. And so it's clear that the US probably is going to play a lesser role in the Middle East. As I said, in Asia, nothing is happening right now, but people were saying that when Trump was in power, he was ready to do a deal with North Korea so that the US would leave their troops in South Korea if North Korea would be ready to denuclearize. That didn't happen, unfortunately, because that means South Korea would have been very, very vulnerable. I think that if countries still strongly demand intervention from the US, that this intervention will still be there. But the tendency towards isolationism, I think, is becoming stronger and stronger.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. I know it's morning in the US right now, so have a good day, and we're very glad to see you here at our conference.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Наша
So our conference is almost over, and right now, I'm so grateful to all of you staying with us for the whole day. Maybe someone joined us later or joined us right now. So if you had no chance to listen to all the speakers, we have the conferences recorded. If you want to pick some specific moments, we are present at all our channels, at YouTube channel VoxUkraine. Today we had really interesting, rich discussions. What services from the state we do get when we pay taxes, what we buy from the state, how to make these services better and be provided in a more efficient way. But for me to finish this conference, I really want to talk to you right now a little bit about two things. These are not directly related to public administration, but they do impact it. And we have the reverse impact as well. The history. We invited two keynote speakers who gave us this broad vision regarding the public administration and governance processes. We had Olesya Hromachuk. She told us about the Ukrainian history. Gerard Roland today, again, told us about the global history, the political history. In Ukrainian history, we have so many traumas. We need to talk about these traumas. We need to rehabilitate for so many years. So many things to deal with. We only started tackling it. But again, we get this myths about the about our brothers, about Stalin, about independence that was so easily received. But not all the attempts to become independent were successful, but we still are struggling for it, and we never stop doing that. Unfortunately, so many Ukrainians still believe in some miracles, I don't know, unexpected miracles, and they think that, just like in the fairy tale, we need to have a happy end. For example, that the war will be over when management, when the leadership will rotate in the Russian Federation, or when the Russia will be destroyed. But the Russian Empire, of course, will become weaker and weaker, but this process may last for decades and take lots of our lives of our citizens. Valery Marchenko and Vasily Stus, they were killed by the Soviet leaders, actually. We also need to commemorate tens of thousands of people who unfortunately lost their lives due to the Soviet regime. The Chernobyl anniversary, yesterday we marked it. So many people were held in concentration camps, in prisons, worked really hard on the Soviet farms, and many people did not have access to proper healthcare services. Soviet Empire destroyed so many lives, and Russian Federation killed so many people starting from 2014. What I wanted to mention, the culture. Today we had an opportunity to listen to Ukrainian music created by Ukrainian composers, forgotten. One of them was even repressed, and this is our small contribution to those huge efforts, to the work that we all need to do to develop and to save Ukrainian culture and the culture and traditions of other peoples living within the territory of Ukraine. Today we have the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, and the cultural area is suffering from it. We need to support culture, because culture is something that makes us different from other countries, something that allows us to be ourselves, because we've been someone else for such a long time. We try to be just like everyone else. Remember how often you were told, oh, you're special, well, you need that the most, or something like it. For how many times, well, people are so afraid to be special, to be unique, and they hate those who are creative and special.
For those people who build any monuments or renaming streets on behalf of other people, so that is very important what your street is called, by the name of someone who developed Ukraine or the one who destroyed it. So that is why it is important for us to prevent the destroying of the cultural institutions that have been created and have been developed and empowered in the recent years, because the development of culture is a strategic investment for the state, and the state has to have a key say in that. And of course, there is additional attention that is needed for the institutions and the processes that are being held in our country. I think we all recall the sayings of Leonid Kuchma that he can build the Ukraine that he would have been told to build. We never know that someone told him about that or he has decided to do that, but he has built the USSR, the Ukrainian Socialistic Soviet Republic. So we built it in that way. So only after 2014 we've started rebuilding it into Ukraine. In VoxUkraine, we're tracking out the reforms, and unfortunately we see how the current government is trying to repaint something instead of constructing something from the scratch or reforming something. Sometimes those cases only emphasize the main rule, so we constantly see the ideas to change the form but not the essence. A lot of people agree to that because the change of the essence of the gameplay requires the change of your behaviors and your own work, and people do not like to change. And unfortunately, we're always the time very busy to do that. We're very too busy to change. So that is why we agree to the nice cover without getting what is inside, and then we're afraid and we're surprised that everything is just as it used to be. In the last 7 years, Ukraine has changed. And it's not just about the better roads or the centers for the administrative service provision. It's about the people that we have seen today, and those thousands of people that haven't been in our broadcasting today, but who have done a lot in order to change the system of decision-making in the country, so that our country and its peoples have become more healthier, have become more active citizens in their own. These people are the representatives of the government, the representatives of the CSOs, international organizations that have launched and continue in developing decentralization, the healthcare reform, educational reform, the state property ownership reform, and many others reform to take. So we're really grateful to everyone who has been with us today, who have been to our air today. And I'm sure that among us we have a lot of people who care too much. The people who are ready to look in depth but not to be satisfied with the overall changes. So let us get together. Let us unite with one another and modernize our country together. Stay tuned, read VoxUkraine, and see you soon.